Look, happy holidays, Raider Nation nationwide.
Let's go.
Get some.
Raider!
Yo, what is going on, Raider Nation? What is up, man? Hopefully you guys are doing good. Give me 1 second. Wanted to send something to a buddy of mine. Not sure who's going to be able to come on here, guys. Got a few people in the works here. We're trying to get up in here. Want to chop it up some Raiders, talk some coach. How you guys doing this Saturday? Cheers, Raider Nation. Oh, give me a quick second here. How you guys doing, man? How you guys feel about this coach? You guys pumped? What do you guys think about that, huh? I know how I'm feeling. Feeling pretty good, man. Ain't felt this like positive and happy in a while. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. Got some fellas up in here. Let's say what up. Hopefully you guys are doing good. Got JT Money in the house. What up? What up? We got Southside Raider. Welcome to the South Side. You guys hear me all right? Put some in the chat. Make sure you guys hear me all right. I know it's been a minute since I've gone live. Rebel Raider, what up? Raphael, dude, what's going on, bro? I know we need to link up, man. We'll get that figured out. Come on, your show here coming up. Auntie Six, what up, bro? Ain't seen you in a minute. Hopefully doing good. Gabriel in the house, what up? Happy New Year to you too, man. I'm all right, man. West Side, Big Earn, how you doing, big dog? Hopefully you guys are all doing good. Ryan Miller, appreciate all you guys' support up in here. Yeah, happy as F. That's what I'm saying, bro. Hell yeah, West Side, super juiced. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, Michael 918. Ryan Miller is a great hire. Love to see it. Otis in the house. Damn, about time. I know, man. I know, dude. I'll explain. We'll talk about some stuff. Jason Marshall, what up? What up? All right, you guys hear me all right? All right, so talk about a few things here. Try not to get too fired up. Kind of let you guys know where I stand right now on this coach. First of all, like this is the coach, our last live. Hopefully you guys seen that. I know we did something trying to help out with the passing of Fargo Raider. Rest in peace. So I do want to say anybody that was able to help out in the, Fargo Raiders funeral, stuff like that. Appreciate you guys a lot, man. Really do that. The guys that stepped up, guys and girls that stepped up to maybe help out a little bit or whatever you guys could help out Fargo Raider on the last show we did. I know wasn't exactly the most ideal show to do for someone passing away, but anybody that was able to help out, appreciate that. And if you weren't, I get it, man. It's all good. So, so just want to say rest in peace to Fargo Raider, and anybody that helped out. I've been kind of wanting this thing to pass over. Yeah, I'll call the radio show a little bit and all that. I do want to say I'm wearing, this ain't my favorite hat, but got this old school 1960s Raiders, American flag over here. My Charles Woodson. Boom. So, wanted to go a little vet style just because there's some stuff I was thinking about my time in the Army I want to talk about and leadership. So I will let you know, I'm going to kind of rant a little bit and then hopefully we can get Raider critique. And we're hoping to get, I think Protect the Shield might come up in here for a little bit. But so hopefully we'll be able to get them on here. So I want to kind of rant a little bit, kind of something I was thinking about. But I know I haven't talked too much about after the season ended, so I'll say something on that. This for me was a tough year, guys. I mean, I never like losing. I'm trying to get these audio or adjustments set. I never like losing, man. But the way that I felt, one of the few years that we could have a losing record, not make the playoffs, and like I feel excited about the future. You know what I'm saying? I felt like I saw a Raiders team that I haven't seen in a long time. Someone that could a team that can unite together for a common cause and show the Raider way and show us that the future is a lot brighter than not, in my opinion. So for me, as the season ended, I wanted to take a step back. I'm an emotional fan. I get fired up. I hate losing. I think we came out on top, beating the Broncos, stuff like that. But when the season ended, I just felt like, like no matter what happened, the fact that we got rid of the cancer and Josh McClown or Josh McDaniels was going to be a win-win no matter what happened, guys. I mean, yeah, I would have been upset had they not hired Antonio Pierce. I'll tell you guys right now, I would have been upset had they not hired Antonio Pierce. I'm going to get into it here a little bit. I got Raider Critiques backstage, so shout out to you, Raider Critique. Give me a few minutes, kind of rant here, then I'll bring you on, brother. But as for me personally, just as the season ended, yeah, I was disappointed that the Raiders didn't make the playoffs. I'm disappointed we're not in the running for a Super Bowl in our house. But the fact that we got rid of a coach that I felt like was a cancer to our team this offseason, at least right now, I feel like, and especially the fact they hired Antonio Pierce, I feel like this sense of calmness within me. Okay. I really do. Where last season I was like fired up all offseason, really pissed off about some of the decisions the previous coaching staff made, and the fact that I felt like Josh McDaniels was not going to be a good coach for this team. I don't want to rehash too much of that, but I just want to let you know, like, kind of where I stand just right now, like mentally, like I feel good. First time I felt this good in a long time for a Raiders team that didn't like make the playoffs, win a playoff game, stuff like that. And a lot of us haven't experienced any playoff wins since the early 2000s. So I just want to say that, like, there's a few things I want to say because, I'll see stuff, guys, and it gets me fired up. Like, it really does. And I try to be like emotionally calm, but like, sometimes I just I'll see guys that last year they were supporting Tom Brady all over this dude's nuts. Like, Tom Brady has never been a Raider. Tom Brady is not a minority owner of the Raiders. And in my opinion, guys, anybody that told Mark Davis to hire Josh McDaniels, their opinion should be thrown out the door of who our coach should be. Even Tom mother effing Brady. Even Tom Brady should not have an opinion on who our coach should be, especially if that dude was one of the guys pushing for Josh McDaniels. That was one of the worst hires and worst decisions this franchise has made in a long time. And in my opinion, it did set us back. They made some okay decisions, but they also made some other decisions that set us back. Okay. And when I look at leadership, guys, this is the main thing I want to break down to. So my main point on the Tom Brady thing, people that are all over his nuts were all of a sudden hating on Tom Brady, and, we might be able to get, a different coach in. Obviously it didn't happen. We all know at this point, but I was worried. I was tripping. I'll be honest, guys. I was tripping. I'm like, dude, is Mark Davis going to fuck this up again? Is this really going to happen to us again, guys? I was tripping balls, man. So I was like, I'm not going to go live because I'm probably going to say some shit I don't want to. But people that were all over Brady's nuts are turning on him and stuff. And, I don't even know if Brady should be a minority owner, guys. I really don't, man. The dude's not a Raider. He's never been a Raider, right? We all know that. And the reality is, if we had gotten a different coach, guys, guess what? We're going through another rebuild. Tear it down. There's no point in having a lot of the guys we have right now, like Devante Adams, Max Crosby, stuff like that. So, I don't like talking about the Army for the most part. Sometimes I can, talk about a few things because it kind of sends me combat mode. But as this leadership thing has been happening, there was one thing that really, there's several, but there's at least one story I want to tell you guys. So bear with me, then we'll bring on Raider Critique, and then hopefully, bring on Protect the Shield and, podcast and see what kind of his thoughts are on all this. But there's one story from the Army that really kind of, pressed it in with me, and this, the leadership, what I seen from this team, and something that related to me. And in my opinion, there's very few, I know there's a lot of desk jockeys out there, right? People, keyboard warriors, stuff like that. But there's very few professions in the world that can compare or even relate to like a team environment, like a football team and football game. And one of the few things, in my opinion, is being in the Army and a team environment where you have, upwards of like 150 guys around you, and you guys all have to work on a common mission, the will to win, the will to fight and not give up, and how important leadership is in a big ass team environment like that. It's extremely important. And in my opinion, the most important thing for any leader out there, it's not their knowledge, because you can have the game plan all you want, right? And you can think you have the best vision for success, no matter what your success is. If you can't get the people bought in on your team on your vision and your game plan, it don't matter, dude. Because if you're a shitty leader, it don't matter, guys. It just don't, you know? And we live in a different age right now where the leadership and getting people to want to work for you and want to excel and go the extra mile for you is a lot harder than it used to be. You know, I was raised old school, guys. You know, you don't do your job, my foot's going right up in your ass, and you're going to kick rocks and go find a new fucking job. Things are different now where everybody gets a back massage before they perform their duties and stuff. But I was raised old school, man. You do your job or get the fuck out of here. There was no like, you know, HR, like, you know, I'm going to go complain or whatever. That's how it was for a lot of us. And I'll be honest with you, even it, dude, some of this started with my generation. It did, you know, and now it's even progressively gotten worse. But kind of my experience in the Army. I'm not going to use some of these guys' names for obvious reasons, but you know, it's hard for me to explain some of this if you don't know anything about the military without understanding some like rank structure. So if you don't know much, I'll explain it before I tell the story. You have officers and then you have enlisted guys. Officers, you have to usually almost always have a degree, some sort of degree from college to be an officer. So some guys will do several things. You can do one to be an officer. Okay. You can have a degree previously and then join the Army or military, right? You can do the rarest one, which is called green to gold, meaning you enlist as a regular soldier and then you go to college as you're in the military and you finish your degree or you get your degree while you're in the Army. The best leaders, the best officers are the ones that go green to gold. You know why? Because they had their boots and your shoes. They did what you're doing currently as an enlisted soldier before they became an officer. So the officers that went green to gold are the best officers out there, but a lot of them don't. And then you have the ones that will go through the training, you know, like for Air Force, it's Air Force Academy. For the Army, you know, they go through the Army training and they get paid by the Army to get a degree. And then they become an officer after they get that degree and go through their training. Okay. But the problem with some of those other situations is they haven't spent the time in the lower rank shoes to like be in the trenches with the guys to understand what it takes. Okay. And I'm not saying guys that go to college, they can't be good officers, because there are some if they haven't been enlisted. But I'm telling you right now, the best are the ones that had their boots, their feet in your shoes, and then they become a leader of that ranking to be an officer. So I say that to share this story with you guys. We had a captain, right? He's in charge of like 150 guys. Now, you know, if you guys don't know, I'm Army combat vet. I was infantry. You know, it's kind of weird if you break down some of this, hard to explain unless you understand some of the like rivalries in the military. You know, a lot of you guys think that anybody that was in a military, like, you know, like, thank you for your service. I mean, yeah, cool. That, you know, appreciate that. But, you know, there's different like totem poles of how badass or hardcore a dude is, depending on what job title they do. You know, a desk jockey in the Army is not the same as a dude that trained in the fucking infantry, right? Or a combat job. Usually goes like desk jockeys, nurses, stuff like that, you know, to then it goes to like the combat jobs. You got your scouts, your tankers, your infantry guys. The next step up would be your rangers. Next step up would be special forces. And the last step would be Delta Force. Rangers, special forces, Delta Force. Those are the baddest motherfuckers alive. Straight up. You know, I would have gone Ranger. Had my wife not cheated on me when I was in Iraq, I would have gone fucking Ranger. I got off on some of that shit, dude. I loved the fucking grind. But we won't go on that tangent. So even within that kind of rivalry battle, so that the combat guys will call people that don't have a combat job a pogue, is what we call them. You're a pogue. Essentially means you're a pussy ass bitch. You need to have the balls to have a combat job. Okay. Then you got us infantry guys and the Cav Scouts and the tankers who are in their vehicles and shit, where we have a rivalry where, you know, tankers that sit in their fucking tank on their fat asses will think they're a fucking badass. And us infantry guys would be like, you're a fucking pogue, you know? And I'm just being honest with you guys, man. Most Army guys, most infantry guys won't even talk about this shit. So my unit, I say all that to say this. My unit had 2 platoons of tankers, usually platoons like 40 guys, 40, 50 guys. So my platoon had, 2 platoons of tankers, 2 platoons of scouts, and then us infantry guys. And we would have a lot of rivalries within there. It's funny because you see commercials, people see commercials like, dude, at least during combat times, like when I was in, right? You see a commercial, you're like, you can go to school while getting your degree, like the Army will pay for it, which is true. If you're an enlisted soldier, the Army will pay for you to go to school for free. Unfortunately, your ass is going to be out in the field and training the entire fucking time. Dude, you are not only not going to have time to go to college and study and do homework and do tests, but you'll be lucky to have any time with your family. Every July 4th, every holiday, your ass is out fucking training for combat. So what you're doing, you ain't going to have no time to fucking go to school for free. Maybe if you got a desk jockey job and you're a pogue, fuck yeah. Bear with me. I know some of you guys don't get where I'm going at with this, but I'm going to explain it to you. So we had this captain. We were out in the field for like 2 weeks, like shortly before we were going to deploy. And we had a captain and first sergeant. Our first sergeant was a guy who was an ex-infantry dude, X-11 Bravo. And he was a badass. He was actually, at the time, the youngest first sergeant to ever become a first sergeant. I'm telling you, this dude was a bad mother effer. And our captain was a captain who was a previously enlisted soldier, and he went green to gold, meaning he had wore our shoes. So we've been training. We've been out in the field for like 2 weeks. We finally get back, and a lot of times when you go through like long periods of training, somebody's going to fuck something up, get in trouble, go do something crazy, right? Henry Ruggs style, like just something crazy is going to happen. So they do these safety briefs on Fridays. And if you're going to get like a 3-day or 4-day weekend, and they tell you, don't beat your dog, don't beat your wife, don't drink and drive. It's like an hour-long thing of safety brief of how not to fuck up. And even after all that, someone will always fuck something up and go do something stupid. But I'll tell you, our captain wasn't your regular captain. And he told us, he said, look, and I'll never forget this speech from this dude, because this is like, dude, this is as real as it gets. He's like, you guys been training hard. You've been working your asses off. And he says, you guys are about ready to go into combat. And some of you guys will not come back home from combat. So you guys need to enjoy your time here. And because you guys worked your ass off, you guys worked hard. Now I want you guys to go fucking party hard. And don't start shit with anybody. That's what he says. He says, don't start shit with anybody. But I'll tell you what, if anybody fucks with you, he says, you beat the fucking shit out of them. He says, you beat their ass. You let them know you're from the 3rd ACR. That was our unit. And then you get the fuck out of there. That's what he said. Our commander, our captain said, beat their ass and get the fuck out of there and don't get caught, because I don't want to get the call. That's a real motherfucker. You tell me you don't want to go to combat and you won't put your life on the line for that fucking dude. You fucking tell me that shit right now. This is a guy that wore our shoes, that did what we did. And he was leading men as a leader. We fast forward, it was like a month. It wasn't long. I didn't even know we were going to get a different captain. Guys, I didn't. We had this transition. We get a different captain. He got promoted, or he had to change units. And I thought we were going to deploy to Iraq with this fucking dude. I'm ready to like die for this fucking guy. No shit. And I would have. So he gets bumped out. We get a different captain in. Talk about the biggest fucking gut punch that our unit could have had, that my troop could have had. Same as a company, troop company, same thing. We're getting ready to go to NTC right before we get this new captain. This dude that we get is a fucking weekend warrior. Remember how I said there's different levels of like this rivalry and pogues and shit? This dude is some fucking pogue right off of the weekend warrior trail, meaning he was a National Guard dude. National Guard dudes are not fucking tough. They think they are. The only tough National Guard dudes are the ones that were regularly enlisted. These guys do 1 week in a month because they didn't have the balls to serve their country full fucking time. Neither did most of the United States have balls to serve their country full fucking time. They don't. And everybody's soft. I get it. I don't fit in with society because I'm an asshole, whatever. Or maybe just society's weak. Maybe society's weak at this point. We get this captain, dude. This guy was the biggest fucking shitbag you could have ever fucking asked for. You guys ever see the Band of Brothers series? Band of Brothers series about World War II and stuff. And I can't remember the captain's name, but there was a captain in there, like probably like episode 6 or 7 or something like that, middle to the end of the series. And he's the shitbag captain that took over for this other guy that was a really good captain. And they're all in their foxholes in Germany, in the winter time. And they're all like freezing, like almost freezing to death and shit. And this shitty commander captain that they had, like, wasn't doing nothing, man. And he killed the morale of the team, of their unit. And he got people killed, because that's what bad leadership does when you're in fucking combat. They get people killed. And so the point is that our captain that took over was just like that piece of shit in Band of Brothers. It was like a mirror image, dude. Like, I shit you not. We get this shitty commander. We're at NTC. It was so bad. My first sergeant ripped off. You don't do that. I'll tell you this before I tell you this. You never fucking do what our first sergeant did. Our first sergeant went into the fucking the talk, ripped off his rank, his first sergeant rank, threw it on the fucking table at the captain, and said, if you want to fucking lead this, I wasn't there, but I heard about it. He said, essentially, if you want to lead this way and you don't want to be a fucking leader, well, then I do not want to be your first sergeant. Dude, that's like Article 15, get your ass kicked out of the army type shit. Guys that have families and dedicated, 10, 13 years of their life, throwing your rank down on the fucking desk of your captain. You never fucking do that shit. But I'll tell you what, our first sergeant was a real motherfucker who was ex-infantry dude. He wasn't taking no shit from nobody. And that helped change things a little bit with the shitty ass leader. But it didn't fix the problem. It didn't fix the problem, guys. And I went into combat knowing we had a commander that was going to get people killed. I went into combat knowing fucking guys were going to die from this bad leader. Now, I know football ain't about life and death. Some of us that bleed silver or black, we feel like it's life and death, but it's really fucking not, right? But the point is you have two polar opposite type leaders. One was like my captain that I said went green to gold, that wore our boots, had his feet in our shoes. We could relate to him. We went the extra mile for that leader. The other guy was like the guy in Band of Brothers that you would never want to ever be your leader. And so how I relate this to the Raiders, the previous captain that the Raiders had leading the ship, Josh McClown, was just like that shitty leader that we had in my unit that got people killed. And the badass motherfucker that was going to go the extra mile for his people and that wore their shoes is none other than Coach motherfucking Antonio Pierce. So when your hair on the back of your neck stands up and you feel this dude, that's why he's the right guy. Because if you can get guys to want to work for you and they buy into what you're selling, they will not only go the extra mile for you, they'll put their fucking lives on the line for you. And that's the number one leadership trait of any leader. It's not about delegation. Everybody thinks leadership and good leadership's about delegation. No, good leadership is what Max Crosby just fucking did. Meaning you're willing to sacrifice yourself and what people think of you for the betterment of the team. That's what real and true leaders do. You're willing to sacrifice yourself for the betterment of the team. And that's real fucking shit. So shout out to fucking Antonio Pierce, because we got a real fucking captain leading these dogs, man. All right, let's bring in Raider Critique and then Protect the Shield. What up, man?
What up? What's happening, Hardcore? What's happening, Critique? Hey, man, I really felt that shit, Hardcore. That's real shit right there.
Yeah, bravo on the speech, bro. Because that's actually real talk, man. Yeah, no, it's not life or death. But having the right leader really makes a whole difference, man. And just to see how the team bonded behind this guy after the debacle we went through with Josh McDumdum. I mean, like, I was never against the Harbaugh hiring. I was never against Harbaugh coming over here either time. You know what I mean? Just wrong timing, man. You know what I mean? We had a guy in Rich Bisaccia who stood up for this team who rightfully should have got the job. But instead, he was moved on from for the big shiny new toy in Josh McDumbass. And that ended up being a terrible, terrible decision. You know, and then we're lucky to even have this opportunity once again, because to have this fall in our lap a second time, a dude who bleeds silver and black, who took this team from the depths of all to put us at the record that, 8-9, that's pretty fucking respectable. You know, and I think he deserved the job right off the bat. I was never against the Jim Harbaugh hiring, but I just think it was the wrong timing on either. I think Harbaugh would have been a whole lot better than Josh McDumbass. I don't think anybody wanted Josh McDumbass, and he literally damn near folded this team. Antonio Pierce is what brought this team back. So anybody who really didn't want Antonio Pierce as the coach, I just don't know what you guys were seeing on the field.
Yeah, I agree, man. Me personally, so, I come from a different viewpoint because I'm a Michigan fan, diehard Michigan fan from through and through. And even as a Michigan fan, like, I had the opportunity to really deep dive into Harbaugh, especially the last 8 years. He was my coach. And, I am so happy we won the national championship with him. Harbaugh knows a lot about football. Harbaugh is a good leader. Harbaugh did a great job in the NFL 14 years ago. Or no, it's like 10 years ago. I'm sorry. However, there's a lot of things about Harbaugh that people don't really realize that I realize as a Michigan fan. So, Harbaugh was never able to really win the big games before. He started off 0-5. Like, for Michigan, you get judged on really three things, but mostly you got to beat your rival, which number one is Ohio State. You got to be able to beat Michigan State, which is our little brother, and you got to be able to win your bowl games. Harbaugh started off 0-5 against Ohio State, and then it was a COVID year where we didn't even play Ohio State, luckily, because they would have beat us. It would have been 6 in a row that they beat us. And then after that, suddenly we got good at Michigan. Now, the whole bullshit that Harbaugh's going through right now with the sign stealing started in 2021, and that's when we got good. So and I'm not saying that, the sign stealing is what made Harbaugh what he is, but I'm just saying, without that whole sign stealing, we were doing terrible. So it's like, when I look at Harbaugh, like, yes, he did great. He got us that national championship, but I just did not want him with my Raiders because, for one, I don't think that he was going to relate to the guys the way that AP does. And I didn't think that, I think he was going to be kind of like how Gruden was the second time around, where, I think our offense was going to be old school, because one thing about Harbaugh, he likes his 2 tight end sets. He likes his fullbacks. He liked doing the fullback dive and all that. I think a lot of us with Raider Nation would have got, we would have been probably very frustrated after a while, because one thing about Harbaugh, he rubs off on people after a while. I mean, it happened in San Francisco. It happened in Michigan. But I think AP, is the perfect person, because, like you said, this man played ball. I mean, Harbaugh did too, but someone that was a defensive captain for one of the best defenses that we've seen in our generation. Because people forget that Giants team that he led on defense, they literally beat probably the best offensive squad that's ever existed. Like that Tom Brady and Randy Moss, where they broke every damn record. That was probably one of the best offenses we've ever seen, if you really think about it. They broke all the damn records.
So let me ask you something real quick here, man.
Yeah.
First of all, sorry, guys. I know I kind of jumped in here, a little rusty on doing some group shows, but make sure you guys tell everybody where they can find you. After I ask you this question, make sure you guys tell everybody where they can find you, and I'll have to pull up your links for your shows here in a minute, and I'll put them in the chat for everybody so they can subscribe to you guys. If you guys don't know, the Raider Critique has his own channel, so does Protect the Shield. So appreciate you guys coming on here. All right, so you said something important that kind of triggered something for me, or maybe think of something that I want to ask you, man. So when you look at that year where the Patriots, you said they had an elite offense, they were 17-0, Randy Moss, all that stuff. Mm-hmm. We all know how effective that offense was.
Yeah.
And then you look at the Giants and the team that they were. How much, like, would you say going into that, say the playoffs or maybe Super Bowl that year, would you say like the Giants were an underdog and definitely not expected to beat the Patriots?
Oh, by far. I mean, no one had them winning. You know, they were just a scrap. All we knew about the Giants is they were scrappy. You know, I mean, they had Eli Manning. You know, they had some good veterans. You know, I think they had Tiki Barber, but besides that, they were just a scrappy team with some good leadership on defense. They had Michael Strahan. I think they had
Justin Tuck.
Yeah, Tuck and Uso. I think a young Uso at that time. And Antonio Pierce. Yeah, he was the damn leader of that team. Like, he was the captain, and they were scrappy, man. They didn't give up. They just flew around to the ball, attacked that quarterback. They were maniacs, man. And he encompasses that. Like, he was a non-drafted, I think he was a non-drafted player, and worked his way up to that. That shows you his mentality, and that shows you he's all about accountability. So just kind of going back to your like war story, their military story, it's nothing like having a leader that can look at Max Crosby in the eye and say, I did this shit too. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's different. Like, McDaniels couldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of guys that just couldn't do that. You feel me? So salute to that, man.
Yeah, and that was kind of one of my points I wanted to say, like, kind of make, which you did, which is they were underdogs. They over exceeded expectations. And
hell yeah!
The Super Bowl from a mental mindset, you know, and that's what Antonio Pierce brings, in my opinion, a certain mental mindset that not everybody has. Like, everybody could be put in a leadership role. It doesn't mean everybody should be a leader, let alone is everybody born to be a leader. There's certain people in this world where you look at them and you just know they're born to be a leader. And Antonio Pierce is one of those guys. He was born to be a leader.
No, and I think that Mark was able to find that out, because when he had a chance to look at interim coaches, he could have easily went to a Rob Ryan. He could have, we had other coaches who's been coaches before, but he talked to people and he wanted AP, man. So shout out to Mark. A lot of people don't like Mark, but Mark made the right decision, man.
Yeah, for real, man. I mean, like,
Absolutely.
At least he looked at his options. See, like, to me, Harbaugh was never really an option because we never really interviewed him. It was nothing but speculation. Just because, okay, yes, he wanted to come back to the NFL, especially after, look, nobody seems to be talking about it, but what about all the fucking allegations against Michigan for cheating and all of this crazy shit? I mean, yeah, he's looking for a scapegoat. Obviously, I would think that he would want to stay in Michigan if that wasn't an issue, but I do think that is an issue, and it's why he's going to scapegoat and go to the NFL.
Exactly. He's running from a problem. He's running from a problem.
So why in the hell would we want to bring that juju over here? If anything, we need to be hoping and praying he goes to the Chargers.
Thank you, Critique. Thank you.
Over there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Now, I do have something I've got to do. So if you want to bring somebody on the panel in my place, that would be, greatly appreciated, because I've got some, some grown person shit I've got to deal with right quick. And then I can hop back on here a little bit later. I don't know how long you guys are going, but I'm all for this hiring. I don't think that there was a bad hiring, except for if it would have been a guy named Bill Belichick. All right. But I also don't believe that Harbaugh should have even gotten the nod over AP after what AP did on everything. I thought AP should have been number one. AP and Champ need to be number one. Now, all we need to do is retain our defensive coordinator, and let's run this shit, dude. I think we can do it with this coaching organization. I have faith in.
I like it. Yeah. If you got to bail out, that's cool, bro. I get it. But yeah, I'd like to talk about GM and some offense stuff and a few other things coming up here. But if you get time, maybe
I'll try to get back as soon as possible. This is baby mama drama bullshit. So I'll talk to y'all in a little while. You feel me?
That's all good, man. Appreciate you.
Already. Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, just give me a second here. I want to drop Raider critiques deal in here. I have time to do a lot of show prep here, but yeah, I don't know, man. I just feel like when I looked at the Harbaugh thing, I'll be honest, I was off the Harbaugh train the entire time. I know I didn't say much about that. because I wanted to kind of let some of this pass over before, I went live, did a video, stuff like that, you guys. But when I looked at the Harbaugh thing, I just kind of look at it, guys, like Harbaugh's like that pretty blonde or that pretty girl, or that you like, you want to date. I just feel like it's like you want to date, but she gives you the cold shoulder.
Yeah.
You keep trying, but like she just wants nothing to do with you. No matter the harder you try, the more she just wants nothing to do with you. And so for me, I feel like that's Harbaugh, in my opinion. When I look at the Harbaugh situation, he should have been a Raider this last go around when we got Josh McDaniels. And in my opinion, all Harbaugh did was use he played the Raiders like a fiddle. And
he leveraged negotiation to get more money.
He leveraged his situation against us for his betterment in the Michigan football team. So when I look at it and I'm like, why would anybody want Harbaugh? Just me personally, right? Like, why would you want that guy that didn't want you the last go around when he should have been a Raider the last time? If he was once a Raider, always a Raider, and he really wanted to be a Raider, he would have been a Raider the last go around. You know what I mean? So this go around, everybody, like a lot of people are like, hire Harbaugh. And I'll be honest, I did not want him for that reason. I don't want to be last in the pecking order.
No, I agree.
Have to overpay him and stuff like that. So, he might have the pedigree. I will say, he's probably the best coach or the best head coach if we want to develop a quarterback just because of his background. But I also feel like you could also get those skills through a good or great offensive coordinator and a good quarterback coach. So whether you draft a guy, you bring in a free agent, or you stick with Aiden O'Connell, I think, I don't think our offense and the offensive coordinator that we had this last year is the guy, but it doesn't mean we can't get the guy to get, that growth that we need out of a quarterback. But what were you going to say? Protect the shield.
Yeah, no, I agree. You're spot on, man. I think, when we really think about it, again, I feel like I just have a different viewpoint of Harbaugh because I've really, he's coached my team for a while. So there's a couple things that, like you said, he's been playing a lot of people to try to use it as leverage for negotiation and get more money. We know that. But, from a Raider or from a Michigan standpoint, I couldn't stand it because he's a guy that, a lot of people don't realize, after we lost to Ohio State 5 times in a row, he basically stepped down from calling plays. So he basically took the call playing duties off of his plate because we didn't really have a good offense, and he went and got Josh Gaddis from Alabama to call the plays. And a lot of people don't know the ins and outs of that. And even now, he wasn't calling plays for Michigan now, so people think that if we got Harbaugh, he's just going to make an offense great, because they think about his time in Stanford when he had Luck, and they think about the 49ers time. But, a lot of that, we're talking about, Harbaugh was not going to bring a potent offense to us because he's old school. His style is more like Gruden. It's playing safe. It's playing hard-nosed football, which I'm cool with. But I just think in today's day and age, you got to have an offense that's innovative. You got to have someone that's going to mix it up a little bit, someone that's aggressive. Harbaugh is very conservative for the most part. And he just wasn't the guy. So I don't even really want to talk about him no more because we got the right guy with the right attitude. He got Raider Nation hyped. Like hardcore, I used to always watch your shows, and during the whole McDaniels thing, you'd be pissed off, man. And now, like, people like you, like AP, and got you guys back excited again, man. Like, I was one of the few that, I was hoping that McDaniels did well because I'm an X's and O's guy too, but he just didn't work out. I was 1,000% wrong about McDaniels, but I'm glad now AP's bringing us all together for the most part, and I love it.
Yeah, no, I agree, man. Leadership, it's hard for me to explain. Like when I look at it, that's why I was trying to think how the best way I could explain it. And that's why I told my Army story. But it's real shit, and there's more to the story than I kind of talked about. But that was kind of the meat and potatoes of it. But just when you have a leader, like I kind of explained right before you guys came on about Max Crosby, and some people, you know, I seen it. I didn't say much about it, but you know, I seen people saying Max Crosby, no one bigger than the Shield. And,
Oh man, I hated
and
that.
I'll be transparent with you guys. I've gotten to the point where I'm just like, dude, what the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah,
Like, you know what I mean? Like, what is no one bigger than? I know what it used to mean, but what does it mean anymore? Because like, if we have players like Max Crosby who can help us win a championship, right? Like, and then we're just so willing to be like get rid of that guy.
oh
You know,
man,
like
yeah,
if no one's bigger than the Shield, I mean, it's almost like this oxymoron paradox, in my opinion, where if you're like, well, let's get rid of him if he doesn't want to be a Raider. I get it. Like, I want people that want to be a Raider and want to be on our team, but at the same time, you have to have guys that are willing to step up to the plate to do what's best for the organization. Like, if you think about it, let's say and I'll move on from the Harbaugh train here in a second, but Harbaugh or any other coach, you bring them in, they're going to tear this bitch down.
exactly.
You know? And if you're going to go for a rebuild, then there's no reason to have Devante Adams, Max Crosby, Josh Jacobs.
Yeah,
Going to guys they're going to get re-signed. There's no reason to have those guys. So those guys aren't bigger than the Shield either. So I guess we're just going to suck for the next 3 to 5 years. So to me, it's almost an idiotic thing for us to say. If you have studs on your team, keep those guys, build around them, and figure out a way to make it work to get us a fucking ring. Because here, dude, like who thought our defense would have been top 10? I said if our defense was top 15 this offseason, I thought we could go to the playoffs. It didn't work out. I think we're 6th in defense. But dude, that's amazing. Like, we outperformed, just like the Giants outperformed their expectations. This defense outperformed their expectations. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So if you can have a leader that gets that extra little oomph out of your team, that's a guy you got to keep. And you know, unless you want to go for a rebuild. And this is, in my opinion, guys, this is the most important offseason at least the Las Vegas Raiders have had, like, meaning, you know, since they moved to Las Vegas. But this could be the biggest offseason in Raiders, like, in a long, long time.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
You have to hit on the coach. You got to hit on the quarterback, whoever that question mark is, and you got to hit on the offensive coordinator, and you got to hit on the GM. You know, and when you look at certain things, like Devante Adams' contract jumps up to $44 million after 2024.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? And how are you going to keep Devante Adams after this next year? And how does Devante Adams, like, in his contract and his skill level and play tie into whatever quarterback or offense we're running? You know, so there's a lot of questions that have to be answered on this team. And Devante Adams is just a small piece of that. You know, if you're a good general manager, here's how it should be, at least in my opinion. And I'm going to ask you this too, because I want to know your opinion. Okay. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, you always got to know, like, your short-term goals in life and long-term goals, or at least you should have those, you know, so you're not just existing to exist. But I think a lot of GMs and a lot of leaders, like in these leadership roles, do it backwards. I think they look at the small picture first, meaning the short term, and then they try to look at the long term. But I don't think you can do it that way. I think you have to have your long term in place first. Okay. And I don't want to talk about Josh McDaniels, but this is why, if you look at the plan, I don't think the plan was ever going to work with Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler, because they were trying to do a long-term plan, like a 3 to 5 year plan, and win now. But when the pieces were in place and you look at it, there's no way that plan was going to work. They should have either done a complete rebuild from the start and then done their 3 to 5 year plan, or you do the short-term plan and you have to take away, stop looking so far down the road and focus more on the short-term plan. So in my opinion, you have to figure out your long-term plan, 2 to 5 years, 3 to 5 years. You know, I would say at least 2 to 4 years. Okay. Meaning players' contracts, who you're going to keep, who you're going to draft, things like that, positions you're going to draft. Figure some of that stuff out first, and then you figure out your short-term goals.
Okay. I feel where you're coming from. So I think we are.
You don't have to agree with me. So
no. You know, I'm gonna keep it real. So I think I agree to the point where you got to have your short term and long term goals in order. I think the only pushback I'll give to you is I think that McDaniels and Ziegler, they had a plan. I think in their mind it could have worked, and I think on the defensive side of the ball it worked. But with them being such Josh being such a offensive, guru in his mind, he didn't expect Jimmy to fail the way he did. I think he thought this offensive squad, just like a lot of us, was going to be the strength of our team. So I think ideally in his mind, he was like, "Hey, I'm calling the show. I'm a great offensive mind. Our offense is going to go as long as our defense progresses. They'll be fine." So the defense did. They held up their end of the deal. They held up their end of the bargain. And I think honestly, if we could have just got, if our offense could have just met expectations, not even exceeded, but just met what we thought they were going to do, we'd be a playoff team playing today, I think. But you're totally right, though. I think that. Go ahead.
Let me ask you something real quick on the defense, because you said that was like it worked out because that was McDaniel. So you're saying you feel like that the defense worked out because of Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler? Because
no. What I'm saying is, I think that I always thought Patrick Graham was a good coach. I thought he was a guy. I thought Patrick Graham had a good plan. But I think McDaniels and Ziegler, they more or less let Patrick Graham do his thing for the most part. I think that
defense did well because of John Gruden. I know nobody wants to talk about it. People are gonna, like, 98% of people will disagree with me. Listen, bro, just hear me out.
No, I hear you out.
Because we all have said, and I have too, that John Gruden can't draft. So I'm gonna read the names: Divine Diablo, Malcolm Kuntz, Trayvon Moehrig, Nate Hobbs, Amik Robertson, Max Crosby. You know who drafted those guys?
Yeah, I get that part. But I'm not about development, though.
You're right. They were developed, but I'm just saying, like, this defense did good with over half of our defense being guys that Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler did not draft or bring in. I was just mentioning the guys that John Gruden drafted and Mike Mayock.
Yeah.
And over 50% of this defense were at least, I'm not saying super studs, but at least difference makers. There's a couple pretty good guys in there, super stud and Max Crosby. The other guys that say pretty damn good that played very well for this Raiders team. So I'm just saying, like, I guess my main point, just kind of, on a little tangent there, is that we've all busted John Gruden's balls, but we give him at least a little respect for how this defense performed, because that, you know what, as far as I'm concerned, this defense rode John Gruden's coattails. I know 98% of people won't agree with me, but when you're starting over 50% of your defense of a previous coach that none of us give any respect to and their draft picks, we should at least tip our hat a little bit, because these guys helped this defense be top 6.
No, that's true. Now I agree with that point. I think, and honestly, I think that's what I like about Graham, because I feel like he's developing guys that for me that I liked. Because for one, like Gruden, we talk about like Malcolm Kuntz. You could tell Malcolm Kuntz was in John Gruden's doghouse. If Gruden was still here, I don't think Malcolm Kuntz would have been here, because he never got on the field, and then he just slowly got less and less playing time. Trayvon Moehrig, like, he's another guy that I think that really benefited from the continuity from our defense with Patrick Graham. And the thing is, these are guys that's going to continue to even get better, and that's why like Kuntz, Diablo, and Moehrig. Those three specifically, I think, have totally just gotten a lot better just from continuity. And I hope we can continue to have Patrick Graham. I know he's looked at some head coach opportunities, but even if he does stay another year, I think one of the big, a lot of people are talking about offensive coordinator that AP is going to bring in. We're going to have to always think futuristically about who's going to be the next defensive coordinator. Because if we have another good year on defense, our boy PG is going to be a head coach somewhere. So we got to think about that as well. Like, who's going to be next? We got to not only develop players, but we got to develop coaches as well. I think that's what good organizations do.
Yeah, facts, dude. I love it, man. And I mean, tip our hat to the defense, dude. I mean, if we would have got a different coach, you could say goodbye to all that progress. I mean, they could wipe the slate clean, because some of these guys gonna have contracts coming up, bro. The Trayvon Moehrigs, the Nate Hobbs, Amik Robertson, he's a free agent. I'm not saying he's like a stud cornerback, but I thought he did pretty well. Maybe earn maybe not a big contract, but see if he wants to stick around. So there's definitely some pieces in place, and that we can either continue with that, like with like you said, hopefully we keep PG, because if PG goes somewhere else this year as opposed to next year, it's going to be rough. I don't know. Someone, he's going to have some big shoes to fill. So hopefully he sticks around, and you know, and that's what the other reason why I'm excited. You know, you keep Antonio Pierce, hopefully Paul, or not Paul Gunther, Patrick Graham, the other PG, comes back, and then, you know, this defense can keep rolling, man. Because you're right, it did take those guys like a couple years to learn the scheme and kind of gel and stuff like that. Had my buddy in here, Jimmy Guns, up in the chat. Jimmy Guns gonna be going live on his card channel, guys. I'll try to pull that up here in a little bit. But if you guys want to check out Jimmy Guns coming up here after I go live, he's going to be doing some live like card out auctions and stuff like that, guys. So you guys could go check that out. All right, man. So defense, I think kind of covered that for the most part. I did want to touch on the defense and then get into maybe some of the offense stuff and then maybe wrap it up with GM.
Yeah.
But offensive coordinator, brother. I mean, I think about this. This is a tough one for me because I feel like there's a lot of moving parts. And
I got something to say about this that you'll like, but go ahead.
Okay. But so like to kind of open it up here, offensive coordinator, you know, I know there's been a lot of guys' names thrown out there. And like when I look at it, I kind of, you know, I almost think scheme and philosophy is almost more important. Like you got to have an offensive coordinator that can scheme to whatever quarterback you get. I don't want Justin Fields personally, but like whether it would be a Justin Fields or whoever you draft, you know, not saying we're going to get Caleb Williams or Drake May, but whether it was one of the top tier quarterbacks or a later round guy or whatever it might be, whoever the offensive coordinator is, we have to figure out a way so they can scheme to the skill sets of that player. Or even if we kept Aiden O'Connell, you know, so, yeah, go ahead. What are your thoughts on the offensive coordinator, stuff like that, bro?
So yeah, so for the offense, so for one, you know what excites me, and I know that, you know, just knowing you, the little time that I had in what you like. So overall, I love the fact that Marvin Lewis is one of AP's mentors. So you know where my mind goes when I think about Marvin Lewis. So,
here we go.
Yeah. So look, so and you were the one that early on, you was like, hey man, I need you to hit up our boy Hugh Jackson. Hey, I've been hitting him up, and I even been saying like, hey man, the nation loves you, blah blah blah. I'm actually going to have him again on my show on Tuesday.
Shit.
Yeah, you know, we're going to talk about some stuff, man. But you know, me personally, man, I would love the fact that Hugh Jackson come in, you know, maybe at least coach the quarterbacks. You know, I'm not sure if he would get, you know, an opportunity to be a head or to be an offensive coordinator right away, but I love the fact because, you know, Marvin Lewis is Hugh Jackson's mentor as well. So I know they're all in the same circle, but I just want to throw that in there because I know you like Hugh Jackson as much as I do, man. So I do have a interview coming up with him on Tuesday. But, you know, as far as like you said, though, I really think it's all about the scheme as well. You got to be able to have a coach who can, you know, have a scheme that can fit the personnel that he has. Aiden O'Connell, I do not think he's going to be the guy. I don't think he's terrible, but I think, you know, in the right situation, he could be okay, but he's not the guy that I want. I want, you know, someone that's more modern, someone that can, you know, move a little bit more athletic. But like you said, we got to have a coach that can play to our strengths. You know, if we got a quarterback that's just a pocket guy, a pure pocket guy, you know, be able to scheme some guys open, be able to protect that quarterback in the pocket. If we got someone like a Justin Fields, be able to get him rolled out to where he's comfortable throwing on a run and stuff like that. So there's been a couple names that was brought up. I know the passing coordinator of Miami. I'm kind of curious to hear more about him. I think people have been talking about
Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah, Cliff Kingsbury. I don't know about. Only thing about that is I just don't know. I don't know if his system's going to work for what we have, because we'll literally have to scrap everything, because a lot of our linemen are bigger power type linemen to run the power scheme. With Kingsbury, we're going to need those faster linemen. So I don't know if we have what it takes to do that, but I don't know.
Yeah, hell yeah. So I want to wrap up something you were saying about Hugh Jackson, and my buddy writer Dave was saying something about Eric Bieniemy. I'll tell you, I do like Eric Bieniemy. I'd love to bring him in here. I think he's a great offensive mind, and he can probably help our team against the Chiefs, you know, because he knows Mahomes very well. Mm-hmm. But I guess thoughts on Eric Bieniemy, but I do want to say something about Hugh Jackson real quick. Hugh Jackson, I seen some stuff online. Someone had said something about it. Maybe think of you because the interview you did. If you guys don't know, Protect the Shield interviewed Hugh Jackson about like 7 months ago, and it was a great interview. But Hugh Jackson did say if he was to come back to the NFL, there was only one team that he would ever want to coach for, and that was the Raiders. So that meant a lot to me. Hugh Jackson, like for me personally, he was the only head coach I liked after John Gruden. I wasn't a big Jack Del Rio fan. I thought he was okay, but other than like my favorite coaches, like the last 20, 25 years is like John Gruden, Hugh Jackson, and then now Antonio Pierce.
Yep.
Other than that, most of the other coaches, just me personally, I wasn't a big fan of. But when you look at Hugh Jackson, I don't know if you followed him much at Grambling. Was it Grambling State?
Yeah, Grambling. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I don't know why his team struggled a little bit because I saw some people talking about that and whatnot. But I like my outside looking in. I'm curious on your opinion on that struggle because it's a valid point, but I don't know. But a lot of those smaller colleges, they have a hard time getting the talent as other schools, and that puts you behind the curve. So that makes it tough to have a winning organization and whatnot. So I'm just curious if you watched any of those games, any thoughts on his time at Grambling State? And then was he calling the plays over there, or how much did he have a impact on the offensive plays being called at Grambling?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, dealing with the SWAC, that's where Deion was from, when he was with Jackson State. It's just a different ball game because, the talent level is just different than, of course, the NFL or in college. So, being in the SWAC, it's going to take you a while because Grambling, before Hugh Jackson got there, I mean, they were just terrible. They were trash. They lost a lot of games. But just like anything else, it takes, a few cycles to really get the right guys that you need. Right, yeah. And I think that's all it was. He just didn't have the talent. He didn't have, he had a very good quarterback that was supposed to go there, but the quarterback got in trouble. He was a 5-star recruit. He was at somewhere, I forgot what college he was at, and then he ended up going to Grambling, but then he got in trouble and couldn't play. But it was just one of them circumstances. Like you go to the SWAC, it's just not it. If it's going to take, I think Eddie George is there. He's coaching in like Tennessee State. So, a lot
different. I got you. Yeah.
It's just a different ball game, man. It's not like he was at Ohio State coaching and failed. Like he just didn't have talent.
More with the NIL and stuff, and I just feel like some of these colleges, you almost have to be more of a politician than you do a coach, to bring in these guys and pay them, and and if you don't have the funds for your school or however that stuff's working out.
Exactly.
It's going to make it tough. You're going to definitely be behind the curve. So I could definitely see that. And then
the
other thing where people kind of critique Hugh Jackson, I guess, besides Cleveland. That one would be at Cleveland. But my opinion, outside looking in, I don't, because that was the Johnny Manziel era, right? Or
that was Baker.
Oh, the beginning of Baker, yeah. I don't know. I've never been a Mayfield fan. He's done well this year, but that dude definitely had to be humbled because, he was not as good as he, was trying to, pretend to be. And a guy like him was a pain in the ass. But who was before Baker? Wasn't it Johnny, or was Johnny like a?
It may have been Johnny, but I don't think
like
I don't
3
think
or 4.
There.
Like I think Hugh Jackson was there like 3 years or something. I want to say.
Yeah.
But, besides, I mean, like the Raiders have a dysfunctional franchise, so it's not like we can talk, but I mean, a dysfunctional franchise and not being able to hit on the quarterback and stuff like that, so I don't knock Hugh Jackson for the struggles in Cleveland. I mean, they've struggled for a long time, and it makes it hella tough to I think build a team, let alone win with them, especially with some of the stuff Hugh Jackson was dealing with. I think you got to bear not a fair shake in Cleveland. But what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. What's up, Critique? I think the biggest thing there was, if you watched, what's the show? Hard Knocks. That Hard Knocks with the Cleveland Browns that year.
Yeah.
When Baker was a rookie, Hugh Jackson literally was the one, and that's why Baker didn't like him. Hugh Jackson was the one that was holding him accountable. He said, "Hey, you see Tyrod Taylor? You know, you see how he's the first one in, last one out. He said, you need to do that. He said, you need to be here before Tyrod does. You know, you can't be coming in late. You can't be coming on time. You know, if Tyrod is coming in at 4:30 in the morning, you need to come in at 4:30 in the morning. And that's the stuff that Baker necessarily he didn't like. So he didn't like that he wasn't just given the number one QB1 spot. He didn't like that he had to beat out a veteran like Tyrod Taylor. So stuff like that, man, it's people are going to look at it like, okay, well, they still sucked, whatever. But it's like life lessons like that go a long way. You know, he's all about accountability and making people earn it. I mean, even during the Raider times, like you guys remember, you know, in 2010, we were terrible. Then all of a sudden he calls the offense. Darren McFadden looks like a future Hall of Famer. You know, he makes Jason Campbell look pretty good. You know, he's getting the most out of Jacoby Ford, getting the most out of Hayward Bay. He's getting the most out of these dudes. In 2010, Zach Miller was a Pro Bowler. Like, you know, and then once he becomes a head coach that following year, everything was lined up to be okay. But then we had probably one of the worst years as a Raider. Al Davis dies one week. The very next week, Jason Campbell gets hurt for the season. The very next week, Darren McFadden, who was the head runner for the MVP, gets hurt. So it's like through all that, we still go 8-8. So it's like,
yeah, no, I was just gonna say, I mean, you know, I know a lot of people in Raider Nation would not want Hugh Jackson because he's older. You know, I forget how old he is, but he is older. Yeah, he's older. But you know, I would love for us just to find a spot somewhere in this building for that
quarterback coach, man. Quarterback coach or just dude.
Yeah. He's got a football mind, dude. He could help. Think about this, like you said, quarterback coach. He could help an offensive coordinator be an offensive coordinator. He has all the skill set. He did not get a fair shake in Cleveland, and he didn't. Let's be honest, he didn't get a fair shake with the Raiders. He should not have been fired for the Carson Palmer trade. I'm not going to go over it in this because you went over it with him, and you know, I'll let it come straight from the horse's mouth because I don't want to spread false information about the Carson Palmer trade. But he said what happened. He wasn't bitter about it. He was cool about it.
Yeah.
You know? But, you know, if he's going to be judged and let go from the Raiders just because of the Palmer trade, you know, and I think everybody took that, the post press conference when he, you know, ended the Raiders. I think they took it wrong where he's like, I'm going to have a bigger hand in everything. I think he said that because if you listen to the interview you did with him, he was talking about the defense and how the defense had struggles and how he was essentially so focused on the offense that he should have had a bigger role in making sure the defense was doing what they needed to do. So in that press conference, when he said, I need to do more, I don't think it was like, I'm going to control the whole team like a general manager. I think it was, he knew he kind of messed up by not getting the defense up to par.
He was putting accountability on himself. That's what he was doing.
Everybody took that out of context, bro. And I thought
everybody
before you interviewed him.
Never had no problems with Hugh, bro. Never had no problems with Hugh. I mean, it's just like when we got rid of him, right? And I think, what was it, Tom?
For Dennis Allen. For Dennis Allen, of all people.
Dennis
That's what we got rid of him for.
Yeah, that's right. Because Hugh Jackson was like the last 8-8 that we had before, you know, we finally started making playoffs again. I forgot about that because I remember Tom Cable coming out there going, we're not losers. And then he got fired. And then here comes. And I think Hugh Jackson was after him, but he literally got the shit into the stick.
He did.
Darren McFadden was leading rusher before that injury that year too.
Exactly.
I remember when we won that Al Davis redemption game.
Yeah.
10 minutes. I was at that game.
Oh, let's not.
And I was running. I was running my mouth the whole time in Houston. Had my shirt off, wearing my tattoo, just yelling Raiders.
Yeah, the Bronco game. Hell yeah.
Monday Night Football or Sunday Night Football. That Bronco game was huge, dude. I was around a bunch of Bronco fans where I live, dude. That was a big game, dude. Broncos were not a terrible team back then like they are now. You know, that was a pretty big, big victory that year against the Broncos.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man, you know, like finally we get the redemption that we wholeheartedly needed.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we've backed some coaches back in the day that we felt like didn't really get a good shake.
Yeah. That's true.
Hugh Jackson being one of those guys, bro.
Yeah. No, you're 1,000% correct, man. And and it's not all about you, Jackson. That's just a guy that I've always respected.
No, I know.
But I just think ultimately it's just about, certain coaches give us a feel like we all are Raider fans for a certain reason. It's because we love our team and we know our team is different. Our team is not like the Chiefs. We're not like the Chargers fan. We're not like literally it's like us and everyone else, man. It's like, and I think that's why so many people were so pissed about, the whole McDaniels era. I know Critique was pissed, and I know you too were hardcore. I tried to be as level-headed as I could, but I was wrong. But the thing about us is we know that we do shit different.
I've been wrong too, and I try to always admit when I'm wrong. Like, hey,
me too.
I respect the hell out of you that you like. At least most guys won't like be humble themselves enough to be like, hey, dude.
Oh yeah.
And it wasn't that I wanted to be right, bro. I just want what's best for the Raiders, and I just felt like personally, like he was not what's best for us to win a championship. And so, like, I'm not here on my high horse being like I'm right. I don't want to be that guy. I just want to be like, hey,
yeah, no, I know.
I'm happy that Mark Davis made the right decision moving on from him, and I'm happy that he did the right decision for him hiring Antonio Pierce. Because I'll be honest with you guys, I've been tripping fucking balls this last week, 2 weeks. Like I wanted to go live, but I'm like, I'm gonna go off, and like I don't want to pass judgment. I'm gonna try to stay positive as hard as it has been. Because I'm like, Mark Davis gonna fuck this up again.
I know.
I've been sitting on my hands just like you've been, bro. I'm not even trying to look at my phone, and every time I look at my phone, it just pisses me the fuck off. You know who you are. You know what I'm saying? You know who you are, pissing me off with your Harbaugh talk. You know what I mean? But I mean, like I said, I didn't really have a problem with the Harbaugh talk. It's just like the feeling is there. If the feeling is there, don't deny it. When you have your key players, dudes who are fucking the reason why this team did so well last year, and it's because they got motivation behind a true leader going, look, if you fire this motherfucker, I'm going to ask to be released. That says something. And
I wasn't mad at it at all. I was not mad at it at all.
Neither was I, because I respect
get
players' positions. I'm not in their shoes. You know what I mean? I didn't spend my life fucking at 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, all the way up to where the fuck they are now playing football. All right? These guys, this is a lifelong dedication. These dudes know this shit inside and out. And they also know a true leader when they see one.
Yeah.
They have to say certain things on camera because they are paid to do so. But how they really truly feel, you have to go by with what these guys, how they feel, because maybe not all the time, because maybe a lot of them are just divas, in certain aspects, like a Terrell Owens or, motherfuckers who just love to cause drama, right? But a dude like Max Crosby, a dude like Devante Adams, these guys were not known to be divas. But when they speak out and say something, you should listen to them.
Well, let's keep it a buck too, bro. When John Gruden got rid of Khalil Mack, most of us were irate, really pissed. And what did we hear for 2 or 3 years after that? When are the Raiders going to get a defensive end? When are the Raiders going to get a defensive end? When are the Raiders over and over and over, dude? That's all the media talked about. When are we going to get a defensive end? I don't fucking care what round Max Crosby was drafted.
We got him.
But I'm going to tell you this right now. If we look at Khalil Mack's career, we look at
damn good pair.
Ooh, talk your talk, hardcore.
How many years in the league, Max Crosby is not only having a better career than Khalil Mack did, but Khalil Mack is a silent type leader, which that's not the type leader we need on this Raiders, the Raider way. We need a Max Crosby type leader to lead the defense. And now we have the leader that we all wanted when Khalil Mack was gone, right? We all have that leader in Max Crosby, and now the leader steps up, says something. So not only do we not give John Gruden any credit for in Max Crosby, but we're not going to give him any credit that we have the defensive end guy, career, and leader. And when he steps up to be a leader, now we don't want him to be a leader. Go back in your little cave and be whoever, get the fuck out of here.
I love that.
What's bigger than the shield? That's somebody that's doing what's right for the team, and that's what a true leader does.
Hardcore. Or go ahead, critique.
Khalil Mack, I don't feel the same way. I do believe that your contract's coming up, so I hope we get you back, and it would be badass to see you both on the field on the same defense. Please come back to the Raiders.
I don't want him back. I ain't gonna lie. I don't want him back.
Good powder blues, bro. You look like a queer. You need to get the fuck out of them powder blues, bro, and come back to the silver and black. Take a contract, take a small contract. Come on back. And you could back up Malcolm Kuntz and get one of those legend contracts over here and retire a Raider. You know what I mean? Just I'd take Khalil Mack back. Let's be real about it. The dude was leading the league in sacks last year
because of us.
Yeah, and,
he had like 6 against us.
But I mean, he was doing a damn good job. But let's be real, man. Fucking Malcolm Kuntz has done a great job this year.
But
give it up to fucking Malcolm Kuntz, man. Give it up
to
the
difference in leadership, though. I mean, let's be like, what do you think about the difference in leadership of Khalil Mack?
The difference in leadership is unimaginable. But those fucking turnovers that Khalil Mack causes, could you imagine Max Crosby and Khalil Mack on the same defense? That would be dangerous. Jesus, that would be dangerous. Because Khalil Mack creates turnovers. He's always created turnovers. You know what I'm saying? I think he did it again last year. I mean, dude. Yeah, I mean, the comparison in between the two of them is night and day. They're pretty much the same individual, except for one's silent and the other one's vocal. You know what I mean? But they're both relentless on quarterbacks. Quarterbacks fear those men when they see them. And when people like that talk, who can play at that level, critique listens, man. Because I would never be that good to be able to play at that level. When Stuart Schwaggart is saying that AP needs to be the guy, I'm listening to Stuart Schwaggart. You feel me? You know what I mean? I'm not listening to fucking some guy who ain't never taken a snap in football tell me that Jim Harbaugh is going to be the best damn coach that this team ever saw when he wasn't even looked at. We didn't even interview that motherfucker.
It's like,
you know what I mean?
Like somebody it's like someone that's having marital problems, right? And you're going to get marital advice from someone who's been divorced like 3-4 times. You know what I'm saying? So like, there's some people of Raider Nation that they fall in that category. I'll just leave it at that. But
no, women do that all the time. Women always get relationship advice from their single friend.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
who's single for a reason.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I mean, man. It's just like we all finally need to unite together because we finally got the coach that this team not only wholeheartedly needed, but us as a fan base.
Yeah.
The Raider legacy, what we needed to bring this all back together because we got so misconstrued over that Patriots West legacy bullshit. People were willing to sell out the Raider legacy to bring that shit in here. And obviously it did not work. It's not going to work over here. We need to be able to build on our legacy because it was the legacy that Al Davis left us, and he left us to protect it.
Me against the world, dude. AP said it, man. He has that mentality. Dude, this is my opinion. I think the NFL obviously pushed out John Gruden. Not saying I agree with what he said, whatever, but we've all fucked up, right? He got pushed out. They don't want that hardcore, like, kind of coach style. You know what I mean? Necessarily. But I think they pushed on Josh McDaniels. This is my tinfoil hat theory. And I think their biggest fear was what the Raiders just did.
Oh, yeah.
Hire a real Raider like Antonio.
Oh, Pierce. Yeah.
He's embracing life by the balls, man. Me against the world, dude. Raider mentality.
Imagine if this AP thing works, man. Because now, as much as I love AP, I got to admit, though, from a slighter different side, I think Dan Campbell kind of started this train as far as having some guy that is kind of rough around the edges, that's not necessarily super polished, but is just a guy that you just look at like, I'm a fucking run through a wall for you. Like, Dan Campbell, honestly, I fucking love that dude. Listening, I mean, as a Raider fan, I love hearing that dude talk, man, because I'm like, dog, I need me a coach like him. But the thing is,
I heard Dan Campbell. I grabbed my dog's foot. I started biting his ankles, bro.
I'm like, let's go. So I'm like, but the thing is, but that's good for Detroit because that's kind of how they are. But we're like a West Coast version. Like everything about AP is just like exactly what we stand for, just as a fan base. Like most of us, I mean, of course there's pussies in all fan bases, but most of us, we stand on business. We stay, we're all about just being real. We're hardcore. We like what we love. We don't mind marching to our own beat. And that's what AP stands for, man. Like the dude's not trying to be like everyone else, man. And I fucking love that, because as a fan base, that's who we are. We don't want to be like any other. We don't want to be a copy of no one. We want people to copy us. And AP, I'm telling you, if this works out, you're gonna start seeing other coaches that's kind of from the same cloth as him. You're gonna start seeing coaches emulate him a little bit. And we're gonna be like, hey, you guys are copying us. You guys are copying AP. We'll see it. Mark my word. If he works out, you're gonna start seeing fucking not Ray Lewis, but like other. Yes, yeah. Like even something like that. With
that's real talk. Yeah, he says, "I will, we will, I believe, we believe."
Yep.
But that's truth, man. I'm telling you, dude, from Army combat veteran, dude. I know people that like do desk jockey jobs don't understand it, and they think they do, and stuff like that. Shots fired. But for those of us like blue collar guys that like that do that grind and shit, and like we understand it, like
it's different.
The belief,
you gotta have that, man.
It starts with the belief, man. And the Raiders have this is why we've played down to our opponents. This is why we've got our ass beat by the Chiefs. We did not believe we could do it. When you have guys like a Jack Jones it was not Jack Jones. It was, I think, Amik Robertson. After we lost to the Chiefs the first time, Amik was essentially like, I know we're better than that team. And he was pissed.
He meant
it. Like, you could tell, you looked in his eyes when Amik was like, I know we're better than the Chiefs. And some guys are like, what do you mean you're better than the Chiefs?
Yeah.
You guys suck. And then Jack Jones going into the next Chiefs game, he's like, you know what?
I love that.
Jack the magician. So, like, you know what I mean? The magician,
I love that.
We got this. So you have something of belief, and that's where winners are started. You have to mentally have it in your mind that you will not lose. That losing is not an option. And if you have that mentality in your players, and you have a coach that can bring that out, that is the first step to progress. It's not X's and O's. Everybody thinks it's X's and O's. No, it's a mental mindset. Everything else can happen after that. You can teach a dog to do almost anything, but you got to have that first step, man. And this team and these players, they got it, man. I'm telling you, some of these guys, they got it.
Hey, let me piggyback on that, because when you got a dangerous team who not only believes that they will not lose, but they refuse to lose, that's when they become dangerous. That's when they become dangerous, because they have nothing to lose at this moment.
Yeah.
And dudes who played like Darius Philon, when he went out there and played with reckless abandon, he refused to lose. He fucking went so hard, he hurt himself going as hard as he went. When you got guys who will do that, and he did that for Rich Bisaccia, by the way, and Max Crosby with his blown out fucking knee did it for an AP.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's that type of motivation, man. You can't replace that. That makes people dangerous, because now you have no idea what the fuck they're capable of, but they do. They know exactly what they're capable of, and they're about to move mountains on your ass.
Yeah. And what did AP say? What did AP? I feel you, bro. It's preach, brother. Hey, what did AP say? He says, like, we don't have to be liked, but we will be respected.
We'll be respected.
Damn right.
You know what I mean? Like, you ain't coming to our house and getting an easy victory. We are not the get right team no more. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Gone are the days where, a team can just circle the Raiders and be like, oh, victory or win. No, those like, if you beat us, you're going to be in a fight for one. You're going to be in a fight for 60 minutes. From the first snap to the last whistle, you're going to be in a fight. And if you win, you're the better man, but you're going to be in a fucking fight for it. And that's what, and that's what he embodies, that right there. So, I just love it, man. And it's just one of those things that, just as a fan, and I know you guys feel it too, man. It's like for so long, we've kind of just went through the motions, but right now is the first time I feel that we really got something that we can unite over, because for one, everyone's happy about this. Well, I won't say everyone, but there's like a 3% that are pissed off for some reason.
98%.
Yeah,
98% are happy about this. All the Facebook groups, everybody is cheering this.
Everybody's
except
happy.
For maybe a couple.
Exactly. But the good thing about it is it's going to bring us together, because even if we go through some adversity next year, everyone's not going to jump off the ship, because we're going to still give them time, because we all want this. So we all, you know, if he starts off a little rough, we're going to be like, okay, let's go. Let's get it together. We're not going to be, oh, fire AP. Like, we're all going to be, you know, in it together, because when Josh McDaniels came, we're like a 50-50 split. Some people liked him, some didn't. So as soon as Josh did bad, people was ready to fire him. But now we're all in this AP together. So we're going to try to rally him to be better, to get the right people, hold them accountable. We're all in this shit together. I love it, man.
And I do believe that he will hold himself accountable.
Oh, absolutely. That's mindset.
Which is a whole hell of a lot more than what I could say for the last coach, who threw every player under the bus and did it to everybody except for himself.
It's true.
I mean, the leadership quality in between Josh McDaniels and Antonio Pierce is night and day.
Night and day.
Night and day.
I agree.
Auntie said, question on the panel on the flip-flops in the nation that wanted Harbaugh and now happy AP. Facts, man. I was gonna say, I'll leave it at that. Just facts.
Yeah,
it is. It's facts.
Yeah. But you know what? Honestly, I don't see too many people that wanted Harbaugh that are excited about AP. I think a lot of them Harbaugh people are still going to be kind of in the outside. Like if anything goes wrong with AP, they're going to be like, told you. And
they'll be the first ones.
Yeah, they're going to be the first ones. I told you. All he does is smoke cigars and drive his Lolo. Like, shut up.
Yeah. Shout out to our homie Raider Dave. Grimecast
sometimes it's all you need.
He used to chop it up with.
Sometimes it's all you need. Plus, a couple Pro Bowl rings and a Super Bowl ring also kind of helps.
Oh yeah.
Just saying. I mean, I don't have a Super Bowl ring on my fingers. You feel me? I don't.
Hey, we got
so
I feel it with this coach, brother. I feel it with this coach. I believe.
Me too. I believe too, bro.
Hey, so shout out to
he was a player, man, and that's what makes me believe.
Yeah,
he was a player. I mean, that right there says just so much. On top of playing at such a high level,
he gets it, and then you get people like Michael Strahan said, "Hey, when we need to get fired up, we would look at AP." This was someone like Michael Strahan, a fucking Hall of Fame gold jacket guy, is saying about AP. Like, when we needed to get fired up, when we needed leadership, when we needed someone to kind of help us see the way, we looked at AP. To me, that's all I need to know, man. That's all I need to know.
By the way, one of the most famous TV personalities that came from the NFL today, by the way, Michael Strahan. You know what I mean? So not only did he build didn't he fucking build a career fucking as a football player, but he also moved on to bigger and better things because of the decisions he made. And he's talking like that about Antonio Pierce. I think I'm going to open up my ears and listen at least a little bit to him when it comes to something like that.
Michael Irvin, JJ Watt,
RG3, yeah, tons of guys.
RG3, yeah. I mean,
it's not too often we get that kind of love from the national media, you know,
right?
Yeah. So
right, I was like, JJ Watt said some shit. I'm like, I don't know, man. It just feels different this time around, man.
It does. I feel it too, man. But our homie Raider Dave, he said Max Crosby also makes players around him better. This is why stress remaining positive for this defense. Whoever doubted this defense, they're worse. I think that's what you meant. Those doubts, Max, take personal. Yeah, dude. I mean, he does. And my homie Raider Dave, man, if you guys watched when we were live with the draft, he was there when we got Tyree Wilson. And I don't remember who Raider Dave wanted. I wasn't disappointed we got Tyree Wilson. I know a lot of us wanted
Jalen Carter. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, a lot of people wanted Jalen Carter. I kind of have my own opinion.
I didn't know how to react, man.
But Raider Dave said something from
I wanted a fucking quarterback, but we got Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah,
you feel me? So I was bummed about that, dude. We waited till the 4th round to get a fucking quarterback.
From the get-go, our homie Raider Dave said when we drafted Tyree Wilson. He said he can be good, but he's got to work on his hand stuff. And he mentioned Max Crosby, and Max Crosby did his jujitsu hand moves, and you know how Max Crosby developed a lot more. I'm kind of paraphrasing, obviously, but you know, Dave ended up being right, and I didn't know that about Tyree Wilson, that he has bad hand movement. And stuff.
His
So,
hand-to-hand combat was bad.
You know, Raider Dave was saying something about like Max Crosby and his leadership and stuff like that. If you know, I know Max Crosby had his knee surgery and like he's probably going to have this rehab, you know, period. But if Max Crosby can help develop Tyree Wilson to get that hand movement, like that jujitsu style stuff, like Raider Dave was saying, literally the second after we drafted him or minutes after we drafted him, Raider Dave was talking about that, then Tyree Wilson can be a much better player. Like we're going to go into the season, guys, and Tyree Wilson is not only not going to be dealing with an injury like he was coming out of college and that stuff. Not saying he's going to be a defensive end, whether it's defensive end or on the interior D line.
Put him inside, baby. He did fucking great inside.
If he gets his hands better in a full offseason, if he commits himself, he has to commit himself. So many of these guys, they say all this stuff and then they don't commit, dude. They don't do enough, you know? Like I tweeted something or whatever kind of a few times, but talking about Jerry Rice, man. You guys remember when Jerry Rice lost the NFC Championship to Michael Irvin and the Cowboys? He told Michael Irvin like the next day, like, I'm already going to be working out. That's the best wide receiver to ever play the game. Had told another, you know, star wide receiver, I'm going to be grinding as soon as fucking tomorrow kind of thing. After the championship game, almost going to the Super Bowl kind of deal. So I'm just saying, like, even some of the elite guys were already putting in work like within the next week after the season ended.
Yeah.
I know you have to let your body recover some of that, but my point is this: no matter how much potential you have or great you could be, if you don't put in the work like a Jerry Rice did, you know, to be great, you won't be great. This is why Max Crosby is great. We need guys on this team like Tyree Wilson to step up to the plate and put in that work this offseason to be ready to go next season.
This is going to be great motivation to have Max Crosby sitting in there going, hey, motherfucker, yeah, we've only fucking haven't been practiced for a week. Let's hit the gym. You know what I mean? And get right back to it. So, like, that, yeah, to me, that's just absolutely outrageous how some people were just like, nobody's above the shield. You can't do this, Max Crosby. Yes, you can. At a moment, it's about time that some people do need to step up. Hell, that's why some of us even do podcasting, because some of us were tired of fucking losing year after year after year. We were going to step up and say something about it and hold this team accountable.
He's doing what's best for the Shield. How about that? Why don't we make that a slogan? Do what's best for the Shield.
It's not protect the Shield.
He did what's best for the Shield.
Protect the Shield.
Yeah, you got it.
That's why, honestly, that's why I created it, man. Like I said, I started this YouTube shit watching people like you guys, man, because you guys been in it for a while, man. But, you know, I started in April of this year. But the reason I started this shit was because, you know, the whole Carr thing divided our squad, which you guys know. And, like, I got so tired of people that were, like, putting players over the team, man, and that what bothers me. So it's like, I'm like, man, at all costs, players come and go, but we got to protect the Shield. And that's why, like, even with the Max thing, people are like, well, no one's above the Shield, but you know, no one's above the Shield. But the thing is, Max literally embodies the Shield. Like, people say, oh, Al Davis wouldn't put up with this Max shit. Yes, he would. Al Davis would fucking love Max. Because Al Davis knows that nothing is more important than a Shield to Max Crosby. Max works harder than everyone else in that building.
Preach.
You know, Max Crosby puts in more hours than anyone in the off or anyone in the front office, anyone in the training facility, anyone that plays. Yeah, like he's there more than the coaches are there, man. So, like, yes, if Max wants to say something that pisses him off, then fucking say it. Max has a free range to say whatever the fuck he wants, man.
Yeah.
Well, he's the only one. He's the only one that can say that shit.
Well, and I'm gonna say this.
Logic. You know, everybody wants to say it's talking shit, but really, it's not talking shit. It's talking logic. It's like, whoa. You know, like, dude, please don't leave. Please don't leave. Like, our defense isn't shit without you. You're the one who motivates this defense to play better. Sure, we got dudes like Robert Spillane, but what would Robert Spillane be able to do by himself?
I'm going to share some with you guys that you guys and some of our old school guys like Raider Dave will know, and stuff like that. But you'd said something about Raider podcasters and whatnot. So, I've listened to a lot of guys. Everybody kind of has their own niche, or they're really good at like certain areas or whatever. And I don't know if you used to watch me back in the day before the virus and stuff like that. But we used to have pretty big panel group shows. And I'll tell you, like when you have anytime you have more than like 2 or 3 people on here to keep everybody happy and the show flowing and it to sound good and try to stay somewhat on topics, it's tough. Like it's a challenge.
It's very tough.
And what you have to do, if you're the leader or the host, what you should do to be a good leader
Moderate.
is put the team first and figure out how to get the best out of the team. Right. So, and I listen to a lot of Raider content, and I'm not just saying this because you're out here, but I've listened to a lot of people. Okay. And I'm going to tell you this, dude, that hopefully you respect, but also, should help motivate you. I've listened to a lot of guys, and you are the best guy in all of Raider Nation I've ever heard when it comes to doing interviews outside of maybe Q and guys that do it like professionally on the radio. Your one-on-one interviews and how you get best out of your team and the way you eloquently ask the questions. You've done your research, dude. You're the best in Raider Nation, dude. And I'm not trying to take away from other guys because I know they're good at their stuff, but your one-on-one interviews, like you did with Hugh Jackson, like you have a natural fucking talent for doing that, bro. And I'm not just blowing smoke up your ass because you're on here. I'm just being fucking real with you, man, that not everybody has that gift. It is a gift. You know what I mean? And so hopefully you take that deer and you use that to excel because you're really fucking good at it, bro. Like straight up.
I appreciate it, man. And that means a lot from like, hearing it from you and like say, even critique being here. Cause I've watched you guys before I even thought about doing this. You guys are guys that I've always respected. And I just wanted to find my own lane. You know what I'm saying? Like I wasn't the one that wanted to do, a certain type of content. I always wanted to come in. I came into this wanting to do something like with more of a positive spin. I didn't want to have a whole bunch of like people upset and yelling about stuff because we all get upset about shit. But I was like, man, I really want to talk to.
That's my biggest problem. I get upset about a lot of shit, bro.
But no, that's okay though. No, that's okay because because the thing is we're authentic. But but hardcore, I really appreciate that because that's what I wanted. I wanted to have real good conversations and talk to these guys. Ask them questions that I feel that other fans want to hear because I'm a fan just like everyone else. I just want to like bring all this information that they're telling me to you guys. That's why, when I told you Jackson, I was like, hey, I want to have you on the show again. I was like, I literally just want more stories. Give us more Raider stories, stuff that none of us know. It could be little stories or big stories. Like my fan base would fucking love that. Like we love hearing the old Al Davis stories. You know what I'm saying? Like
when whether you're interviewing Hugh Jackson or who was I'm drawing a blank, that quarterback that you interviewed,
Bruce Gronkowski.
Yeah, Bruce. Like to interview somebody one-on-one like that, whether big or small or whatever, and like when I say get the best out of your team, if you get them to open up to share stuff and tell like stories or whatever, I just think it's like an art. Not everybody has it. It's hard to do. I'm okay at it, but like some people are just naturally gifted it, like on one-on-one stuff. You know what I mean? And you're really good at it. So I just want to say, keep up the good work.
Hey, I appreciate that, man.
Get some other interviews with some other guys because I think you do a really good job, man.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I got some more things coming. I don't know if you guys remember Jay Richardson. He was from that. He was a defensive end for us for some years, like around the. Like I think he played with Richard Seymour, like during that era. So I got him coming up, and I got a couple other guys that come. My favorite era, was kind of during that that Hugh Jackson. Like even though we sucked during that era, but I just love watching our squad play, man. It was just one of those things.
You tell Hugh, I don't want to like step on your toes or nothing, but you tell Hugh. At least you got a few Raider fans would love to hear or see him back in the silver and black.
Oh, I tell them all the time.
Not saying there's a position open, but we'd love to hear if a position open, whether it's offensive coordinator or a quarterback coach. Just you're more eloquent than I am, so I'm sure you can be strategic to figure out a way to get him to talk about his love for the Raider Nation and what it would mean to him if a position were to open up somewhere in the organization. But I also don't want to like get his hopes up and let him down either because
the thing is I've already had some conversations with him and there's things that he doesn't want me to say just because there's things in motion. That's all I can say. But just please check it out on Tuesday, man, because He loves the
Check
Raider
it out.
Nation. Yeah, he loves the Raider Nation, and you know, it would be amazing if certain things fall into place, man. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'll say a prayer, brother. I really will, man.
Yeah.
All right,
And
well,
I respect the hell out of you too, bro, because you actually you don't come out here and you don't say, "Oh, I got sources," and you're
No.
not out here fucking doing none of this crazy shit. You know, like some
I'm
of
a
these other
fan,
guys
bro.
who don't. So if you're not subscribed to Protect the Shield, man, I don't
Thank
know
you.
what the hell y'all been up to. I don't know where y'all been, but for real, man, come on. There's
Hey,
there's like if that's if you're not there, bro,
You stink!
for real. And I mean, like, come on, bro. Like,
I love it.
yeah,
stop being a bitch. Stop being a bitch and,
hey,
and tune into some old school Raider stories. You know what I mean? And celebrate shit like this. Oh, it ain't working. See, my fucking soundboard. I got a good soundboard I'm fucking with, but it's
I'm
fucking
hardcore Raider. I'm rough on the edges, and like I've toned my shit back a lot. I try to, like, you know, but like I don't think I'm just too rough for like certain people to do what you do. I would love to do one-on-one interviews like that, but I'd fuck it up. Like I just know I would do something to fuck it up, bro. So that's why I'm like, you know, you keep getting some of these interviews with these guys, man, because you're good at it, bro.
I appreciate it, man. Like it's tough, man, because you're right. It's like you got to have a certain balance, man, and you know, because the thing is, the crazy thing, hardcore. Like I know what you're saying because I used to be like you, and I always tell my buddy, my mentor, about it because I used to get so pissed about games. Like if we lost, like people know you don't leave me alone for the whole weekend. Like don't talk. Like I get so pissed. But the reason that kind of got me to kind of just take a step back was when I started watching the games, and after the games, I would see the players like high five each other after like the opposing team and take pictures. That was late. Yeah, so they would like take pictures and do the jersey swaps and shit. And I'd be like, in my mind, I'm like, why am I over here pissed off, got high blood pressure, you know, about to yell at my girlfriend because I'm pissed off when these damn millionaires are over here fucking lost the game, but they're over here taking pictures with the enemy, about to go home to their fucking hot wife, driving foreign cars in their damn mansions. I'm like, if they're not pissed off, why am I over here pissed off and messing up my day? So that's why I was like, I love the Raiders, but I'm no longer going to give them the power to just make me pissed off all the time. And that's what did it. Cause I'm like, these dudes literally got their ass kicked by 50 and they're over here swapping jerseys and taking pictures. I'm like,
I hear you. I see. I can't do that, but I think that's also a form of weak leadership, but that's just me because I think I think you should, like, I don't know how to explain it, like where I stand. I know not everybody's going to play for the Raiders and be a diehard Raider fan. Like I get it.
Yeah.
But I also think that you should have a certain level of tenacity and pride that, you know, you like no player should lose and be like happy with it.
Right. That's like, crazy.
I know there's a lot of people that like Carr and Derek Carr had that attribute where he could lose and be happy to some degree.
I'll do better next time, guys.
But to some degree, you have to let it like almost manifest to some degree to light that fire, to spark it in your soul to want to excel to the next level. This is how this is how guys that are like I talked about military when I opened up, the special forces, the Rangers, the guys that are the elite, the baddest motherfuckers on the earth, dude, in combat. This is how they elevate their game to the next level. There's always a sense of urgency. There's always a fire. And if you do something in life, in my opinion, where there's not that sense of urgency and not that fire,
get out of it. Do something else.
Yep. Go do something else. Yep. Exactly.
That's why I didn't like Jimmy G. When I saw Jimmy G laughing on the sideline during the NFC Championship while his team was losing and he was too hurt to play.
His heart.
This is why I never respected that dude. And then when we got him, I was like, oh, great. Here we go. A gutless, no-hearted motherfucker who's supposed to lead our team. Really?
I'm not saying that you should let the losses affect you where you can't like perform, but when you're Amik,
it should bother you. It should bother you.
Like I said, when you're Amik Robertson and you're so upset because you know in your soul, yeah, they're a good team, you know, but at the same time, so are we. I'm not going to be sitting here focused on how good they are. I'm focused on how good I am, and I know I'm better than them. I know I'm better than that, and that's what creates that greatness to where the next time you go and you whoop that ass. That's how you create a team environment that has the will to win. We shouldn't even be at just win, baby. It should be we will win,
dominate,
baby.
Yeah,
we will win.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree, and that's why it's like it just really pissed me off, like seeing that with players. I'm like, and I'm over here thinking to myself, like, after the Raiders lose, I used to get so upset where it would just fuck up the whole rest of my day. And I'm seeing these players over here smiling and giggling and in jerseys. Like, I don't know, something about that jersey swap pisses me off.
I got you. You're right.
What I use it for, hey, it still pisses me off, and it's going to always piss me off to the simple fact that I know I take this shit way too seriously.
Yeah.
But that's why I have this channel. It's not for subscribers. It's not for likes. It's not for subs. It's a vent. It's a vent. To vent my frustrations on how these motherfuckers can go out here and make way more money than I will ever see in my lifetime. Go out there and smile on the sideline when they get their asses whipped by 42 points.
Oh, I hate that.
It's
and
therapy.
It does. It hurts.
This is like our therapy, man.
It is. It really is.
Bro, you know? And you guys know me, man. I've always said it before. It's never been about likes and subs for me. I don't really ever want to be monetized, because as soon as I get monetized, they can flag me and take me down for saying the wrong thing. And that's just something that I've never wanted to do. You know, it's just I've always been behind free speech. I believe that we all should be able to voice our opinion as long as there is some type of logical idealism and thought process behind it. But, you know, let's be real about that, man. Sometimes it doesn't work out that way. And with the world of the internet nowadays, trolls are now a dime a dozen, and literally people become something that they're truly not when they get behind a computer screen or they get behind a keyboard.
Hey, the trolling is out. The trolling is out of control. Like, I can only imagine what you guys went through, because you guys been in this way longer than me.
Nobody trolls me, dude. Nobody really trolls me. And I'm not trying to boast about that. It's just nobody really trolls me. But I think it's because I've always been 100% real on here.
I get trolled, and
I know you probably get trolled a lot. I've even come in and fucked with you for a minute, but I've never done it underneath any name except for my own. You know,
what? Hey, but you know, the funny you say that though. Like, me and you had a big disagreement. But what did we do? We handled that shit like men. We're like, hey, let's just go online and have a debate. You know, we never made it happen, but at least we handled our shit like grown men, and it was always mutual respect.
We would have had a great debate, and I'm sure that we will have great debates in the future.
Yeah.
But see, that's the great thing about that, is because when you actually debate somebody who thinks of it differently than you do,
different perspective,
you can actually see their perspective. Exactly. So, I mean, that's what's needed. But you don't need motherfuckers just going off here, popping off the mouth underneath some name that's not even them. It's not even them, and they're not going to be there in 3 months later to fucking really eat the crow that they've had to eat for the things that they've said.
Exactly.
They'll just go off, make a new name, and come off and do it again.
Yep.
And it's people like that drive me nuts. But there's also, there is a camaraderie that should be here.
Yeah.
If you are not trying to get with the Raider legacy, man, really, come on, dude. What the fuck are you here for?
Stop being a bitch and come on.
What are you here for? Exactly.
Hey, there's a few more topics I want to talk about and then bring Rafa in here. First, one of the things, so I'll kind of just spitball them and we can freestyle it. But I do want to talk a little bit about the Chiefs coming up here. Man, dude, I got to put my Raider fandom aside because I'm a fucking Buffalo Phil's fan fucking coming up here. But you know what I'm saying? Like, we cannot have the Chiefs come into our stadium and win their 4th fucking Super Bowl in our house, dude. I said it in the offseason. I said it at the beginning of the season, and we're getting close to fucking judgment hour. That will be tomorrow. But, I know the Chiefs are playing tomorrow, so I wanted to get your guys' input on that. The other one I want to talk about was offensive coordinator, general manager, who you guys want in that. And then possibly scheme fit, quarterback, if you guys have any opinions on that. We'll start with protect the shield if you got any input on any of that. We can do the Chiefs thing last after Raf comes on, but
okay. So as far as I'll start off with like the GM and the GM talk and office coordinator. There's been a recent report saying that Mark Davis is trying to work something out where we have both Eric Dodds and and Champ Kelly. To me,
Awesome, yeah.
to me, that's perfect, man. To me, that's perfect because I think they both have, different attributes that work well. The fact that Champ Kelly was a part of the head coaching interviews, that tells me that he's for sure going to be part of the long term, because there's no reason you would have a guy in the head coach interviews if he's not going to be part of the future. So I think he's a lock. I just think they're trying to work something out with with Dodds. And the thing is, it seemed like just kind of what Critique was saying and Hardcore, what you both were saying, Dodds wants to be a Raider. And it's like, I just want guys that want to be Raiders, man, that, they're not here just for the paycheck. Like, AP wants to be a Raider. McDaniels, he's like, okay, McDaniels here because he's like, hey, I got a paycheck, whatever, I want to coach. But we got guys that want to be Raiders. And to me, that means everything. So if we could somehow make that happen from a GM standpoint where we get both of them, I don't know how it'll work out. Maybe one guy over personnel operations and the other guy, however they do it, I would love that. As far as offensive coordinator goes, I don't know yet because there's a lot of names that's been kind of dangled around. I'm really kind of curious about that guy that they said is over the he's like the passing coordinator of the Miami Dolphins. I wouldn't mind having somebody like that. I want somebody that's been around some innovative type shit. Somebody that's going to give us like an up-tempo offense. I'm not too interested in Cliff Kingsbury, honestly. But I just want, honestly, I don't know. OC, I don't know yet. I just want to see what's out there because I don't know everything, so I don't know who's available. But as far as the GM goes, I think I know who I want. I know that's a long-winded answer. I'm sorry.
No, I love it.
I've had a lot of these.
I like it. Raider Critique.
So who are we talking about? Offensive coordinator?
Yeah,
and
GM.
Well, general manager, man. That's going to be Champ. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be Champ. We've already gotten Pierce. Champ will be the next one retained. The one that I worry about is defensive coordinator, on whether we're going to be able to Patrick Graham or not, be able to retain him. I'm hoping that we keep him too. I'm hoping that getting AP is going to be a reason for him to come back and finish what he started over here with his defense. Offensive coordinator, I side against protect the shield. I like Kingsbury. I think it would be okay. But let me bounce a name off you that I actually heard through the grapevine. What would you guys think about Mark Brunell?
I saw his name.
Where's he at right now? Was he in coaching college?
No, he was with no, he's in the Lions, right?
Right.
I think Brunell's at the Lions.
I think he's with the Lions, but see, I remember him from his playing days.
Yeah.
He was a quarterback for the Jacksonville Jaguars and honestly was not that bad of a quarterback. He was underneath a brand new organization.
He did good. He took him to the playoffs, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, he did well. And
yeah.
I mean, again, another player who's played the game, by the way, in an era where they didn't have all these flags and they didn't protect all these quarterbacks and didn't protect all these wide receivers from these blindsided hits.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And Mark Brunell actually excelled at his position. So I like Mark Brunell, honestly. I would say Mark Brunell would be my number one.
Yeah,
just because he could talk to a quarterback too, bro, because he played quarterback.
Yeah, I'd have to do more research on him. But no, you're right. But if we go that route, how y'all feel about Frank Wright as offensive coordinator? Frank Wright had some good offensive teams, man. As OC, he did all right, if y'all remember.
Well, here's my thinking about all this. So first of all, the GM, I agree on Champ Kelly, but I'm going to go back to what I said months ago, a couple months ago at least, when I saw the offseason, I saw Champ Kelly, Dave Ziegler give interviews. I felt like Champ Kelly was the real leader and was the guy. Just some qualities in him that I could see something different. Felt like Dave Ziegler was interrupting him a little bit. Almost felt like Dave Ziegler might have felt like Champ was taking too much of the show.
Yeah, he wanted the spotlight.
Yeah, but I just felt like there was something different about Champ Kelly, so I definitely want to keep Champ. If we could make it work with him and Ed Dodds, that'd be great. But like for me, I want to keep Champ Kelly. So I think there's something special with that guy. He's respected around the league. We all know stuff like that.
Let's be different. You know what I'm saying? Let's get some rough around the edges guys to run our fucking front office, man. Let's be different.
Why not?
No more
Why not?
Stuff shirt, corporate Kool-Aid drinking motherfuckers.
Stuff shirt.
But, the offensive coordinator, it's really tough for me because like I look
It's
at
hard.
it several ways, mainly because of scheme. I think like, okay, if you're going to go like an Aiden O'Connell pocket passer style quarterback,
what scheme do you want? What scheme do you want? Let's start there. What's your preferred scheme?
It kind of depends on our quarterback, right? It's like three things that almost
they intertwine.
It's like who's your quarterback, what's your scheme, and then who's your offensive coordinator. So it's like what's first, the chicken or the egg? So do you get the offensive coordinator first, and then you get the scheme, and then you get the quarterback, or do you get the quarterback, scheme, offense?
Okay, so let's say this in. No, okay, let's take quarterbacks out of it. So if you had the opportunity to start your team and you wanted a certain scheme that you wanted ran, and then you can go get the quarterback for that scheme, what would the scheme be that you like, and which quarterback would you go get to run that scheme?
So someone said something earlier in the chat. I forget who it was. They were making jokes about Hinden Hooker, and I know some people are gonna crack jokes at me thinking I'm crazy. I still haven't given up on Hinden Hooker. Anybody followed me in the draft, I wanted Hinden Hooker.
You did. I was your guy.
And the reason why is because if you look at him, watch a few things. Okay, one, he went to Tennessee, which is where Peyton Manning went. He also went to Peyton Manning's quarterback camp or whatever. But Peyton Manning helped train Hinden Hooker. The difference between Hinden Hooker and Peyton Manning had a much better arm than Hinden Hooker, but Hinden Hooker is athletic. Like Peyton Manning was never athletic. But watch Hinden Hooker, his eyes. One of the great things that Peyton Manning did, because he wasn't a mobile quarterback, is his timing, and he would not look like if he wanted to throw this way, he would look this way.
Yeah, he would look the safety off.
He would
look the safety off.
The ball. Now, with our previous quarterback, who there's a lot of controversy with that we got rid of, he stared down wide receivers. Aiden O'Connell has a problem staring down wide receivers. If you're not a mobile quarterback, you cannot stare down wide receivers. It leads to interceptions, and the defense knows what you're doing. You cannot have, you have to like either be mobile or figure out a way where you're not staring down wide receivers. So that's one, is the eyes. You can't give that away, okay? Number two, the footwork. If you watch the footwork in the pocket and stuff of Peyton Manning and how like he's not a mobile guy, but he could sliver around guys, and Tom Brady as well, and be able to throw the ball. It's an attribute not everybody has. You know what I mean? And so if you watch Hinden Hooker and his footwork is real similar to what Peyton Manning esque was able to do. And yet he's mobile. So my point is this. My quarterback that I want, like the perfect quarterback, is somebody that has those similar skill sets. They don't stare down wide receivers. They have the footwork in the pocket. And then preferably, so this is actually would be third on my list, then would be the mobility, meaning the legs to be able to run outside or run with the ball. I think a lot of people have it backwards. They want a quarterback that has the legs, and then they're like, teach him the eye work, teach him the footwork. I'm not saying you can't do it that way, and I'm not saying you can't teach those guys those skills, but to me, if you have the basics in place, the foundation, you can teach him the other stuff. Hinden Hooker ran the ball a shit ton at Tennessee. He doesn't have to. He doesn't have the most accurate arm. That's not why I wanted Hinden Hooker. We got to think. Lions might be going to a Super Bowl, at least the NFC Championship game, if they win, right? So if that happens with Jared Goff, the Lions are going to be in a situation where the Lions are probably going to give Jared Goff a contract extension. That means they really don't need, you always want to back up. You want two quarterbacks, but they don't necessarily need a Hinden Hooker. Hinden Hooker went in the third round, beginning of the third round, which he should not have lasted that long. If you could get Hinden Hooker for a second round pick, or you could get a Justin Fields for a second round pick, you're going to have Justin Fields for a 1-year rental, and then you're going to have to pay him a contract or get rid of him, and you just wasted that draft pick. Or you get a guy like Hinden Hooker for a second round draft pick. You're not risking, like if we want Caleb Williams, Drake May, you're talking about first, second, third pick of this year, first, second, third pick next year, probably first year, you're leveraging almost 2 to 3 years of draft picks. I'm not saying it couldn't work out, but that's a lot of draft capital to go get your guy. It's a long-winded answer, but I'm just going to say, whoever that guy is that has those skill sets, like I said, to be like the pocket presence, but then have the mobility. I want a guy like that.
Me too.
Then you need an offensive coordinator, right? That can scheme to that. So the old school guys, like maybe Hugh Jackson, I love Hugh. He would be probably a little bit better for a pocket style passer, like an Aiden O'Connell, right? He might be best suited for more of a pocket passer style, like Aiden O'Connell.
Because he honestly had Joe Flacco and Carson Palmer. Like he made those guys kind of who they were, and you're right. So I agree there.
So then if you're like, you know what, we don't want the pocket passer, we want more of the mobile quarterback, then you can't go like an old schooler type, offensive coordinator. Then you have to go younger, more intuitive, or more like inventive of offensive scheme for that mobile style quarterback, which means a younger guy, maybe not as much experience, but that thinks about the game maybe differently. I'm not saying one of these old school guys like Hugh Jackson couldn't scheme for a mobile quarterback, but I'm just thinking that a younger coach will probably have a different way of thinking about the playbook than maybe one of those other guys. So if you figure out what you want in a quarterback, then you figure out the coach that you want that can scheme to whatever skills you're looking for. And if we do that, then I think we can have a successful offense. But it's almost like a three-headed monster that has to be tackled. And which one you do first, I'm not 100%. You know what I mean? You could have a great play caller, can call plays and scheme. And if you don't have a quarterback that meshes well with him or with that scheme, then you just wasted a draft pick and possibly future years of draft picks.
Yeah, I agree. Me personally, I don't think AOC is a guy. I don't think Aiden's a guy. He seems like he would be a good teammate. He seems like a good guy. I don't know. I don't know if I'm giving up on him too fast, but how do you guys feel about Aiden?
Well, I think I'm going to use the restroom real quick, so take over the mic, and then I'll come back. Okay, guys?
No problem, man, because I got a good long-winded answer for all y'all.
Yeah.
How I feel about where my offense would be, like what scheme would I run? My offensive scheme actually does not run around the type of quarterback that I want to get right now, because the type of quarterback I want to get right now is a mobile quarterback who can use his legs and bring another dynamic to the offense that we have not seen from our Raiders offense in years past.
Yeah.
I want a young, but you know how Michael Vick was toward the end of his career.
Yeah, he could run, but he didn't. That wasn't his first choice.
Right. He was still dangerous with his legs, but he was dangerously accurate
with his arm. Yeah.
With his arm. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a guy who can extend plays, who can run outside the pocket and still look down the field to find their wide receivers.
How you feel about Justin Fields? Are you in or out?
See, I'm 50-50. I'm actually more 75-25 because I like Justin Fields. I just don't think Chicago is stupid enough to let him go, because if they did let him go, that's literally the best player on their team.
They're letting him go. They're letting him go. Yeah. I think they're going to get Caleb, man. I think they're going to get Caleb.
Everybody worries about how bad of an organization we are, but then we got the Bears right there to show us that we're really not that bad. These dudes they're going to literally get rid of their best player. And if they do get rid of their best player, they're going to draft a quarterback with the very first overall pick. Not to mention, I think they got don't they have like a fifth or a sixth also in the first round?
Oh, yeah.
They got that first round.
I think they got like the first and the eighth or some shit.
Right, because they
something
got
crazy.
The very first pick from the Panthers, who completely bombed this year.
Bombed it.
Way to go, Jake Taper. But see, like my offense would be run. Like I've always been a huge run and shoot and West Coast offense kind of guy, and you're gonna need more of a pocket passing quarterback to run those style offenses. You see what I'm saying? The last time I really remember seeing the run and shoot really work was with Warren Moon, and Warren Moon was not very mobile. You know what I'm saying? And
Jim Kelly and the Bills, that they did a lot of run and shoot too.
They did a lot of run and shoot too, which I believe that the game has progressed so far now that style offenses like that don't work, and it's because they're too predictable. It's why, now you see all these hybrid offenses that everybody's running, and it's played on the player's strengths on who's in the backfield. I was also a huge fan of Hinden Hooker. I wanted Hinden Hooker badly, just like Hardcore did, because he would bring a different dynamic to the game.
Yeah.
To our offense especially.
Yeah, Hinden Hooker. Oh, go ahead.
He's not 100% accurate. You know what I'm saying? But I believe that can be taught. Just like it was taught to Michael Vick.
Yeah.
Okay, Michael Vick had to, he taught himself how to be more accurate with throwing the football, and it did very well for him.
Yeah, a lot of accuracy has to do with, good footwork and good anticipation. Raf, what's up, Rafa?
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Salute to everybody. Hardcore Raider, Protect the Shield, critique. Because before I had to do like a special live stream, because some of those guys didn't know that this right here, this gentleman right here, he's providing like a Spanish play-by-play, that I'm still the GOAT.
He's a GOAT. He's a GOAT.
Yeah. But I gotta tell you this something about for the case of Antonio Pierce. Some persons, they just call me crazy because for right now, I just want Antonio Pierce as a head coach, and I wanted to see for one more season because you know why? After that, I just saw for those games against Giants, Jets, that was just like a big statement because he just like embracing all Raiders football because we're just getting back to the old roots, to the old culture. I mean, before that, we just had an experiment between Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler. That experiment is already dead. It's fucking dead. Nobody cares because we don't want to try to copy us for the Patriots. I mean, for the first time, I was very fucking happy to be embraced in football right here. I mean, with Antonio Pierce getting known for the Nets head coach, I mean, I applaud for that because for the first time, Mark Davis didn't screw at once because after all these things that he screwed up for Josh McDaniels, Dave Ziegler, even Tyree Wilson, I mean, all of those drafts, and forget about the draft of 2020. I mean, that was like a big disaster. But I'm telling you guys, it's not the perfect time to sign up a big name coach. And I've been telling you in other live streams that I provide in my podcast that we don't want to use to waste money to a big name coach like Jim Harbaugh because it's not going to happen. And some people, they call me just crazy. They didn't believe me. But I believe that Antonio Pierce brought a great leadership. He brought a lot of discipline on that team. And I just heard about the press conference about Antonio Pierce. He grew up in Compton, California. He was born in Long Beach, California. He just embraced the whole Raider. Even he had a Super Bowl championship with the New York Giants as a linebacker. He had the mentality. He got the fucking mentality as a Raider, and we just won it since the day one. And just people going crazy? Well, I'm not, because I just want Antonio Pierce as the head coach because he just brought the whole team very disciplined, and I really like it. And the whole locker room smoking cigars, that's the buy right here. That's the really fucking buy right here, because even though we just say we gotta smoke our shit, talk our shit, that's the Raiders way.
Hey, I gotta tell you, Raf, you are fucking crazy, but that's why you're a Raider, and we're all fucking crazy, bro. That's why
we're all crazy one way or another, bro.
That's the GOAT. That's the GOAT of play-by-play, the Spanish play-by-play GOAT right there.
Crazy for the Raiders, man. Yeah,
definitely agree, man, because it's that attitude that we needed. You know, regardless on whether it's going to be the right decision or not, this is the right decision at this time. I mean, trying to bring in a big-time head coach when you've already got to pay. How much did McDumdum get out of here with? Wasn't it what? 85.9 million or something shit like that. I don't know if Mark Davis had that type of money to try to bring in a Harbaugh who was going to want a GM position as well.
Exactly. You know, critique, that's it right there. That's it right there that people don't realize. Because honestly, people were like, yeah, let's get Dodds and Harbaugh. My thing is, if Harbaugh is coach, I don't even think he's going to want Dodds, because he's going to want to run the show himself. Because when he was last in the NFL with the 49ers, he got into it with the front office. He's going to want to make sure that nobody can give him any kind of hiccups or any kind of pushback on what he wants to do. So therefore, he's not going to want to dodge in there. He's going to want to report directly to the owner of the team, man.
No,
And I don't want that. I don't want that for us.
I love.
You know how many
Gruden,
people
but
forget about that?
We did that with McKenzie. To be honest with you guys, we did that with Gruden. We did that fucking with McDaniels, right? Now we're doing something different than what we've done in the past. You know what I mean? Like we're finally like not going for the Frank Sinatra, the big name guy. We're going for a guy that's hungry, right? And to me that means so much. You know, I know you guys had said something on Aiden O'Connell. I want to say real quick because I think someone had said something about thoughts on Aiden O'Connell and whatever. Here's my honest opinion about Aiden O'Connell, guys. Do I think we could win with Aiden O'Connell if we went that route? I do. I'm not saying he's a top-tier quarterback or that makes me excited, right? But a lot of things would have to happen for Aiden O'Connell for us to win a championship because that's what I'm looking at, championships, right? I think a lot of things would have to happen with Aiden O'Connell. If we went that route, if we went the Aiden O'Connell route, then I think you don't draft a quarterback super high. You let a quarterback fall to you, and you get a guy, and you get that competition, right? So you still draft a guy, right? If you're going to stick with the Aiden O'Connell route, but you absolutely have to do a couple things. One,
get linemen.
Line,
yeah,
2 to 3
Yeah.
guys. One of them has to be a super stud. You have to get someone
a starter from day one.
Yeah, exactly.
And
also there's another thing. We just
finished. Let me finish. I got 2 other things. What I say about Peyton Manning, the eyes and the footwork. You guys remember Peyton Manning, he would do all those ladder drills. The funny thing is, guys, Peyton Manning was trying to tell Derek Carr this and trying to teach Derek Carr in Hard Knocks. And Derek Carr talked over him, and Derek Carr was like, yeah. Derek Carr could have learned from one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. And I'm not trying to bash on Derek Carr, but when I saw that Hard Knocks episode, you go back, you watch it, you see if I'm full of shit, and you see when Peyton Manning was trying to teach him some stuff, and Derek Carr was like so excited trying to explain
he's a know-it-all.
Instead of just shut the fuck up, and fucking listen to one of the GOATs that can teach you something. He can learn you something if you can allow yourself, humble yourself to be learned by someone the great. To the Carr lovers out there, I know they're going to hate me for that, but I'm just telling you how it is. But the point is, Peyton Manning did foot drills, and he still was not like a Lamar Jackson type quarterback, but his feet were fast in the pocket. And that made him, when the pocket broke down, be able to scramble and do like crazy things. You're like, how did he do that? So my point is, Aiden O'Connell would have to gain skill set and gain stronger feet and stronger legs, meaning work out his lower body this offseason to gain some of those skill sets. I think it's achievable. I'm not asking him to become a Lamar Jackson. I'm asking him to get his lower body stronger and to do foot drills and get his eye movements better. And then if we take care of the offensive line, I think it could work. But that's also a tall order. You know, the dude is 25. So if he hasn't spent the time to get lower body strength up to par yet,
he won't.
I'm not saying he can't, but he should be able to without having to go to college and play football. So if Aiden O'Connell wants any chance in this league, I think he needs to do those 2 things. Eyes, focus on the eye movement and the footwork. All right.
Yeah. I agree. I think the thing with Peyton Manning, when I think of him, I think of kind of even Brady too. It's like they're not fast, they're not athletic, but they at least have lateral movement skills. And I think that's kind of what you're saying. Like Peyton Manning, within like a 5-foot box, like he can move a little bit. Now he's not going to run no option, no triple option, or no bullshit like that. But I mean, as far as like just being able to maneuver in and out of the pocket, Manning could do it like the best of them. At the end of the day, and I think. Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay,
Manning
I'm
could
sorry.
run my fucking offense perfectly, bro. I hated that guy, dude, because he'd make fools out of us. You remember that naked bootleg he did where he ran it into the end zone for 20 yards?
Yeah, it was like a 40-yard run. His slow ass. I was so mad. I think I turned the TV off at that point.
And he was looking back at us. You know what I mean? And like the defense was completely confused.
He looked like Mike Vick, bro.
Like, Jesus Christ, you guys just gonna let this dude do this to us? But he was one of the GOATs for a reason. That fucking Mr. Ed looking motherfucker. But he definitely matched the Bronco. It was fucking fitting that he went to the Broncos. Horse looked like a horse, went to a horse.
Yeah, but kind of my point with that is like, so even with Aiden is like, like Harbaugh was saying, like we don't necessarily need someone that's gonna run and be all super athletic, but at the end of the day, have that lateral movement, be able to evade guys, but it's hard though, because this day and age, these defensive linemen are dogs. Like you got people like fucking Jordan Davis from the Eagles who runs like a 4.6 and he's like 300 and something pounds. So like,
yeah, dude,
it's different, man.
These motherfuckers are hybrids that are monsters.
That's what I'm saying. It's different. So it's like you need somebody that could at least. My biggest thing is, as a quarterback, you got to at least be able to help yourself. If your blocking breaks down, you got to be able to help yourself at some point.
Yeah,
and
let's be real. There were several times where Aiden O'Connell had huge holes open. He could have ran for at least 5.
He didn't help himself.
Yeah.
Hey, but I'll be real with it. It's nice that he stands in the pocket. He'll sit there and take that hit. And guess what else he doesn't do?
He will take the hit.
He don't fumble. He don't create a shit ton of turnovers. He's fumbled a few times. But
if I remember right, was it that Chargers game? Maybe that was his first game. I felt like he fumbled like 5 times that game, didn't he?
But yeah, he did fumble. Like there was one game where he caught a case of DC.
Yeah, I think it was that Chargers game. That shit was ugly.
All right, DC would do that shit every game. He would fucking have a fumble, at least 2 fumbles in the pocket because he would get lit the fuck up. So at least, I like Aiden O'Connell for that because he doesn't create turnovers. But that's also another, that's also kind of another, con that I have against him is that he's too conservative on his decision making and he won't take any chances. Still throwing it away on 3rd down, throwing it away on 2nd down, and okay, we'll go back and we'll get it next play, or we'll go get it next drive. I want to see somebody try to fucking pull a Brett Favre and throw it.
Be a gunslinger.
Yeah, be a gunslinger and throw it in between triple coverage and get that shit.
Do y'all think Aiden O'Connell got the arm talent?
Hold on. Favre was the interception king too, though. So
I'm
with you. I want a quarterback to take chances, but we have to be willing to accept the interceptions.
Yeah, exactly. that comes with it. That comes with it. Do y'all think Aiden O'Connell has the arm talent? I don't think he has the arm talent that everyone says he does.
He's better than Jimmy and Hoyer, but Jimmy
and
Hoyer
I agree there.
No more. So
I think Rafa got a better arm than Jimmy, though.
Yeah. Hoyer's got a way better arm than Jimmy. We saw it this year.
I mean, I've been prepared for that one. I've been prepared for throwing out the stops because I've been training.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll be honest, bro. I don't know. Fucking Brian Hoyer actually, on the arm strength, he actually impressed, but he was exactly what we expected him to be.
He's an old guy. He's an old man. He's my age trying to play, bro.
I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo, man, this dude was the check down king. And we bitched about having check down DC.
I think
so many years.
I think the key piece to this plan that I think we have to figure out. This is why I talked about the 2 to 5 year plan. Figure
quarterback
plan first.
Quarterback.
No,
defensive line.
Offensive line.
You're right, but I think it has to start with Devante Adams. His contract is going to jump up to $44 million a year. So my question is, right? Let's just explore the different scenarios, right? So I'm going to mention a few. Let's say we get Justin Fields. Let's say he does good. We got to pay Justin Fields. Then we got to pay Justin Fields. He's going to want at least $50 million a year, maybe more, whatever. He's not going to probably take $40 million, right? Or whatever.
I don't know.
I personally think that's too rich, but I'm just saying he's going to want a lot of money. And then if unless you restructure Devante Adams' contract, he's getting older. What are you going to do if if Devante jumps up in 2025 to 44 mil? So option 1 is a quarterback that you're going to have to pay a lot of money for after 1 year. Okay. Option 2. Okay. We draft a quarterback, meaning you're going to have to give up a ton. I'm talking, like the first 3 rounds of this year's draft, the first 3 rounds of next year's draft. Well, then if you do that and maybe something else, if you're going to give up a ton of draft capital to move up to get a stud quarterback, then that's going to hurt your long-term plan of the 3 to 5 year plan or 2 to 5 year plan, right? Because you're not going to have any drafts. And when you have to pay people, you're going to be missing out on maybe some draft picks. So then that's going to hurt you. If you draft a young guy, when are they going to be playoff bound? Yeah, you might hit lightning in a bottle like with CJ Stroud, but it's going to be hard to have a quarterback, I feel, first year go into the playoffs and maybe second year make a Super Bowl run. That's pretty tough to do in the NFL. So if you get a rookie, you could be looking 2 to 3, 4 years down the road before they're, clicking all cylinders, really bringing it to the table to bring a Super Bowl. Does that match up with Devante Adams' plan? Or 3, not saying I want this, but maybe if it was a Russell Wilson, okay, who maybe if you could get for a cheap contract, if the Broncos release him, or another veteran quarterback, is that the answer? Or you go with Aiden O'Connell and figure out question X, because these are important things. If you're looking at a rookie quarterback, maybe as much as I love Devante, maybe he doesn't work into the Raiders' plan after next year, and that's tough for me to say because I think here's what I think. I think Devante Adams and Jacoby Myers. I'm not saying they're both Jerry Rice and Tim Brown yet, but I think we could see a championship run to a Super Bowl
Easy.
as back in the day when we had that Jerry Rice Tim Brown combo. I think we have 2 wide receivers that could get it done. But if you go and pay a quarterback top tier money, I don't know that you could pay Devante Adams that kind of money. And but I think he could help us win a Super Bowl as well. So I don't know.
Yeah.
You guys go ahead. What do you guys think?
Yeah, so no, I agree. That is so spot on. I am going into the assumption though, especially and I think this goes into the AP effect. These guys are going to do similar to what Tom Brady did for the Patriots. Like I think they want to win. So for one, the first thing is Josh Jacobs will be back, and he will be back for a team-friendly deal, a hometown discount because of AP. To me, that's huge. I know a lot of people, for some reason, just want to shoo Josh Jacobs off because they think Zeus is going to all of a sudden. Josh Jacobs is still a premier running back. A lot of people got upset because he wanted to negotiate his deal, whatever. Josh Jacobs will probably come back for about 8-9 million, maybe even 10 million, whatever. And I'm cool with it. But I think that that Devante is going to take less money. Well, never mind. I won't say less money, but I think he'll restructure his money to the point where he's not making that 40-something million. We may stretch it out a couple years, and we may get to the point where we start having dead cap once he's gone, whatever. But I think he's going to be able to restructure it, say, hey, only give me half of that this year. Go get another beast on defense, or go get me another beast right tackle or whatever. I think Devante is going to want to do that because he wants to win. And the thing is, I think the only reason they're doing that is because we got AP. It all starts with AP. I think those guys are going to do different things to do whatever we got to do for the team. That's how I feel.
Yeah, and of course for Aiden O'Connell, I mean, we just finished strong, but there's still holes on the roster. Don't trade like a haul to move up for a quarterback. Let just Aiden O'Connell compete with just a veteran, but not the worst bet on the market like Jimmy Garoppolo. Draft the best player available. Then the next year, once we had another year to build and develop the roster, we can call a foul to go all in trade off for the quarterback. I mean, look, he performed well, but he also has some pretty young problems. He didn't earn the starting position outright, but he didn't lose it either. I see it like at a competition in camp this year. Aiden O'Connell, some bet and a draft pick from this year's draft. I mean, I don't think it's going to be like the starter as an answer. I think it's ever so back of thought, but I don't think the 3-1 him as a starter was more due to the running game and crazy improvement of defense was winning to us, because I'm really excited to see like a mobile quarterback to compete for the starting job. Or it doesn't follow what else. Like, I mean, bringing someone like Gardner Minshew or 1 year contract and trying to game for a next camp. I mean, he has to earn to compete with the starting job the season, but the actual simulation of mobility and less star accuracy means he probably won't be the long-term solution.
Well,
see, like
your critique.
I think the way I actually believe, man, is that, and this offense underachieved last year. With as much money that was dumped into this offense, and you see the key pieces on this offense, we should have been juggernauts when it came to the offensive side of the ball. And I think that we all can agree that the reason why we weren't not juggernauts is that we were a quarterback away. So we all, I do honestly believe that with both wide receivers that just in Jacoby Myers and Devante Adams, there's no way that we should have had the issues that we had, scoring no points in a 3-0 loss was unacceptable. And if we would have had a quarterback who was making the proper decisions at the time, that would have never happened. Although he did finally come back into himself. To me, Aiden O'Connell is a good pickup. I think he's a good team player, but we need quarterback competition in here.
All right. So you
And
said
that's why
you said as the quarterback. So let me ask you this: what was the biggest disappointment by position group on the offense this season, in your opinion?
offensive line to me and running backs.
Offensive line. That's what I was going to say. Which I'm glad we got.
Offensive line and running backs.
Think about how good the offensive line did the year before. We didn't change a whole lot, and we took in my opinion, at least the beginning of the year, a huge step back. Took a while to get going. This is why
That's why Priscilla's ass ain't here no more. Priscilla's bitch ass is gone. Thank God. You know, that was a great
Hold
move.
on. I got pushed
thought that
back.
was a great move. Man, that dude was a patriot. To me, he just never fit. You know
See,
what
that's
I mean?
I'm saying. Y'all just don't like him because they Patriots. But Brasillo is a good offensive line coach, known throughout the league, though. Known throughout the league, he is. But I get what you're saying, but then I got pushed back on hardcore. Like, I don't even think our offensive line was super good that year before, because even if you look at what Josh Jacobs did, he led the league in like forced missed tackles. So like a lot of them yards that he got last year, well not last, but the year before where he had his big year, a lot of that shit was just him breaking tackles behind the line and doing it himself. A lot of it was. I mean, JJ is a lot better than people are giving him credit for. Like, I don't think our line was like super good. It's not like they were like the Emmitt Smith line where they were just making holes and we were running through them. Like JJ was breaking 2 tackles before he got to the line of scrimmage, and I don't think he gets enough credit for that.
No, you're right. That offensive line was pathetic, and I think it starts with our offensive line coach. This is why I'm glad our offensive line coach moved on, and hopefully we get a guy like Mike Tice, Tom Cable. Both those guys.
Oh, come on. Not Cable. Not Cable.
Not Cable. No.
I don't know.
Come on, hardcore.
Dude,
not Cable, man.
That's a big no for
Tom Cable. I felt like Tom Cable, he got more out of this offensive line. Dude, wasn't like this offensive line. We had a lot of super studs. He did pretty well. I feel like developing some guys.
Know, man. Mike Tice, I'm down with. I'm down with Mike Tice. Yeah.
See, like I'm not really trying to kick treads on old tires, bro.
Okay. Yeah, I feel you.
Like Tom Cable to me, I don't want to see Tom Cable again, man. Wasn't he over here when Gruden was here too?
Yes, he was.
Like this last time in some capacity.
A guy with more experience.
Yeah, Mike Tice. Yeah, I'm down with that all day. I'm down with something like that.
We need an O-line coach, and it also falls into scheme, quarterback.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. The offensive line failed. So
in AP, I trust. I'm sure that he's going to bring his own guy in here to go ahead and coach that offensive line up. Yeah. He's going to figure out what scheme that we're going to run, which we have no idea what we're about to be.
And that's
We
key.
don't know his scheme. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure our offensive line switched from a power scheme, like man scheme.
They did to a zone.
To a zone. And I think that's what fucked us up.
I
don't know
agree.
if that did that or if that was the offensive line coach, but whoever made that decision, and I think that set this offense back big time.
I agree. Because honestly, like our line, if you think about who we got, I think Colton Miller could probably be good in both schemes. Illuminar is more of a power guy. I see. The problem is actually when you look at our line, they're all over the place because Andre James, he's more of a zone guy. I think Parham's more of a zone guy.
He needs to be moved to center.
Yeah. Because it's like if you got zone linemen, those are more like the smaller guys that can move, and you can't sprinkle both in there. You can't have like 4 zone linemen and 1 big ass power guy because the guys can't. They got to be able to be in unison. So we got to figure out, like Hardcore said, we got to figure out what our scheme's going to be. We can't be all over the place. Get a fucking scheme. Are we going to run power? Are we going to run zone? And let's go from there. Like, we can't just do all this like hybrid shit. Like, you got to have a fucking plan. Just like it all comes to like Hardcore said. What the fuck is our plan?
Right? Yeah, you got to
You
set
know
your
what I'm
plan.
saying?
Yep.
Yeah,
Any
and
business,
no
especially
more
football,
rotating offensive line, dude.
you
No
got to
more
have.
rotating offensive line. I don't want to see fucking different guys in there week by week.
Yeah.
You got to.
Yeah,
You got to set your people up for success, man. If you set them up for failure, I'm telling
Yeah.
you, man.
Get a fucking plan and let's go.
Yeah. Yep.
Let's
All right,
get an
so-
offensive line and see what O'Connell can do. But he's definitely second string it, to the worst. He's
Yep.
not like he definitely needs to compete for the job no matter who we bring in here. But let's not bring dudes in here like Joe Flacco.
Yeah.
I know how
Right,
well
so-
he did for Cleveland, but I don't want to kick old tires that got new treads on them.
But hold on, no.
Let's
But
get some
so
young hungry cats in here.
so then it really depends on what our scheme is, though, because honestly,
Right.
if we have a scheme that fits what O'Connell's doing, you may want a Joe Flacco because they're kind of. I mean, Joe Flacco got arm talent, but like they're kind of the same type of guy. But my thing is, if we got a scheme,
pocket passer.
yeah. But like if we got to, like, my thing is, don't have like O'Connell and then a mobile quarterback. Like,
Yeah, that doesn't make
you know
sense.
what I'm saying? It's like whoever, like if you're gonna keep O'Connell, then the starter needs to be a pocket passer too. So then you can work on both of them at the same time. That's my thing. But if your scheme is not going to be with a pocket passer, then just get rid of O'Connell and get you 2 or 3 quarterbacks that all fit that scheme.
Yeah.
So I got a question. What free agent quarterbacks are going to be available next year who are all on 1-year deals? Like, who's actually going to be available next year? Like, that's going to be key as well on whether we go free agent or whether we draft.
I mean, you'd have to look at. I mean, guys. Some of these guys aren't free agents, but guys that will be in the running for potential new teams could be Kirk Cousins,
Yeah.
Ryan Tannehill.
I don't want neither one of those.
I don't want neither one of those.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Just
either.
listen, you're messing up my train of thought. It takes a lot to think of these guys, man. Could be Joe Flacco, Russell Wilson.
No.
Justin Fields. He's not a free agent, but he could be on.
Maybe,
the trade
yeah. See, I
block.
would love to have him, but I just think that I don't know. Like I said,
Baker Mayfield.
Chicago's stupid enough. Please,
I think Baker. I think Baker done played himself into a starting role, man. I think he's gonna get signed.
I would say I think Baker found
He
home.
did good, but look what it took too. It took him to be real fucking humbled, bro, because he was not that good of a quarterback. And I think, like we talked about Hugh Jackson, I think he fucked Hugh Jackson, dude. Him and his
Hey, you're welcome, Baker, for coming in here on 2 days' notice and kicking our ass.
Oh, don't remind me of that shit.
But,
God.
yeah,
I
I
have
don't
to be
know,
reminded
Baker.
because that was
I
the
don't know if
it's gonna
resurgence
sound
of
crazy,
Baker
but if you can
Mayfield's career. That is something that is going to be told by you probably when you're over there interviewing some other player. You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna have to be relived. It's gonna be like, yeah, the year that Baker Mayfield turned his fucking whole career around started off with that Raider game when he showed up as a Ram and kicked our ass. Thanks, Josh
I'm not saying
McDaniels, you fucking bum.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I want Russell Wilson, but
I'm not mad at the idea. I'm not mad at that.
if
I
if
am. I don't
you
want
get
Russell
him for hella
Wilson.
cheap, because he's already under contract with the Broncos, maybe consider it for a year. But then you may have to take over that contract, remaining on the contract, and I don't think he's worth that
much
kind
was
of
he
money.
getting?
Well, no, they shouldn't,
256?
right? No, they should. I mean, the Broncos are stuck with that, aren't they?
I don't know.
256,
Yeah, they're still
256
stuck on
million?
I think they're
For what,
stuck with
5
that.
years or some shit?
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I don't know the.
Russell a contract like Jimmy Garoppolo, 20 something mil, maybe.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
But like anything more than that, I'm not saying next season, maybe the season after. Anything more than that, I don't think he's worth that. When we look at these mobile quarterbacks, the main gripe I have with the mobile style system or quarterback is when they get older, like a Russell Wilson, they can't rely on their legs as much, and if they didn't have the arm strength to begin with necessarily, or that great of an arm, that starts breaking down, their body starts breaking down. The stuff that made them successful being mobile, it ends up affecting them and their abilities to still do the same thing to be successful. So that's why some of these mobile quarterbacks, their careers, I think, are shorter than like a pocket passer, Tom Brady-esque or Peyton Manning or whatever.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I want
like-
to ask
Let's
you guys,
just
I
be
got like
honest,
2 more.
bro. There's not too many Michael Vicks out there who can resurge their career the way he did from being literally lit up all the time in Atlanta to when he went to the Eagles after he spent time somewhere else. I'm not going to say, but and he worked on his accuracy.
But McNabb was kind of a mobile style quarterback. So you also had a coach.
He
that
was
had
also big though. He could take those hits.
Yeah, he was a big boy.
McNabb, McNabb was huge.
Yeah,
But
he
it
was a
goes
big
back
boy.
to what Protect the Shield was saying.
Everybody's
where,
fucking huge next to me, bro.
It's not like you had a Foster faster than a mobile quarterback.
Man,
You had
what
a McNabb who was kind of mobile-esque, and then Michael Vick behind him. So you had two skill sets.
Yeah, with the same,
you know,
similar skill sets.
So it's not like you had to completely switch the scheme and the playbook and stuff. But
Right.
as the season ended, I'm curious what you guys think. Two questions: most underrated Raider and most improved Raider. Okay, so most underrated Raider. Okay, and most improved Raider. I can break it down more if you want, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Protect the Shield. You got any ideas off the bat, or?
So most improved, I'll say Malcolm Kuntz. And I've been a big Malcolm, honestly, and I got all the receipts, man. A lot of people didn't even want Malcolm Kuntz to make the team. I've always liked Malcolm Kuntz, man. Even during the Gruden days, I didn't understand why he was in the doghouse. So, I'm not gonna be long-winded on it, but I fucking love Malcolm Kuntz. And to me, and I know people think I'm crazy every time I say it, if you really watch Malcolm Kuntz and his skill set, he's almost like he's like a poor man's version of Von Miller. Because I mean the way they play, I mean, he's not Von Miller, of course, but the dude is going to continue to develop as long as he stays in a get that continuity. So he's the most improved to me. The most underrated player.
I know that one's a little tougher.
It's tough, man, but like, to me, it's damn. It's Jacoby Myers. Jacoby Myers is fucking. He is a great receiver. Like, people don't give him the credit that he like. Luckily, we have Devante, but I would have no problem with a Jacoby Myers being my receiver one. That's how I like him that much. So that's me.
I like it. Good, great takes. Ready to critique?
Hey, man, most underrated player to me, Malcolm Kuntz probably would have been my number one.
Ooh,
but I gotta
explain.
Nope, I've got to give it to
I forgot
motherfucking
about
Trayvon Moehrig, man.
Touchdown!
Trayvon Moehrig, Raiders. Trayvon Moehrig was absolutely improved this year, man. He actually stepped up, and I believe that with the addition of Marcus Epps, I think he actually was able to sponge a lot from Marcus Epps to make himself a whole hell dude. He was in the right places at the right times. He was getting pass deflection, and he wasn't getting burned on coverages, man.
Yeah.
So I will give it to Trayvon Moehrig just
That's a good
because,
one.
but you stole mine, which was perfect, though. Malcolm Kuntz, I mean, definitely great, man. I love what he's doing on that other side from Max Crosby, but Trayvon Moehrig is going to be mine just because I want to be different. And then, let's see, you said most underrated. Well, I can't really call him underrated, but he definitely shows his ass on the field, even though being small, and that's going to be Amik Robertson. Absolutely. Raiders! Amik Robertson is the most underrated player on that defense, and that dude needs to be given a little bit more credit. He plays very huge, and that dude can lay a fucking smackdown like you wouldn't believe, bro. At that, he's like 5'8", 5'9".
Yeah, he's a small dude, but he does his thing.
Small dude, but jacked, bro, and he lays a good fucking hit. You look 5'8", 5'9", playing defense in a secondary is
all last receivers too.
It's outstanding, and for him to step up the way he did, I mean. We were one of the best teams against the pass as far as I was concerned last year, and it all came into continuity with how good our defense was up front and also how good our defense was behind in the fucking third and second level. So there you go. You know what I mean? We'll give it to Amik.
Raph, what you got, brother?
Oh, the most improved player. I mean, there's a lot of them, but here's one that I just really like it. Malcolm Kuntz. I mean, that guy, he just like great because after the whole fiasco of Chandler Jones, Malcolm Kuntz, they just way too much to get improved. A lot of things to get it improved, and he was just like he's just like a very important to see how he built it about the defense. I mean, he just generated career highs and pressure, sacks. I mean, they just step it off as a Crosby running mate because the pressures are here. But I mean, there's like a little better DB play on the back end. But if we're talking about having 8 sacks, I mean, Coons is being like improving inside, has been working quite well, but it really sure has a very full healthy season. But he has really come alive. But I'll take a little day of play to the comment and a lot of things that I could put it. And for the most rated player on that season, I'm gonna get it with Amik Robertson, because that interception between the Raiders versus Green Bay Packers, never forget that moment. Never forget that moment, because at the time everybody thought that, oh, this is gonna be like a really sucks. But then I just realized that with interception, he just came like at a great next level, and then he just embraced out of the beast mode. And that's, for me, that's the most underrated player, like Amik Robertson. And before I had to head off right now, because I'm gonna do like a Spanish play-by-play, because I'm gonna do my best, but I gotta tell you for this, folks. Salute to everybody else from El Capitan Rafucho, Rafael Chassin, Hardcore Raider. Much love and respect to you. Critique,
brother.
my brother. I will not drink the Copperade Kool-Aid, because that's the slogan right here. So I appreciate it, my brother. PTS, salute, my brother. And anytime you can have a fan talk Friday, I'm always right there on the chat. And of course, you can call me the ghost. So I really appreciate it. And I just wanted to say one more thing about it. We can smoke that shit. We can talk our shit, because that's the Raider way. It's not about the Patriots way. It's not about the Chiefs way. It's not about the Chargers way. It's about the Raiders way. Walking out for the Air Force One, driving in the Impala, and listening to the NWA, smoking a cigarette right here. That's the Raider way. Maybe I can freestyle a little bit right here, but we are the motherfucking nation. So don't mess with us. Don't fuck with us, because Black Sunday all day, all night long. I rock with it. So
Hey.
Raider Nation motherfuckers, and here is to the Chiefs fans. So fuck them.
Before you go out on 3, we get a Raiders chant from all of us. Ready? 1,
Yeah.
2, 3.
Raiders!
Greg Papa, yeah. All right, later, Raf.
Have a good one,
I miss that guy, dude.
I did.
Yeah.
I can't believe he's with the Niners now, but hey,
You're
he'll
Niners.
always be a Raider in my heart, man.
He
All right, so
will.
I'm gonna give my take. Yeah, you guys took my 1, 2, and 3, but it's all good. I can adjust on the fly. So Michael 918, he gave a good one. Robert Splain,
Yeah.
I would say he's more underrated than most improved, but you could almost throw him in most improved.
Yeah,
That is a good
underrated.
one.
I would say definitely underrated, because I didn't even give him the
I-
time of day when he got
Yeah,
here. I was like,
none
oh,
of
he's
us
just
did.
going to be a roster filler.
I do
He'll
like
be a
Amik.
special teams guy.
I do like Amik.
Shit.
He could really fit both those scenarios, but since you guys picked him, I'm gonna go a different direction. I'm gonna go with the one and only Zeus, man. Zamir White, most improved player. I did not, his vision was very questionable last year. Running the ball with, some of that stuff. So you'd see him and you'd be like, dude, where's his vision? So thought his vision improved. He caught the ball out of the backfield or down the field some too. So didn't expect to see much of that, him catching the ball. So I thought that was pretty good. And his run blocking we'll have to pick up, but definitely thought Zamir White improved a lot from the year prior. I know he didn't get a lot of touches, but him filling in for Jacobs, I would love to see a Josh Jacobs, Zamir White 1-2 combo, like Protect the Shield was saying. I almost think of, I think of Zamir White, I think of Michael Bush, and I think of, Josh Jacobs. I think of maybe Darren McFadden or even Justin Fargas. So if you could have a 1-2 punch like that, man, you'd have a damn good run game if you can get this offensive line figured out. So that's who I'm going to go with most improved. Most underrated, I'm going to go with a guy that really didn't see the field a whole lot until Michael Mayer got hurt, but we saw him finish the season. I thought he finished pretty strong, and that's the tight end Austin Hooper. I didn't know when he came to our team, but I saw some stuff in him when Michael Mayer was out where I thought Austin Hooper,
he made some big plays.
He kind of surprised me, man. I'm not saying he's elite, but like he's an underrated guy that I think I would love for him to stay a Raider. and be a backup or help that tight end rotation. And I think I see potential in him that I honestly did not see before he came on to the Raiders. So I know it kind of took a while to get him going, but once he got going, I saw some good stuff as the season ended with Austin Hooper. So
that's actually really good, man, because I didn't even think he was going to make the roster right when we first got him on here because we had OJ, who's it, OJ Howard? And we thought, and he didn't even make it one day after training camp before he was cut. And then Austin Hooper, I was like, okay, Michael Mayer. And then we have Austin Hooper as a backup, or Jesper Horsted, I believe we had as well, and then Fotheringham, which Fotheringham came in and played well in a game where he was called upon. So, I mean, our tight ends, after losing Darren Waller, I really thought that it was going to be way under what Darren Waller would be able to produce. And it wasn't, it had to be a combined effort to get the numbers that Waller had.
Yeah.
But Austin, that's a really good pick, man. I didn't even think about that. And he stepped in and he made key catches when we needed him. And he was sure-handed tight end, which is what all can you expect? Get separation and make sure that if it hits you in the hands, you catch the ball.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Fucking Austin Hooper. That's a good one. That's a good one because he made some big plays down the line. Just little spotty plays. So that's a good one.
Kept drives alive, baby.
He did. He really did. He had some big third down catches. So I'm actually glad you said him. He totally slipped my mind.
I'll be honest, he's the one that made me think of that topic. I thought of both of them.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah. Because when the game, I was like, dude, that guy's so underrated. I'm like, how did I miss on that guy? Like,
yeah.
Like, I guess he played for the Falcons. I forget where else he played. I think
he was at the Browns.
It was
Browns,
Titans for a while. Falcons. Titans. Yeah, he had some good years with the Falcons.
Yeah, but like I just missed that part, bro. But yeah, it was interesting. But
honestly, to tell you the truth, hardcore, for those that I was around, at least like when we were doing the draft, like I was one of the few people that was not too thrilled with the Michael Mayer pick.
I wasn't either.
I felt like
we wanted Hinden Hooker, that, but like
oh yeah, you wanted Hooker. But me, like I didn't think that we needed to go that high with a tight end because I was okay with Austin Hooper because I knew him from the Falcons, and then me being living in Ohio, I remember he was with the Browns as well. Like I knew he was capable of being a decent tight end. So I was like, why are we trading up to get Michael Mayer? Because honestly, I wanted more defense, but now that I look at the draft, I look at it completely different than when it first happened. Because I wasn't happy about Michael Mayer and I was pissed about Trey Tucker. Now I fucking love Trey Tucker. I love Trey Tucker.
Think about this. Let's rewind the draft. All right, we're in the third round. 2 picks before us in the third round, the Lions get Hinden Hooker. We could have traded something to move up just like 2 spots, bro.
Yeah, I know you were pissed.
Byron Young, who never even saw the field, but it's all good. Hopefully figure this thing out. But hey, guys, we got someone backstage. I want to introduce you guys. If you don't know who he is, he's one of the OGs. Started this with me, Raider Critique. The one and only Raider Ben in the house, dude. What is up, brother?
Benter.
What up, dude? What's going on, fellas? It's popping.
What's up, man? What's happening?
My brother.
Shit, I fucking got off work about an hour ago, bro. I had to come home and get my studio cleaned up for my show tonight and fucking now get to sit down and have a beer and smoke something, talk some shit.
Cheers. What's that hat, bro?
Smoke our shit.
Right, baby.
Smoke our shit.
Yeah, I like it. It's clean, bro.
I can't wait. I was actually going to leave, but now Ben's here, so I ain't going to go nowhere now.
Me either.
How you been, man?
I got this big ass bottle of wine into my motherfucking cooler.
Yeah.
And then I got this motherfucking what's left of my Hennessy right here.
That motherfucker. Hey, Ben, every time I see you drinking something different, I think last time you was drinking some peanut butter whiskey. You was on some Screwball or some
Screwball,
shit.
Yep.
Screwball gets you right, though.
That should be fucking my stomach up, though, bro.
Hey, Screwball gets you right.
I got
I'm on some Ciroc.
I got a super fucking weak stomach when it comes to like sugary liquor. Like one of my favorite liquors, bro, was Fireball. I can't drink Fireball no more. It just makes my stomach hurt hella bad, dude.
Yeah.
Anything sweet. So, anyways, cheers, everybody. Thanks for having me, man. I got some Hennessy, man. My first drink. Salute.
Yeah.
Cheers. I'm gonna get a refill here in a second, but I want to kind of.
Oh, y'all alcoholics.
So how y'all feeling about the AP shit, man? Y'all excited or what?
Yeah, dude,
oh man, we done spent 2 hours talking about that shit. We geeked, bro.
Yeah, we coming on.
I'm on the fence about it, dude. I love AP as a person and shit, but I'm on the fence about it, dog.
Well, that's good.
You like Harbaugh, don't you?
I'm a Harbaugh guy, yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you though.
Hold on. I'm glad that you're on the other side because I want to hear.
Harbaugh would have been a bad pick either, though, dude.
I want to hear another side like opinion on this. So, Raider Ben, what was it in Harbaugh, and like what kind of bought you in on, you know, kind of wanting to be supporting him, and kind of just your thought process going into it? Why are you?
Well, so I don't. Before I get into it, I don't want nobody to think I don't like AP. Like I'm cool with AP. You know what I mean? I don't feel like we could have lost either way with either one of those guys. I liked Harbaugh mainly because I've seen Harbaugh completely rebuild a failing franchise. You know what I mean? When he went over to the 49ers, bro, after he left Stanford, dog, he went over to the 49ers, dude. Alex Smith was considered a first-round bust. You know what I'm saying? They had plenty of talent. They couldn't find a way to use it. That fool went over there, dude, and within 2 seasons, they were going to the NFC Championship game. You know what I mean? He's a quarterback whisperer. He knows how to get quarterbacks to play at their highest ability. You know what I mean? And he's just got a track record, dude. He's got a track record of, for the most part, being successful everywhere that he's gone. You know what I mean? And AP he's wet behind the ears. You know what I mean? He hasn't done this shit before. You know, but at the same time, you got to give AP the benefit of the doubt because at some point, everybody's got to get their foot in the door somewhere.
Yeah, that's
you know what
a
I
fact.
mean? So I understand that. You know what I mean? It's so really that's my only argument when it comes between the two coaches. You have one coach that's done this before, and you got one coach that mainly just got hired, in my opinion, off of hype, dog. Like Antonio Pierce, the fans and the national media almost forced Mark Davis to go get Antonio Pierce. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, I hope it's the right decision. But at the same time, I've seen this Raiders organization, dude, give plenty of guys their first shot at that being a head coach, bro, and completely shit the bed, dude. You know what I mean? So, but you know, you have to give AP a lot of credit for a lot of different things, right? It's hard to see interim coaches come over and take over a team and have them in the playoff hunt all the way until, you know, the final week of the season. You know what I mean? That's hard to do. Then you talk about, you know, our defense was like middle of the pack, a little bit less than middle of the pack when he took over. He made our defense the number 1 ranked defense since the day he took over until we were finished. We were ranked number 1 in terms of points allowed, defensive touchdowns, sacks, all that shit, dude. Number 1 from week 10 or whenever he took over forward, we were number 1. So that's a huge step, and you got to give him credit for that, bro. At the end of the day, I love AP. I love his swag. I think everything about him as a Raider, but at the same time, I get that gut feeling that if this shit don't work out, bro, it's, you know, it's easy being like that as a Raider fan, though. You know what I mean? Like, we're always like, well, what if this shit don't work? You know, but he won over the organization, bro, and he won over the locker room, dude. And that's hard to do. You know what I mean? So he got, in my opinion, he got probably the hardest part down, which is, you know, letting all these men, you know, have his back, you know, because didn't nobody have McDaniel's back. You know what I'm saying? They said, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm thinking that because he won over the organization so much is probably why Harbaugh didn't even receive an interview.
Yep.
And that's
I feel like once he beat Kansas City in Kansas City,
it was lock.
It was a lock. Yeah.
Let me ask Raider Ben something. Well, what do you think when we needed Harbaugh the last time, bro? Like, we needed him before he hired McDaniels, and I felt like he played us like a fiddle. That's just me personally, but I'm just curious.
Well, Mark Davis didn't really fucking beat down that door. Mark Davis wanted motherfucking Josh McDaniels.
See, I don't know.
Harbaugh, he could have had Harbaugh.
I don't know, man. See, the whole Harbaugh thing, and again, I always say I think I look at it differently because I'm a Michigan fan.
Yeah.
And just even being a Michigan fan, it's like every single year, like over the last couple years, like he always just kind of waffled what he wanted to do, whether he wanted to go back to Michigan or if he wanted to go back to the NFL. I just feel like he just never knew what he was wanting to do. And then I was like, well, maybe he wants to stay at Michigan, but he's going to kind of, you know, play around in the NFL to try to leverage himself to get, you know, a higher bag, you know, a bigger bag, and he'll just come back in Michigan. And it worked. Every single time he did that shit, he'll put his name in the interviews for the NFL, and then he'll just do all that just to stay at Michigan and get a bigger bag. But I mean, the thing with Harbaugh for me though, it's just like I just keep thinking about like how he just couldn't win the big games
Yeah, I heard you
before
earlier. I
the
was listening to you
sign
guys earlier
stealing.
how you were talking about how he couldn't beat Ohio State. And
Yeah,
shit like
that shit used to bother me because I remember back in like in 2020, me and a lot of my other Michigan fans, we was ready to kick Harbaugh to the curb, but then he was like, "All right, I'm a stop calling plays. I'm gonna go get the play caller from Alabama, and we're gonna try to get the shit popping." And then it was like, "Okay, but we'll give you a shot." And then all of a sudden, we start winning. Like I said, and that's when the sign stealing shit allegedly start happening. So I don't know, man. It's just
I think it depends on your team, like for style of coach, right? Your leaders on your team and like your style. So like when you have an alpha males on a team, right? And to get them all to gel together is tough, right? Now you always have people like Raider Ben. He's self-motivated, right? Like highly motivated. Raider Ben, you're the kind of guy you don't need a foot in your ass. If someone tries to put their foot in your ass, you're gonna put it right back in their ass. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna take it out and put it back in there.
Yeah. So like, you have guys on a team like a Raider Ben, like, he don't need that foot in his ass. He's highly motivated, so a Harbaugh guy like that's probably better fit for a guy like Raider Ben. But I also feel like in this day and age where sometimes some of these younger cats in this newer generation that they lack a little bit of motivation, and if you can have a leader that can help instill that, they should all be motivated. Yes, they're making a lot of money. They're in the NFL, but I do think this is a tough game again in a tough division against opponents that if you can have a coach that can make you mentally strong, I just feel like at this point, that's almost more important than a guy that's an X and O's or a Harbaugh or a guy that's got a bigger resume. Because if you can relate to players and you can build that team unity mindset that it's me against the world, you're right. It is hype. It's a form of hype. I'm not going to disagree with that. But at the same time, I also think it's a form of building unity for one cause. And, we've kind of gone some different directions of some different style of coaching. Even the John Gruden, he was kind of a hypester, but he was also a lot more mellow the second go around than the first go around. Let's be real. The Chucky wasn't necessarily Chucky of the days past. And maybe he was trying to adjust to some of these younger players and whatnot.
He was senior citizen Chucky.
Yeah. But, I almost think as like a younger version of Chucky getting that hype, man. Like I want a coach that gets these guys ready to play, that, like they're not afraid to go play the Kansas City Chiefs. It's not about the Chiefs. It's about us.
Yeah.
Like when you go into that game, like I said earlier, you have a Jack Jones. It's like, you stop the magician. We got this kind of thing. You have a Meek Robertson. We lost the first time, like, under that leadership of Antonio Pierce, where he's like, I know we're better than that. Like a lot of people thought he was crazy. People like me and Raider Nation, like, what's this guy saying? But that's belief, man. And I think that belief, you can have it within yourself, but I think that also has to do with your head leadership and your coach. And I think Antonio Pierce help bring that belief to this team. But that's kind of one of the main reasons, me personally, why I wanted Antonio Pierce. I felt like he brings that leadership trait to bring the best out of the team.
Well, I mean, he gets the guys to play for him, bro. You know what I mean? And that's more than half the battle. You know what I mean? And I said all season, bro, like there's no lack of talent on our team, in my opinion. Like, yeah, are we questionable on the offensive line? Yeah. Are we questionable at quarterback? Yeah. But dude, we have a real good fucking defense, dude. Talent wise, dude, we have playmakers there, bro. It's just none of those dudes were. It's like they didn't want to play. There was no effort, dog. Those dudes did not want to fucking play, bro. And I said that shit all fucking year, bro. As soon as these motherfuckers go out there and actually play like they want to play, we have a team, dude. You've seen that, bro. As soon as Antonio Pierce took over, bro, he brought the love of the game back. Those dudes went out there and played, and they shown what their talent is.
Yeah,
that's true. You have to untap the potential of your players, bro.
Especially
like I was saying before. Like I thought fucking the only bad fucking spot, like the only bad decision would have been bringing somebody in like Bill Belichick.
Or Vrabel. Fuck both of them. I didn't want either one of those.
Or Mike Vrabel.
Hell no, yeah.
I don't want no corporate guys, man. Let's get somebody that the team can actually get behind.
Yeah, and plus it's like at the end of the day, man, it's all about getting those guys that really, I mean, because honestly, as much as I love Gruden, that Gruden 2.0, man, a lot of things about Gruden was like, to me, it was for show. You know what I'm saying? Like he had that Chucky persona, those mean looks and all that shit. Like that was for show, for TV, whatever. But like AP, when I hear him talk, the shit that he says in them press conferences, the shit that he says in the locker room after the games, that's who he is. You know what I'm saying? Like everything that we see from AP, that's who the fuck he is. Like he's not doing nothing for the camera. He's not doing nothing for, you know, the looks or clicks or anything like that. That is literally who that dude is. And that's not us saying it. That's people like Michael Strahan. That's people like other dudes that played against him or with him. Like that's the shit that gets me excited. Like you are who you say you are. And as a player, when you're talking to me and saying like X, Y, and Z, I can look at you and be like, you know what? You did this shit. So I understand. I want to follow you. So all that other shit, like I ain't with.
And he won a Super Bowl against the best offensive fucking team
probably ever.
Yeah, it made me want to put on Raider Ben's helmet right there and go smash my head through the fucking wall.
Honestly, yeah, that's what I was about to say. I mean, it was like night and day with Gruden. Like I was impressed when Gruden came in and did his press conference very first. I was like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's that Raider mentality we need. With AP, when he did his press conference, his very first press conference as the Raiders interim head coach.
Yeah.
It was I felt completely different about it. Like, and it was like with Gruden,
it was authentic,
like,
bro.
Yeah,
it was authentic.
Yeah. Fucking AP, it was like, oh my God, let's fucking kill these motherfuckers.
Yeah.
You know what? I mean, it was like night and day, dude. And it's just to get your fans like that. I can only imagine what it's like to be in the locker room with him. That intensity that he brings. That right there, that's what makes boys men, as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? And it brings back that mentality, what we've been looking for since we lost John Gruden, which was at least just a little bit of the Raider way that we used to know, where we weren't sitting there trying to, if we can't beat them, join them mentality, but we're going to take what the fuck we want mentality. Well, you know, that aspect of it. You know, when we fucking did the fucking bus around fucking Arrowhead Stadium, we took that shit because we wanted to take that shit. We won that game and we wanted to rub it in their face.
You're right. And let's be real. Ever since we moved from Oakland to Vegas, it feels like they've been trying to get away from the Raider way. I mean, that's how I feel. Maybe it's tinfoil hat theory. I don't know. But like, you know, I'm saying like, you know, even with Gruden, I felt like they were trying to, you know, the way the media was treating him, and I mean, he's never gotten love. I mean, but like, I just felt like they've been pushing us to this like Josh McDaniels Patriots West, you know, away from the Raider way, the hardcore Raider fans. I think they've been pushing that on us for a while, for whatever reason. And Antonio Pierce kind of brings that back.
Interior makeover. You can look like the Raiders, but you can't act like the Raiders.
Yeah. But that's not who we are. Like this is the whole reason we became Raider fans. We're like the bastard children of the world, dude. That's how, you know what I mean? Like we embrace this shit, you know, like Max Crosby. He even said that shit. Forget when it was, dude, like about halfway through the season or something. He's like, this is why I'm a Raider. I couldn't see myself being something else. This is like I could be a bunch of other places, you know, but like, you know, here with the Raiders, like I fit in being like a misfit, you know, like.
Yeah. Well, see, like I said, I've said this before too. It's hard to find guys that embrace the Raider way, dog. You know what I mean? And can understand all the shit that this organization has been through the history of our organization, you know, from, you know, the late great Al Davis, you know, having to sue the league because, you know, they wouldn't let us leave or not like that, from, you know, the Tuck rule bullshit, through all the notorious bullshit calls we've gone through, you know, years and years of seasons where, you know, we didn't really achieve what we wanted to achieve. You know what I mean? Constantly underachieving. And it's hard to find, you know, not just players, you know, but, you know, fucking a coach that understands it and, you know, is willing to understand how all this shit works. And willing to ride it, you know, like, it's like the captain that's going to go down with the ship, right? It's hard to find players and coaches that are the captain of the ship that are willing to go down with the ship. And when we find those kind of coaches that are willing to go down with the ship in terms of, you know, they're real Raiders, it tends to work out for us. If you look over the last couple of head coaches that have taken us to the playoffs were true Raiders. Jack Del Rio was a fucking Raider. His family grew up fucking Raider fans from Hayward, took us to the playoffs. Look at John Gruden. We all know John Gruden's a Raider. Built that fucking team, took us to the playoffs. You know what I mean? And then now obviously with McDaniels, who don't give a fuck about the Raiders, a fucking Patriot piece of shit. We didn't make it with him, but hopefully, Antonio Pierce can keep that same shit going and can continue to, be the coach that grew up a Raider, is a Raider, that understands what it means to be a Raider and can get us to, over that hump. Because if you go back and you look, if we beat the Colts and the Vikings, we're in the playoffs right now.
Easy.
And those are games we should have won.
Hell yeah.
We took the Vikings, who were in the playoffs, that were one of the best teams. We took them all the way until the last fucking play of the last drive of the game.
Facts.
So,
I would throw one more coach in there that wasn't on your list that didn't make the playoffs, but probably should have, and that would have been a Hugh Jackson, just because I know he loved this team, man.
Yeah, Hugh Jackson.
Jackson.
We fucking went 8-0 or 6-0 in our division that year too. Still missed the playoffs.
Yeah, we did. That was the first time ever that anybody has gone undefeated in their division and not made the playoffs.
Sounds like the Raiders.
I know. That's what we do, man.
To your point, he had that Raider passion, that Raider fire, man.
Yeah, and that's what it's about, dude. It's trying to find those kind of guys. You know what I mean?
Dominated the division, though.
Man. You can't just bring anybody over to the Raiders, bro, and think they're gonna.
You can't. Exactly. It's like we're not any other team where you can just get any head coach, and like you literally gotta take into account the fucking like the aura of the coach, man. Because there's a certain coach, like no matter how good the coach is, like no matter how good Bill Belichick is, he wouldn't fit with us. Even Andy Reid. Andy Reid is the best coach in the NFL right now. He still wouldn't fit with our team, bro.
Nah.
You know what I'm saying? Like we need like I need a coach that's gonna clap back. If someone say something, he gonna clap back right at you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's just who we are. Like if I wanted just a random coach, I could be a you know what I'm saying? Like I live in Ohio. I could be a Browns fan right now for all that shit. Like I like the Raiders and the Shield for a reason. You know what I'm saying? So it's more than just football for me, man. It's a whole feel. Like the shit got to feel right, man. And AP, and honestly, like for how old I am, it's like I really love that fucking Art Shell the first time around. I love that era. You know what I'm saying? That Art Shell, like when you watch the motherfuckers on TV, you saw Art Shell on the side. Like that shit was dope to me, man. That was dope to me. Now, AP just gives me that feel, man. So I don't care about nothing else. And the thing is, I'm a rock with him until it's over, man. So I'm all in.
I'm not trying to change the feel of the way this team operates or anything like that, man, because I'm all about the Raider legacy. For one, I definitely know what it's like to be the underdog and the one who is always overlooked. You know what I'm saying? Especially like when you fucking play sports, motherfuckers, you're too small. And I was always told you're too small. You'll never be able to amount to shit. You'll never be good at this.
Make it up in heart, dog. Make it up in heart.
You make it up in heart and you prove everybody wrong.
Look at Amik Robertson, dog.
Do it. Smack them right back in the face when they tell you can't do it. That's always been the Raider mentality.
Yep.
So why change it? That's why we fit here. Don't try to change us. Either adapt to us or walk the plank.
Yep.
Talk that talk, man. Talk that talk.
So I think the Raiders are in good hands with Antonio Pierce. Like I truly believe that. They got to get somebody. They got to get an established offensive coordinator, though, bro. Like we need an established offensive coordinator, not just any old no-name dude ain't never called a fucking play, dog.
Yeah, you need somebody that could really.
Like
so
I want my dude that's on top of the list, and I don't know if we're gonna get him. I doubt it because of the fucking the Fred Biletnikoff Foundation is Eric Bieniemy, dog.
Yeah.
That's my dude because he would I think he would want to come here because the fucking Washington Commanders, they're getting rid of Ron Rivera, he's fired, so they're gonna come in with a whole new staff. And why wouldn't he want to come over here?
He wants to fuck the Chiefs.
He's gonna stick it to Andy Reid.
Yeah, he wants to fuck the Chiefs.
Facts.
He's like I don't need you, bro. He wants to prove that shit.
And I'm gonna show you I don't need you. Yeah. Because they have really regressed since Bieniemy left. Look at their offense, dude. You can say they don't have no receivers all you want, but their play calling is not creative like it used to be, dude. It's very bland and vanilla.
Yeah, they're surviving on talent and talent alone.
Yep.
But if we did get Bieniemy, Raider Ben, what do you think about how that could possibly help us against Mahomes and the Chiefs, since he probably knows Mahomes pretty well and their game plan?
He helped develop Patrick Mahomes.
We wouldn't get being. I mean, there's a 0% chance.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I don't know. Money talks. You give him a
but honestly,
deal or something, man.
Nah, the Freddie B shit, man, and I really think Mark is gonna stand on that shit because there as long as Freddie B's living. There's no chance that Eric Bieniemy's coming with the whole.
But it's fucked up though, right? That's a double standard shit because we brought in Tom Cable twice, dog, and Tom Cable's got a domestic violence under his rap too.
That's true. That's true.
That's why when people say the Blitnikoff shit, I always remember about Tom Cable. Tom Cable
forgot about
DD,
that.
Bro.
Wait, but he did that shit. Didn't he do that shit while he was working with us?
While he was working with the Raiders, bro.
Yeah.
He did that shit while he was working with the Raiders, and he broke one of our fucking coaches.
Assistant coaches.
Bro.
Our assistant coaches shit.
Chris Hansen.
And the Commanders didn't have a quarterback, Omicron. I agree, bro. Their offense wasn't that good this year, but they didn't have no quarterback. They didn't really have no talent. The Redskins don't have no talent on offense besides Scary Terry, bro. That's all they got. They don't have no tight ends. They have no wide
receivers. He made Sam Howell ball, though. Hey, Sam Howell was balling. Sam Howell was one of the top quarterbacks for a minute.
Yeah, I've talked to Coach Hansen a few times, bro. You know what I mean? And, I've never mentioned anything about that, but Coach Hansen was a cool-ass dude.
I forgot. What did he coach? I forgot. What did he coach?
Oh, that was the dude that was on Stu's shit, I think.
Yeah. He was the special teams, I believe.
Oh, that was the dude that Cable punched?
Yeah. And he's a cool-ass dude, bro. Like, there was no fucking reason he should have punched him.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm not a big Tom Cable guy. I can't lie. I
like him. I think as an offensive line guy, I think he's a good offensive line coach. He might be a little overrated, but he's definitely a good offensive line coach. I'd rather have him over a lot of these fucking offensive line coaches, dude. Like, who's going to be our offensive line coach this year, dude? I'd rather have him over some no-name that we're probably going to pick up off the street.
As long as it's not the guy we had last year, I wanted that guy gone like before the season even ended.
Yeah, you didn't like him? Yeah. Honestly, I think AP is going to get a guy, an offensive line guy that embodies physicality. Because honestly, one thing about AP, he wants to run the ball. He made that clear.
Yeah,
he wants a bully. He wants the bully. So, like, I wouldn't be surprised if we get somebody that just. Yeah, I'm watching. I don't know if y'all watching the game. That shit.
I'm watching the game too.
Yeah, the fucking Ravens is bullying these dudes now. But I wouldn't be surprised if we get somebody that that has that old school mentality. Like, beat up the fucking dude in front of you, because that's the era that AP comes from,
Well,
he comes from a game of football that's no longer allowed to be played anymore. When he was a fucking linebacker for the Giants, they were allowed to actually go out there and smack shit.
Yeah,
you can't do that shit no more.
Hey, Hardcore brought up a good name, fucking Mike Tice. Where's he at now?
Dude, I was just getting ready to say that. You motherfucker, you stole my shine.
Hey, Hardcore brought that shit up earlier. He's like Mike Tice.
Because he was the offensive line coach under Jack Del Rio, dude. And he was a hell of an offensive line coach, dude.
Yeah.
But we also had a hell of an offensive line too. We had motherfucking Donald.
Oh yeah, we had beasts.
Simile, Rodney,
KO and them,
and Austin Howard, bro.
Yeah, we had. Where's he at now? I wonder. So I wouldn't mind an old school dude like that.
Hey Alexa, where does Mike Tice coach at? See if this bitch knows.
Look at Ben with the technology.
Iron Mike is currently in a unique position as he is the coach of the Predator. Did that answer your question?
No, it didn't, bitch. Shut the fuck up. I don't even know what the fuck that is, dumb bitch. You about to catch a punch, bitch, is what you about to catch.
Shit. Nice.
He about to fire Alexa.
Bro, I be fighting with that bitch like every single Saturday. I get drunk and start asking that bitch questions, bro, and she be giving me all the wrong answers. I be having to slap that bitch.
That's awesome.
You ain't gonna be out here give me fake news, bitch.
I said what up to the chat. I know I apologize. I know there's been some people in here.
Chat.
But I want to say what up to Dizzy, Super Omicron, Raider Pete, Big Heck. I know we had Raider Dave in here. He was chiming in a lot, so appreciate that. I know we were ranting and raving for a little bit. We had Michael 918. Raider AG, and I know we had some other cats, but anybody I missed, apologize, but I love you guys. Thanks for all you guys' input, tuning in, and checking that out. All right, so let's talk about this offensive line a little bit more if you guys got time. So what's the perfect scenario to get this offensive line bolstered? I want to start Raider Ben. You got Sure, you got some opinions. What are you thinking? Draft.
We need to get rid of Andre James, bitch ass. First and foremost.
Say again. Sorry.
We got to get rid of Andre James. He's fucking terrible, dude.
Hold on. All right.
Hold
on. So you're saying we should promote or move what's his name to center?
Parham.
Yeah, I would move Parham to center. Yep.
Okay, I like that. Okay, go ahead.
I would move Parham to center. See, I like Jordan Meredith, dog. We have to see more of him, but I think Jordan Meredith's a good player, dude. But he's really young. You know what I mean? So we need to get rid of James and you put Parham at guard. We need to motherfucking have Colton Miller at left tackle and Thayer Munford at right tackle. So then we just got to figure out our 2 guard positions, bro. And I don't know about free agency, dude, but I know this. I would not be surprised if there's no quarterback there at 13 and the Raiders can't trade up, dude. We will draft an offensive lineman at 13, bro. We will. We'll either draft a tackle or somebody, bro. I guarantee it. As much as I don't want to, I could because I could see with as many good quarterbacks there are and all these quarterback needy teams ahead of us, dude, that some of these best offensive linemen are probably going to slide, dude. And it's going to have the Raiders maybe able to get a steal of an offensive lineman. You know,
which would be beneficial.
So Andre James at our Parham at center, Colton Miller at left tackle, Thayer Munford at right tackle. Possibility of Jordan Meredith playing left guard. If not, then we need 2 guards. So
I like it. That's what I would say too.
We need physicality though, dude. Like Andre James, he's a little dude, bro, and he doesn't get vicious, bro. We couldn't keep going on.
We got to get an offensive lineman in the first or second round. If we're not, I agree. If we're not going quarterback, we got to get somebody.
Yeah, Luminor's gone too. Fuck him.
Third round at the latest.
Luminor walked the plank for me twice this year, at least twice.
Him.
So yeah, fuck him.
He's terrible. He almost got Aiden O'Connell killed versus the Chargers in that first game against Khalil Mack, dude. He almost got that kid hurt, bro.
Hey, but you know the thing about Illuminor though, I think that like we tried to make him a tackle, but I think Illuminor is more built to be a guard. You know, I mean, he's a big dude. Guard. Yeah, like I wouldn't mind putting him at guard. I mean, to me, I think that's a natural position, honestly. You know, the only thing Illuminar that pisses me off is when he fucking has them brain farts and get them penalties. But for the most part, I mean, Illuminar, he got some good tape, man. Like he plays good sometimes. I mean, that Chargers game, he fucked up, but I think everybody fucked up that game. But I'm not as down on Illuminar as you guys are, though. Illuminar, he's serviceable to me, but I put him at guard.
But you don't think he's a starting right tackle, right? I mean,
no. Honestly, I like what I saw from Thayer, so I wouldn't mind putting Thayer at right tackle. But I'm saying, to me, Illuminar, bump him in the middle. You know what I'm saying? As a guard, I think he could do it unless we find someone that's better. You know, another free agent. But I mean, if Illuminar can come back to us fairly cheap, I'd move him as guard. He's way better than Van Roten.
Yeah, Van Roten sucks too, dude.
Yeah.
At least with the eye test, he sucks. I'm not gonna lie. PFF gave him a couple really good grades this year.
Man, PFF is so trash, bro.
I agree. But that's why I was like, when they kept rating him as like the top graded offensive lineman in terms of run blocking, I'm like, dude, no way.
Yeah. Fuck that. They used to have what's his name? Fucking what's dude from Alabama? We got the what's the fuck his asshole name? The fucking guard. What's his name? The Leatherwood. They fucking used to guard. They used to give Leatherwood a good grade. Like fuck PFF, bro.
He's fucking terrible. And Dizzy, you asked me where did I get my foam hat thing? If you just look up Raider head foam head like on Google, you should be able to find them on Google.
Hey Ben, is that Raider helmet autographed?
Nah, it's just a regular helmet. I got that shit. I got this shit from Pizzle. I went to Pizzle's house, bro, and Pizzle was like, "Bro, I got an extra Raider helmet. Dude, you can have it."
That's sick, dude.
That shit mine now.
Yeah,
not autographed
great, man.
Yeah, Pizzle's a great dude, bro. I'm going to his house next week, and he has a house he has oceanfront property, dude. But as soon as he opens his front door, dude, the ocean's right there.
Damn,
bro,
is he a high roller?
Go get yourself a deep sea pole, bro. Go get a deep sea pole and go out there with some Coronas and just.
Dude, that's what I told him. He was like, "I don't even fish," and I'm like, "Hell, and if I lived on the ocean like that, I'd be down there blowing big blunts, dude, fucking getting drunk, fishing."
Yep.
Because you live right there. I don't go fishing. We ain't got no good fishing out here. I have to drive a ways, and I'm not trying to drive anywhere to go fishing. But if it was right at my front door, I'm definitely going fishing.
Hey, y'all. I know it's off topic. The Ravens are gonna win the Super Bowl, bro.
Yeah,
sorry.
I mean, I think they're gonna win the Super Bowl too, dude.
Dog,
I think
they are
year.
nasty. They are
I'm going
nasty.
for the underdog. The Detroit
I don't give a
Lions,
fuck who it
baby.
is as long as it's not the 49ers.
Detroit
I don't give a
Lions are
fuck.
going all the way
No,
this year.
You don't want the Chiefs in there too, bro. We can't have the Chiefs win their 4th Super Bowl in our house, man.
No,
It'll be the
I agree, but
Baltimore
if I had to
Ravens
pick the
against
Chiefs or the
Detroit
49ers,
Lions.
bro, the Chiefs can win another one. I don't give a fuck.
Nah,
Fuck the
Because I
49ers.
live out here, bro. I got to
hear
hear
you. I know,
49ers
I
fans
know.
every single day, bro. And imagine what I'm gonna have to hear, dog, if the
they
Niners
win in
win a
our
Super Bowl
house?
in our house, bro.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I'm never gonna hear the end of that, bro. No, the Niners can't win. Not this year. Not ever, but definitely not this year. Not in our shit.
I hear you.
My
I
girl
want
thinks it's gonna
Lions
be
and
the-
Bills. I'd like to see
My
Lions.
girl
Bills.
thinks it's going to be the Niners and Ravens because it's scripted.
Yeah,
So we'll
and
see
the
it.
Super Bowl logo is red and purple.
Uh,
It's like a
Yeah,
shade of like
but I
red
don't
and
know.
purple.
I'm
or
hoping-
some shit.
I'm hoping the Lions pull it off, bro. I don't
I
care. just
I
want
hate
them
that
to
scripted talk though. That's one thing I hate. I hate the scripted talk,
I know
If-
scripted shit is what made me hate wrestling.
bro. If I find
Yeah.
out, to me, I think it's impossible. But if I find out the NFL scripted, I'm done, bro.
Yeah, facts. Because
I'm
if it's
done.
scripted,
Yeah,
dude,
me
that
too,
means
bro.
we're scripted to be the bad team every single year.
And plus, like you know how good of actors everyone has to be, and like my thing is there's zero chance of shit scripted because someone like Antonio Brown will go on a rant when he's pissed and tell everyone the truth. That's how I know that shit ain't scripted, bro. Like Chandler Jones, if it was scripted, Chandler Jones would have been told the truth.
I don't think it's scripted. I just think there's something funky going on with sports betting and referees and shit like that. Like, I'm not saying
Referees, yeah.
picks, but I'm saying like there's some definitely funky shit that happens in extremely important games for to favor certain teams.
Yeah,
I mean,
but also,
The Chiefs.
why in
got
the
pushed
hell
to
would
the
you have to
Super
have
Bowl win
meetings,
last year.
bro?
Huh?
Why would you have to have meetings in between coaches and fucking referees?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's
No.
that's how they tried to explain off that bullshit that happened against Dallas and Detroit.
Yeah, that's
Why
just
would they have to
wild.
have those meetings? That shit's wild, bro. Like, why would they have to have meetings about certain plays? That's
Maybe
one thing that kind of makes it weird.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Raider Ben, what do you think about the quarterback? I know we got a long off season, but any foresight on the quarterback position, like whether draft, you want to get a free agent? What are you thinking about quarterbacks right now?
Me personally, I want the kid from LSU, Jaden Daniels.
Jaden,
That's who
yeah.
I want, you know, and mainly because, you know, he looks the part, you know what I mean? He's one of the younger quarterbacks in this draft, you know what I mean? And he's got a history with Antonio Pierce, you know what I mean? And we've seen what that did for Jack Jones, you know, and you can see how much better he plays and how much more he enjoys the game playing with Jack Jones or Antonio Pierce. So that's who I want, bro. Jaden Daniels. I do think Jimmy Garoppolo will be on this team next year, just because we have so much guaranteed money.
Right.
So
It's we don't get no cap relief getting rid of
we
him.
don't
Might
get
as well
shit
keep
for
him.
getting rid of him. So you might as well just keep him as a
And
backup.
he's a good teammate too. Like at
Yeah.
the end of the day, he didn't take his ball and go home like our previous quarterback did.
Exactly.
I'm okay with keeping Jimmy as long as there's no cap relief. If there's cap relief while getting rid of him, then let's get rid of him.
I
Yeah. I
fucking
don't think
hate
there's any
Jimmy
cap
G.
relief.
All right, so hold on. Raider Ben, let me ask you.
What
All right, so I like that quarterback. I think that would probably be a good fit for the same reasons you said. But if we were to go that route, and let's just say we had to give up to move up to whatever 3rd, 4th overall or something like that. If we got to give up the first 3 rounds in this draft, so 1st, 2nd, 3rd round, and first 3 rounds for next year's draft, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, something like that.
That's a lot. That's a lot though. I don't think we'll have to give up that much.
No,
You
they're
think
gonna
so?
want like it's gonna cost like maybe three first-round picks, 4 first-round picks. I don't think they're gonna want our seconds or our thirds. Not to get into the top 3. They're gonna want top picks. So we might be out of first this year.
How
and
much
next
did the
2 years.
Panthers give up though? The Panthers only gave up what 2 first rounds and a player, right?
But hold
Yeah,
on,
and their best offensive player.
but they moved from like 9 or 7 to like 1 or something like that. I think they weren't at 13.
I mean, the
That's
fucking
true.
Lions didn't have nobody but not the Lions, but the Panthers didn't have nobody on offense besides DJ
Yeah,
Moore.
Moore.
They had to give
They
him
gave
up.
up. They gave up 1 or 2 players too. I can't remember. I think it was wide
Yeah, they
receiver.
gave up
right?
DJ
Yeah,
Moore
Moore
and I
and
think
someone
2
else.
first-round picks and a second or something.
Yeah, they gave up
They
a
gave up
lot.
a shit ton. So
I'd give up 2
I
first
think if it's
rounds.
straight picks, straight picks, dude, it's 3 first-rounders, dude, to move up. And
3
that
first
top.
rounders. I like if it's
I would do that. if you can guarantee me it's a franchise quarterback. Otherwise,
Yeah.
we're going to be setting our team back again. You know, and that's what the thing is. There is no guarantees in this league. You feel me? So,
but if that team wants, say, our first, second, third round this year, first, second, third next year, that's a lot for me to swallow. No matter who the quarterback, even if it was like Caleb Williams or first overall, or you know,
I'd rather do that than give up a fucking first round picks for the next 3 years. To be honest.
Yeah.
Really?
Because with the first round pick, you're going to get some of the best talent in the draft. I mean, second round picks, yeah, but like third round picks, dude, you fucking be lucky to even get a starter in the fucking third round. You know
I don't know. Second, I feel like second, third rounds hit a lot more than first rounds. You get a lot more misses on first.
I'm about to say,
You might be right.
second,
I don't know. I don't really follow
second
the
is
draft. So you might be
always
right.
overlooked, bro. Like second round picks are always overlooked, and nobody really gives them the appreciation they deserve. Good shit,
Yep.
hardcore for real, dude. Because second round picks, man, a lot of second round picks hit.
They do.
Sometimes, but not for
Not
us.
for us.
Yeah, not for, I'm about to say not
Yeah.
for us. Shit.
None of our
Hold
picks,
on.
especially our first rounders.
4 seconds.
The draft percentage, at least a couple years ago, I mean, the draft percentage of first rounders working out all throughout the NFL or being like studs is like, it's like 10 to 15%. It's so low that you find a starter that ends up being a stud in the NFL in the first round. It's scary. It's almost like you almost want to fucking like get more draft picks in the second, third round because so many guys don't work out in the first round.
Yeah, there's in the first round, there's more busts than there are wins. You know what I mean? If
Right,
you look
yeah,
at the history of first round picks, more teams miss in the first round than they actually hit. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? The only
I agree
ones
with
that
you.
are like more guaranteed hits are like the late first round picks, like 28 through 32. Because those guys are pretty much second round picks.
Right.
You know,
How y'all
if you
feel
look at-
about Justin Fields, man? How
I'll
y'all feel
pick
about Fields?
Justin Fields in a fucking heartbeat, bro.
You say you would or wouldn't?
Yep, I would.
I would
I'd
too.
offer them a second round pick right now. Hey, bro, I'll give you a second round.
Me
Send him
too.
over here.
Me
And
too.
I'd
Yeah.
definitely give up. I'd give up a second.
I would
I think
too.
we
I
can
think
go
it
out
would
there with
cost
our
a
first
first,
pick.
but
and do what
I
we
would
need
give
to
up
do,
a
which is
second.
draft the best defensive player.
All right, so this kind of relates to Justin Fields, but like, cause like you're gonna have him on a 1 year rental if you trade for him, no matter what, if a second, third round, whatever, and then you're gonna have to pay him a contract, which could be probably 50 mil. Oh, he's out. See if it comes back, but because I wanted to ask him this question, but
I don't think you know what, hardcore. I don't think Justin's gonna. I mean, unless he like takes us to the Super Bowl, I don't think he's gonna be that expensive, man. Because I don't think that I don't think his market will be that much for him to want 50 mil, bro. I mean, because he really only had like. Do you guys think he's had a good year as a quarterback so far? I don't think
let
he
me
has.
ask you a question before I answer that question. Do you think
Yeah.
Derek Carr is worth 37 mil?
Do I think what?
Derek Carr is worth 37 mil.
I
That
don't.
was his pay
But
cut. Remember, he was going to make 40 mil. His pay cut to the Saints
Yeah.
was 37 mil.
no. But the thing with Carr though is Carr at least had like he had something to negotiate towards. Like he could say like, hey, I threw for this. I was a Pro Bowler this many times. Like I took my team to the playoffs twice. But like Justin can't say none of that shit though. So that's like you know what I'm saying? Like I don't think that Justin will have a leg to stand on unless we sign him and he takes us like deep into the playoffs and he's like, okay, now my market's gonna be up. Like I don't think he can ask for 50, man. I don't. I really don't.
So my question where I was getting at with when I started this was, what situation gives us the best opportunity to go to the playoffs and maybe a Super Bowl run in the next year and the year after? What quarterback, whether that's draft, whether that's Justin Fields, who gives us the best chance? And say if we did a shorter term time frame window, next 1 to 3 years instead of 2 to 5, if we focus on 1 to 3 years, what quarterback do you think gives us the best chance to make a playoff run and potential Super Bowl? Do you think it's Justin Fields?
Well, again, I mean, it's a loaded question because
Right.
we got to look at everything.
Who's going to be available by the time?
Yeah, because
comes up.
Yeah, because from a financial standpoint, having a rookie quarterback under a rookie deal is the way to go because then we can, spend money elsewhere. But like, I really don't think Justin's gonna cost as much as you think. I mean, I could be wrong, but
can Justin get us to the playoffs and get us to the Super Bowl? You think if we have defense and if spend as much?
I think so. I think so. Because Justin, for one thing I like about Justin is he's a hard worker. He's a hard worker. He's not going to be like the Jamarcus Russells. Like he's going to put the time in. I just think the Bears didn't have shit. They just couldn't help him. Like Justin's never had a decent offensive line. He's not. I'm not going to act like Justin's like a Lamar Jackson or anything, but I think Justin can get it done with talent around him. I do think that. I do.
All right, I like it. Critique.
Oh, I'm doing exactly what he said. I have nothing else to add to that. I would have taken Justin Fields 1,000 times. You know, I think he's a generational talent. To me, he's. I mean, maybe not generational.
I ain't gonna say generational though. You think generational talent?
I would say he's better than fucking what we've had.
Yeah,
he
definitely
run for
would be
1,000 yards,
better than what
yards?
we've seen. And I think you put, dude, the Bears team sucked.
Yeah, he had no help, bro.
He had no help, no running back. Offensive line's fucking terrible, but he's still putting up numbers. So put him with a stacked
fucking
team,
Devante,
Devante, Jacoby Myers, Josh Jacobs, Zamir White backing up Josh Jacobs, who had a fucking outstanding year. Dude, Justin Fields would thrive.
I agree there. I agree.
And that's why I fucking think that it would be a dream come true, because I don't think it's ever going to happen. You know, it's just, we're just dreaming at this moment, because is Chicago stupid enough to get rid of him?
See, I think they are, but
bounce on it. Please let us bounce on it.
I think hardcore. I think hardcore's thing is he just don't think he's going to be worth the money that he's going to ask for in year 2, which I feel you, but I think that's where I disagree. But I could be wrong. But I just can't see Justin asking in his market saying, "Give me 50 million." Like, to me, that's crazy. That's crazy.
You're right, but this brings me back to kind of one of my main topics or points, which is you have to figure out the long-term plan before you figure out the short-term plan. You see how they all conflict, you know what I mean? And how, like, you know,
no, I agree.
Like what's first, like the chicken or the egg?
I'm not a general manager.
I agree, but okay, but even if, like, that's what I'm saying. So even if we play the best scenario, we get Justin next year on I think that's the last of his deal, his rookie deal. Like, at the very most, if he takes us to like the AFC Championship, then he might want 50 mil. But I don't think if he could take us to the AFC Championship, whatever the fuck his price is, I'll give it to him at that point. If you could take us to the AFC Championship, give him the fucking bag. I think he deserves it.
I feel like whatever we do, okay, whether it's quarterback, offensive coordinator, I think we need to look at a smaller time frame, not a 2 to 5 year plan. I think we need to look at a 1 to 3 year plan to make this team a playoff and a Super Bowl contender. And so whatever plan that is to make us more of a win now mode, as opposed to this, like, because we don't need a rebuild. Let's be honest. We should all know, hopefully, we don't need a full rebuild, right?
Yeah.
Which is my worries about bringing a different coach and all that. So if we don't need a rebuild, we have pieces in place. We had Devante Adams, who, after, like I said, that's why I pointed his contract out. It's very questionable after 2024, jumping up to 44 mil. Then it's like, can we win a Super Bowl with Devante Adams is how I'm looking at it. I think we can. I think we should have him on our team. Is he worth 44 mil? That's a lot to bite off. But if we backload the contract, we restructure it. And if we get a guy, if say it is a Justin Fields that can get us to the playoffs, get us to the Super Bowl, do we have enough pieces in place to make that happen? If we feel like we do, then I think, yeah, consider that option. If we feel like we don't, then we should consider the draft or a different option. You know what I mean? So,
yeah. But
like, I want to be in more of, like, you look at Max Crosby's contract, some of these other guys, their contracts are going to be coming up. Trayvon Moehrig, Nate Hobbs, and Meek Robertson's contract's up this year. But, you know, Trayvon Moehrig and Nate Hobbs, their contract's going to be coming up. But I think we should keep them. Hopefully we do. But, you know, we look at all these different pieces and I'm like, all right, I think we can go on a Super Bowl run. But what's going to be the fastest track from point A to point B, meaning a shorter time frame in the next 1 to 3 years?
So who's your quarterback of choice in? So do you think?
Honestly, I don't fucking know. I just know it's the hardest question to answer. I'm just straight with you. Like, I don't have a favorite.
I get it. But I'm saying, like, would you prefer a rookie quarterback under a rookie deal, or would you be okay with a veteran?
problem is it's very seldom that you're going to get a rookie quarterback to do a CJ Stroud type season.
Right.
And
That's
to go
true.
to the playoffs and to win a playoff game. It's very seldom that a rookie, no matter who it is, you can look at all the guys, Trevor Lawrence, the
Any of them.
Bengals quarterback,
Yeah.
Joe Burrow.
Any of them.
They're not usually going to the playoffs and winning playoff games or whatever their first year. Joe Burrow, I think, was a very anomaly to do it in his second year. I think it was he went to the Super Bowl or something like that. So it can happen, but damn, it's hard, and you got to have a lot of pieces around those players. So, if we go the rookie route, I just look at it. You may not be ready next year. You might be looking at years 2 and 3 that you can make a real playoff push. You know what I mean? And then in that case, you got to figure out a way to work out the Devante Adams contract if you want him to be part of that. I hope he is, personally, from a fandom perspective, but from a business perspective, it may not make sense to get the rookie contract and have Devante Adams here. And that hurts me because I think we could have, like I said earlier, a Jerry Rice, Tim Brown type combo-esque, and a Jacoby Myers and a Devante Adams to help us win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, no, I agree. I honestly think that Devante, from what I know of him, I think he wants to stay a Raider because, again, he's made it clear. People always want to act like just because he's pissed off on the sideline, he wants to go somewhere else. I don't think that's the case. I don't think he's here only because Carr. I think he was a lifetime Raiders fan growing up. He wants to be a Raider. I think that because people don't realize when you restructure your contract, you're not getting less money. You're just restructuring when you get it. So I think for the better of the team, he'll say, fuck it. Don't give me $40 million this year. I'm already rich. I'm a family man. Give me $20 million this year. Use that other fucking money and go get us, someone else that could help us. Go, like, if you need to give a quarterback an extra $20 million, if you need to give Justin Fields an extra $10 million, take that shit off of my tab and pay me that extra $10 million in 2017. Like, I think he would think like that because he wants to win, because that's all he's missing to his resume. We already know he's a future Hall of Famer. He has everything. He just wants to get that ring, man. And I think he would love to get that shit with the silver and black. That's my thought.
I hope you're right. I love it, but I've heard I've heard that before. Derek Carr said the same thing twice, and I feel he lied to us both times.
I'm glad you said that because I think he lied too. He always talks about, I wish my best friend could still be here with me. Well, the reason the best friend's not here with you because you didn't leave enough money for him. People don't want to talk about that shit. You didn't leave enough money for Khalil. Khalil probably didn't want to be here anyway because I don't think he liked Gruden. But at the end of the day, yeah, you lied. You didn't take a team-friendly deal. I don't care what the fuck people say. Carr did not take a team-friendly deal.
Facts, preach, brother. Because that's been my main gripe all these
years. I mean, I'm just keeping it real. Like he says the right shit, but that was not a team-friendly deal.
Yeah, no. If he would have stayed on the Raiders and Derek Carr would have taken a Jimmy Garoppolo deal, 25 mil, 27 mil, whatever, dude, I would have been cool with that. That
exactly
is reasonable, and I think that's within his skill set. And we could have won a championship with Derek Carr, but he wanted 40 mil, and his pay cut was from 40 to 37. 37 mil is not a team-friendly deal.
Exactly.
Like,
he was the 7th highest paid quarterback at the time, and he wasn't playing the 7th highest paid quarterback shit. Now it'd be different, you know what I'm saying? And I don't mind paying people for what they deserve, man. But come on, Carr.
Right. Very few
people act like I'm a Carr hater. I'm not a Carr hater because even now people are like, oh, well, if we had Carr this year, we would have went to the playoffs. Okay. If we would have Carr this year, we wouldn't have had Robert Spillane. We wouldn't have had Marcus Epps. We wouldn't have had those. We would have had the money to get those guys. What you say?
If I remember correctly, you supported Carr pretty diehard. If I remember correctly, I thought you were a big Carr supporter.
You talking about critique?
No.
You talking about me or critique?
No, you.
Oh, hell no. Nah, dog.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Nah.
I thought you were before the shit erupted. I thought you were supporting him kind of thing or whatever.
I was always like, I just support my team. So like whether it's Jimmy, I supported Terrell Pryor, I supported Jamarcus Russell, but like I was on the side. I was like, I'm ready for Carr to go. I was never Like I used to make fun of the Kardashians. So I was, that wasn't me.
I got you.
Now,
I ain't throwing shots at you. I wasn't throwing shots at you. I just
no, I get it. Now, where I was wrong at.
Shade at me.
Yeah, now, where I was wrong at, and I'll be honest, I backed fucking McDaniels more than most people did. I backed him like that. That's how me and Critique got into it. I backed McDaniels because I wanted him to work out. I was wrong, but that's where I'll eat that shit. I was like, hey, McDaniels is gonna get it together sooner or later. I was fucking wrong. That's why I didn't debate him. That's why I didn't debate Critique, because I'm like, that next week, fucking, I think McDaniels did terrible. I hit Critique in the DM like, you know what? You're right. I'm done, bro. You got it.
I was like that with Gruden.
I remember that too.
I was like, you got it, bro.
It was like, man, it's not bad to want to root for your guys, but when it's just not working, it's not working.
Yeah. You got to be real enough to say, hey, I was wrong. I wanted McDaniels to work out. He proved me wrong. I'm done.
I wish Carr the best. I'm just glad the Saints didn't make the playoffs because we would have never heard the end of
We would never heard the end of it. We wouldn't have. They'd been like, oh, you see what he did. And the thing is, people are still trying to say how good Carr is. Like, we have Raider fans. Like, one thing I hate, like, I almost wish I never started this content creating thing because I see a side of this fan base I didn't know existed. I really see like our fan base arguing with Saints fans. Saints fans will be on Twitter saying, man, Carr sucks. And the fucking Kardashians are like, what are you talking about? Carr? I'm like, bro, like, shut up, man.
Well, they got to see what we got to see for 9 years, and it was up and down. It's not that he was terrible all the time, but it was when he was terrible, it was almost you couldn't watch it, especially when we got blowed out like 42-0 by the Jets. I mean, it was a fucking terrible game.
I'm not a Carr hater. I wish him the best. I just can't stand when people aren't honest about it. You know what I mean?
Right. Just call it down the middle.
All they do is find excuses, and I'm like, like my main gripe is the entire time is like he's not worth the kind of money that we paid him.
Exactly.
Quarterback. But had he done things differently with his contract,
exactly.
I know coaching. I know there's other factors. Better coaching worked out, and some of these players, I think we could have won a championship with Derek Carr. Like, but not at that price level, dude. It would have never worked out. But sorry, go ahead, Critique.
No, you guys know how I felt about Derek Carr. I was a huge supporter, and I believe that we would have had the fucking playoffs in hand with his second year in the system this year. You feel me? I think that because he was always better second year in the system.
I agree there. But like Hardcore said, we got to bring in the money though. Like if Carr played for Jimmy G money, then that's a whole different ball game. But if we had Carr, I truly don't think we could have had Spillane. I don't think we could have had Marcus. Like,
right.
Only reason our defense did what they did was fucking Spillane played out of his mind this year.
He did.
Now it wasn't until the word was already written and he was pretty much out the door already that he said that he would have restructured his contract. But I don't think. But why did he wait?
Right.
Why did he wait until he was out the door before he said that he would restructure his contract?
Right.
I think Josh McDaniels really rubbed him the fucking wrong way, and he didn't want to stay after Josh McDaniels got here. After he figured that Josh McDaniels, Mark Davis was riding hard for Josh McDaniels, all up to the point to where he had no more excuses he could give the guy. I mean, he rode that all the way up till the end. You know what I mean? And that's because of the contract situations. A lot of people don't understand. There's a lot of money being thrown around up there.
A lot of money.
More money than we could ever imagine.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Let's face it. There's more quarterbacks, not just Derek Carr, but quarterbacks not earning their contract than there are quarterbacks earning their contract. Deshaun Watson, Dak Prescott,
Deshaun Watson, he's not earning shit.
Derek Carr.
You know what I mean?
Kirk Cousins did pretty good until he got hurt, but he was kind of maybe in that category for a while.
Well, no, but hold on, but Kurt bet on himself. Kurt took a lot of 1-year deals, so you got to give Kurt his love because Kurt was like, look, don't give me a long-term deal. Just pay me year by year, and I'll earn that shit. And he did. I ain't mad at Kurt though.
If there's one quarterback we were talking about, there's one quarterback that can take us to a championship. as crazy as it sounds, it might be Kirk Cousins. It'd be a big ass contract, but like all the quarterbacks that might be in the potential for a trade or free agency and stuff like that. I'm not saying he's worth like 40 mil, but like that's a quarterback. He was playing pretty damn good, dude. Like, that
was a bad injury, though. That was a bad injury.
It was a bad injury. A
I
bad
don't know.
injury. It's
I'm
like
not saying
saying
I
Aaron
want him.
Rodgers
I'm
now.
just
Like
saying-
I feel you. I don't think
I
I don't think I'd rock with Kurt, honestly. Me personally.
me neither, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, that offensive line, the way they are right now, if we were to go out there with that same offensive line that we had last year, you better
might
be
as well
able to
go
move.
AFC.
Yeah. You're screwed. You're going to die
Yeah.
behind that line.
Yeah.
So because they might do well a couple plays, but they're not consistent.
Yeah,
So
I almost would think it's unpopular. It is. I think I'd rather have Russell Wilson than Kirk Cousins, personally.
man,
I mean,
I don't care. Just give me
it's a
somebody
friendlier deal.
competent.
Yeah,
Give me somebody competent who can run the offense in case some crazy shit happens, like the offensive coordinator gets canned.
Yeah.
That's one thing that I felt like, hurt us. And what we lacked at last year was somebody to be able to step up on offense as a signal caller,
Yeah, we had rookie. We had new
Execute.
guy. Yeah, you're right.
We had no guys.
If our defense can play even close to what they played this year, we may not even need a super stud quarterback.
No, you're right. But no, okay, let me ask you this. Now, let me ask you this, because I know Critique's gonna lose his shit. So Critique, you might want to put me on mute. But but keep it real though. I know it's gonna sound crazy. With a new offensive coordinator, would y'all consider letting Jimmy G get another shot?
I'll be honest, I don't think he has the deep threat arm, dude. Anything past 20 yards, I really question with Jimmy G.
Hey, look at Critique trying to hold it in. Look. Hey, honestly, I ain't gonna lie. Look, but listen. Look, hear me out. I truly believe if we would have put Jimmy G in at halftime for the Vikings game, we win that game. I truly believe that. With the bottom of my heart. I was watching that game and I'm like, that was a game that AP got outcoached because the Vikings, both teams were doing shitty, but the Vikings decided to bench their quarterback, put another quarterback in just to provide a spark. Now, we never seen Jimmy G play under a different offensive coordinator. He was only under McDaniels. Even AOC did bad under McDaniels. If you get just a coordinator that understands, like, hey, Jimmy G is not able to throw deep all the time, understand what his flaws are, I truly think, trust me, I am not a Jimmy G fan. I mean, he's a Raider, so I root for him, of course, but I'm not a big fan of him. But I truly think Jimmy G could have won some of those games that Aiden lost. That's just me. Maybe I'm crazy. Tell me I'm crazy, but that's just me.
No, because I actually agree with that, because AOC, for some reason, didn't have the same fire behind him in that game that he did in the weeks prior.
Yeah, he did.
And I think that it probably would. Jimmy G could have at least got in there to redeem himself, but when he finally did get in there, he went 0 for 2, and it wasn't even in that game.
Yeah, it was too late.
It
was too late at that point. Yeah.
I mean, dude. The only reason why I don't like Jimmy G is because he was a Niner, bro. I mean, that's really.
But that's what I'm saying.
And a Patriot.
And they brought him in, and he's like this fucking old chick heartthrob. He's over here getting all the poo nanny that we fucking would have to pay for.
You get all the
bitches. You know what I mean? Dude ain't done a damn thing. They gave him every fucking thing. So what has he got to play for? He's got nothing to play for. What, a championship? Why? He's already got.
No, hold on. No, his contract. His contract was incentive based, though. His contract was incentive based.
No trade clause. How you get a no trade clause when you suck that bad? You had
Jimmy got a no trade clause.
You got a no trade clause, so we can't even trade him. If we get rid of him, I think it's upwards of 28 mil. Go look it up, bro. He's got a no trade clause.
Right before the season started, after he was initially signed, they restructured his contract. And when they restructured
Now,
his
They
contract,
put a no trade in there.
I don't know if he had a no trade before that, but I know when they restructured his contract, they gave a bunch of guaranteed money. And so this is one of the reasons of many why some people are like, well, get rid of Josh McDaniels, but keep Dave Ziegler. Like, I wasn't a big Dave Ziegler fan, and that's one of the reasons. Like, you know, that contract with Jimmy G and Dave Ziegler was part of that. I mean, it's really questionable because
wait. Hold on. Unless I'm remembering incorrectly, at the time I thought that was a good restructure because remember that they put a lot of shit in there to cover us if Jimmy got hurt.
I think it was that way before the restructure.
Oh, was it?
I think so.
Because
Yeah.
I just remember reading it. I was like, that covered us because it was like if Jimmy didn't play, Jimmy didn't get paid. If I remember right, that's why I was like, I was like, he did good on that contract.
That was the first contract, but then they restructured it to free up some money to get a couple other guys in here. I can't remember who, but I think that was the restructure. I could be wrong, but I think that's kind of essentially how the restructure was.
All right, I mean, maybe you're right.
Guaranteed money, but
Well,
then
we
it
would
took
have to
away
look
from
up that contract. From everything I've heard, bro, there's a no trade clause in there, which means 28 mil is guaranteed to him next year.
Yeah, no, I know we're stuck. I know we're married to him next year, and that's why I'm like, we might as well keep him because if there's no benefit of cutting him, he's at least a good teammate. But I just, for some reason, I just thought that in the contract, it was just like, hey, if Jimmy don't play, like if he gets hurt, we don't pay him. If he doesn't start, we don't pay him. So that's why, like the whole time when he wasn't starting, I'm like, all right, he ain't getting that much money. So, but I mean, I could be wrong.
So
I don't
know
know
what I want him to do. Jimmy G, if we cut him, we save 15 mil or something like that. I think someone said that earlier, but
we do.
I think the misconception is the pre and the post June 1st date.
Okay.
A lot of people I think forget that when you cut someone post June 1st, it's not that you're saving a bunch of money. It's that you're taking the contract, what's owed to them, and you're splitting it up for that year and the year after.
Yeah.
So instead of you taking the hit all at once for whatever money,
you just split it to next year's cap penalty.
Split it to 2 years, so it frees up money for that year, but then you have to pay that additional amount the following year. And I think that's a lot of misconceptions with people when they look at contracts. They're like, well, if you cut them, whether it's Hunter Renfrow or whoever, you cut them post June 1st, oh, you'll free up this much, but you're really not because you're just splitting it up between 2 years.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. And I feel it. That's what I'm saying. Like we're married to him, unfortunately. And again, I'm not the big, like me personally, anyone that knows me, when we signed Jimmy, I was not happy. I was one of the guys that wanted to just fucking rock with Stidham. Like I was a Stiddy guy. Like fuck, let's rock with Stiddy and roll with it, save some money.
I would rather rock with Stiddy than Garoppolo.
Yeah. So we fucking pay Stiddy fucking $7 million a year. Let's rock. You know what I'm saying?
But you know what I want him to do? Come in here and shut me the fuck up and earn the hookers he's gotten for free. Come on, man.
Hey,
come in here and earn that shit and win us a championship. I want
Hinden Hooker, man.
Hardcore wants a real hooker.
I do. Because, like, look, dude, if you could trade a second round pick, shit, at this point, I would almost trade a first round pick. I'm not saying exactly, but
come on, man.
Like, I'm just saying, if it's something where it comes down to trading so much future draft picks of like guys that we're gonna need at some point, you know, it's a lot to digest for me as a fan. You know, if you're talking about like, you know,
Hinden Hooker, I don't know, man. For
first round picks, second or third round here and there, like for some of these quarterbacks, dude, to move up from like 13 to second or third pick in the draft.
Yeah, but see,
no, I'm with you.
The jury is still out on Hinden Hooker, bro. We
haven't seen him, man. We haven't seen him.
You're right.
He could be a Teddy Bridgewater, bro.
Good and bad. Bad and good.
He could be good and bad. Exactly. A Teddy Bridgewater. And I was a firm believer in Teddy Bridgewater because he came out the same year Carr came out.
Yeah.
I remember going back and forth with a lot
of people like Teddy.
But what I can tell you is that
who was better.
What I can tell you is that Hinden Hooker has freaking, you know, he's back up behind Jared Goff. Jared Goff's balling out. He's probably going to get a contract extension. And if you can get a guy that has some potential to be a franchise quarterback for a second, even a second and fourth, second this year, fourth next year, I would be wanting to entertain that possibility.
Look, I think Detroit already knows who they have in Hinden Hooker, bro, and they ain't letting that dude go.
But they got
That
Jared Goff.
dude's like, you are the
They got Jared
predecessor
Goff
to
playing
Goff
good.
when
They
you
got
lose.
Jared Goff playing good ball.
And they got Jared Goff playing damn good ball, bro. So I mean, I could see those guys going like hand in hand together, and him learning behind Goff and then taking over the reins when Goff moves on.
I don't know, man, because Goff's not that old. It's not like Goff is like a Brett Favre and they got like a young Aaron Rodgers / Hinden Hooker waiting in, like I think. Oh my God, hold on.
Uh-oh.
I'm just watching. I'll just watch it. John Harbaugh dance in the locker room. That shit that threw me off after the game. But
so I take it Baltimore won.
Yeah, they kicked their ass, bro. They kicked their ass. Baltimore is gonna be a problem. But I don't know, man. I just gotta. I did like him, but the thing is his age, man. How old is he? Ain't he like 25?
He's like 45, going on almost 50.
Right, man. I'm like, bro, man.
Hey, Aiden O'Connell's 24. He's a year behind him, dude.
No, I know. No, I get it, man. I'm just like,
he's 26 right now, but you got a guy that's
Hinden Hooker 26.
I think he's either 26 or going to be 26 shortly. But
bro, come on, man. We gotta let him go.
It's a rookie contract, dude. You're not paying him 40 mil, bro.
I get that, but man, you talking about giving up a second round pick for him?
How much Aiden O'Connell making per year? It's less than $1 million per year.
No, yeah, I know that.
Imagine getting another rookie quarterback for less than $1 million per year. But how much is that second round pick worth? You know what I mean? You get him for,
Justin Fields is like 25, bro. I'd rather do Justin. I'm sorry, man.
But his contract's coming up after 1 year.
I know, but you think he's gonna get 50? I don't think he's gonna get
you
that.
Ain't getting Justin Fields for 30 mil.
Huh?
You ain't getting Justin Fields for 30 mil. You ain't getting him for 40 mil. You're gonna get him for about 40.
I think you can get
40. 40 plus. I'll just say 40 plus, right? 40 plus. Or you take your dice, and I'm not saying this is the best like situation. I do like Hinden Hooker, but or you roll a dice on a guy like Hinden Hooker, dude. You're paying him less than $1 million per year for another 3 years.
See, but okay, but let me ask you this then. So, do you think that like Hinden Hooker? Because okay, so if we were comparing, like, do you think that like next year Hinden Hooker will have the same upside as Justin Fields?
All right, bold take, hot take. Year 2, if this happened, year 2, he brings Raiders to a Super Bowl. I think whatever team
Hinden Hooker,
yes, whatever team Hinden Hooker plays for, I know it's nuts. Whatever team he plays for, even the Lions, I think year 2 of him starting, he brings that team to a Super Bowl.
Hardcore, man.
It's hard, and it's fucking core to the core, bro.
Actually, hey, you're living up to your name, bro. You're living up to your name, bro.
I really do, man. He's got something different, bro. He was in the running for Heisman Trophy, bro. This guy is not just. It's not like I'm talking about.
I mean, he's cool. He's cool, but like, come on, man.
Hey, who's the 49ers quarterback? What's that guy's name?
Purdy.
Yeah, you remember him coming out of the draft? Everybody wanted that guy. You remember him? Exactly, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, okay. Here, you know what? Let me ask you this, Sid. Because they're kind of similar. Who would you rather have, Hinden Hooker or Michael Pennix Jr.? They play similar.
Hinden Hooker, just because I think Michael Pennix, I do like him. I'm not gonna lie. If he was there at 13, I would explore Michael Pennix Jr. If he'll
be there at 13. He'll be there. I think he'll be there at 13.
He probably will. Some people say he's not worth a first round pick, but there's a lot of injuries. I know Hinden Hooker was injured, so you get. I know, but Pennix has been injured a lot. Like
he has some badass injuries. Yeah,
one injury. I mean, you got to think. I mean, I think it was ACL tear or whatever. Hinden Hooker should be like almost 100% right now since his injury. Like he may not even be a full 100. He's like probably 90%. I'd say.
What did he hurt? His knee?
Yeah, I think it was his knee or something.
I don't know, man. Honestly,
it's a gamble, but that's why I said second round draft pick. He was drafted in the 3rd round. That's why I said like a 2nd and a 4th. I'm not saying a first round pick. I'm not saying give up 3 first round picks or like something fucking crazy. But I'm saying low risk, high reward potential.
No, but you know what though? But the fact that he got drafted in the 3rd, I don't think his asking price could be higher than where he got drafted.
That's why I said give him a 2nd because I want him. You go higher. Like if you like the guy. dude.
Well, no, I mean, my thing, I think a third round should be fair for him because usually it's lower. Usually it's like, fuck it, I'll take a fourth round.
You got to, I hear you. And I thought about that, but you got to make it worthwhile to the Lions. Lions want to win now. They got Jared Goff.
Yeah, exactly.
Round draft pick for Hinden Hooker. So they,
they'll take that, but I think they'll take a third round pick. They'll be like, fuck it, reimburse me for what I paid for him. We don't need him. Give me that third round pick. Y'all can have Hinden Hooker. I consider that.
Then I would do a third round, Aiden O'Connell, and a third or fourth round for Hinden Hooker. That's what I would trade. No shit.
Why give Aiden away though?
Because their schemes really don't fit.
Well, then fuck it. I'd give Aiden. You don't think they would do an Aiden for Hinden Hooker? I think they'll do that. You don't think so?
I think you got to do like at least a third or fourth. Yeah.
Oh, no. They would jump on that.
It's a big if. And I'm saying if you did this, you could still draft a franchise quarterback, even in the first round. Like, it sounds crazy, but like, I know we need other pieces, but I've thought about this for a while. Like, I haven't gone live talking about it, but it's a good, and I'm not even saying I'm right, bro. I'm just,
no, I feel it. No, it's a good conversation start. I mean, honestly, none of us know. We're all just fans. Just like, I never thought of it like that. I just couldn't see. I don't know, man.
Aiden O'Connell fits Lions scheme better than Hinden Hooker fits Lions scheme.
I agree. I do agree there.
So there's some upside for the Lions to get Aiden O'Connell, but I'm saying you make it enticing enough for the Lions to want to give up Hinden Hooker.
But that's what I'm saying. Go ahead and do. I would say. I mean, if he fits their scheme, then fucking give them. Actually, hold on. How old is Jared Goff?
Hey, I gotta get going, y'all. But hey, I'll catch y'all later. Peace out. Hey, I'm not gonna even fucking discuss. There's no argument here. I would be either or. Just give me somebody who's competent. Just give me somebody who's competent, because I believe that this defense can carry this team. Now we got a defensive-minded head coach. All right? Yeah. Very well. I want this to ring in everybody's ears before I leave. When the Baltimore Ravens won with Joe Flacco, they had Joe Flacco and who's that? What Jones, or what the hell was that dude's name? Jacoby Jones. The dude who was on Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah.
That defense was the shit. And that's the reason why they won.
All right. Last thing. I love you, bro. And wish you the best. But I'm going to say this. Last thing. Why? Because I know people are. I wasn't even going to talk about Hinden Hooker on this fucking show. But like, I had a few drinks, right? I'm thinking about shit. I always overthink everything, guys. That's just who I am, right? But like, if somehow, it sounds far-fetched. I know it does, guys. But if somehow.
Because they're not going to get rid of him. I don't think they will. I don't think they're that stupid.
You're probably right. And I thought that's why I said give them a second round. You got to make it enticing to them. But it's possible the Lions have a franchise quarterback as a backup, and they already have a starter. They are in a very, very peculiar situation because they have to figure out if they're going to give Jared Goff a contract or not. And if you're a Lions fan and he brings you to playoffs, or say if the Lions win coming up here, right? How the fuck could the Lions get rid of Jared Goff and that fan base?
I don't think that happens, bro. They just won their first playoff game in over 50 years.
Goff is going to get extended.
Have a Heisman, locked. Exactly. A Heisman runner-up, bro. A Heisman runner-up and a potential franchise quarterback as a second-string quarterback on their fucking team.
But okay, but
they
come
have a
on,
hidden
man.
gem, bro. A hidden gem on their backup fucking quarterback. I'm not fucking bullshitting. They do, man.
But Justin Fields was a Heisman candidate, so it's like we can't go by this Heisman talk, man.
I love you.
You know what I'm saying?
Love y'all, man. We'll catch y'all later, bro.
All right, man. Critique, man. Hey, it's good being on this with you, man. Shout out.
Hey, man, it was good sharing the screen with you, bro, and we'll have to do it again. We'll catch y'all later. Hey, for any of y'all, after y'all leaving here, we're going to Black Saturday. I'll be on the panel over there too. We'll catch y'all later, bro. Go over to Raider Ben's channel. You already know it's All Raiders Drama, I believe, is his second channel, because his other channel keeps getting flagged when he does Black Saturday, so he had to have another channel opened up for it. So yeah, just you'll see it when it goes live. I believe it's going to be 9:00 Pacific time, or 9:00 Central Standard Time, which would be
what again? You said?
I believe. Let me go look, bro, because it's Raider Ben's other channel. I think it's All Raiders Drama.
I might
Go
pop
look
in there
over
for a
here
minute.
right quick. Because he's got 2 channels now. His other channel would
While you're
get
doing that, protect
flagged.
the shield. Do you think Hinden? Let's just start off with like some of the basics. Do you think Hinden Hooker is better than Aiden O'Connell? Without seeing him play in the NFL.
Yeah, no, I would definitely have Hinden. I would have Hinden Hooker over Aiden O'Connell all day.
Why'd you say all day though? Because you sounded doubtful. I'm not trying to put you on the blast, but I just like
No. I said all day because I'm not because
what made
I'm
you say all day? Like what?
No,
Gives you
because-
that confidence.
Oh no. I'm saying I'll take him all day because I'm not a fan of Aiden's game. Like his limitations bother me. Now Hinden don't have those same limitations, which I need someone that's mobile. I talked about that earlier. I need a quarterback that can help himself. And Aiden can't do that.
I agree. So what's it worth chancing on that? Like risk reward, like if you're at the casino gambling or something, what would be worth? Not saying you go all in, right? Because that's not. I'm not saying put all our eggs in this basket. I'm saying to be able to have like option A, option B. If this is option B, what's worth that option B?
Like what do you mean? Like what I would give up for Hinden Hooker? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, like the upside risk versus reward kind of thing.
So if Hinden Hooker was younger,
Put it in the chat.
yeah. So if Hinden Hooker was younger, then I'd give up a lot more. Now, honestly, he said he's what? He's 26.
Yeah.
So I can't give up a whole bunch of money for injury prone 26
But it's not
year old.
money because you're gonna it's not. Sorry, but it's not money. He's gonna.
I'm sorry, draft capital.
Yeah,
draft
less
capital.
than $1 million per year.
Yeah, I'm sorry, draft capital. I can't give a whole bunch of draft capital for him. So, he got drafted in the 3rd round. So I'm definitely not giving more than where he got drafted. Just for example, who do we have? What was that defensive player that we traded away? Neil Farrell.
Yeah.
Yeah, Neil Farrell. I think we got Neil Farrell in the 4th round. I think we traded him away for a 5th round. Like I think you're not going to get that same value. So Detroit should understand that if I do trade Hinden Hooker, I'm not going to get a 3rd round for him. Or if I do get I'm not going to get a 2nd round. So I might, if I get a 3rd round, they should be doing cartwheels. But my first offer for them would be a 4th round pick, me personally.
Would you go 4th and Aiden O'Connell?
Me personally, man, I think Aiden O'Connell should be enough because he fits their system better. And out of all the quarterbacks this year, besides CJ, Aiden had the best year besides CJ. So I think that's enough to be like, dude, I'm giving you Aiden O'Connell. He's younger than Hinden Hooker. He fits your system. That's the bet. I may throw in like a 5th or 6th, just a little, the little icing on the cake, but there's no way I'm giving a 3rd round and Aiden O'Connell to them for Hinden Hooker. That's just me. He's 26.
If you want Justin Fields, right? Or
Yeah.
I'm not saying you do, but let's say you or someone did. I'd be more willing to explore the Justin Fields trade if you did something like, all right, let's move on from Aiden O'Connell because I think he fits the Lions better. We'll get rid of Aiden O'Connell. We'll get Hinden Hooker. We'll give a 4th round, okay, this year. And then we'll trade for Justin Fields for a 2nd round this year. So, yeah, option A, which is Justin Fields. So
Okay.
then at least
Hold on. Let me make sure I'm following you. So basically, you're saying a 2nd round pick for Justin Fields, and then on the other side, we're giving up Aiden O'Connell and a 3rd. Is that what you said?
a 4th.
Oh, Aiden O'Connell and a 4th.
And I say this because before you answer, because then you have option A, which is say Justin Fields. If he's not worth the contract, 40+ mil, right? Then if you have Hinden Hooker and you've seen him in practice and stuff, and he's been, with the team for a year, you go to option B, which is Hinden Hooker, and you haven't leveraged so much draft capital where you can't go explore another quarterback option the following year.
No, okay, I see what you're saying. So no, me personally, if I can get Hinden Hooker for like a 4th, I would do it. I can't help but to keep looking at these comments This guy AG said Hinden
That's
Hooker
behind
over
you, by the
CJ
way.
Stroud. It's so hard to even take it serious, man. So it's just like it's so hard. So AG, shout out to you, man. Shout out to you and your takes, man. But yeah, like if it's a 4th round pick, then yeah, I just can't see myself. And again, Hinden Hooker's cool. I watch a lot of college football. You know, coming out, I was like, yeah, if we could get Hinden in the 2nd round, I'd be all over it. I don't know. I just got to see what he can do at the pro level, I guess.
No holds bar. I'm gonna ask you a question. You shoot me straight, okay? I'm not gonna hate on you, dude. I promise. All right.
You know me, man. I always keep it real.
I know you do. All right, going to this draft. What if I told you that Hinden Hooker was going to be the 2nd best quarterback coming out of this draft? I said 1st or 2nd, but I really thought CJ Stroud had potential. So my 1st was CJ Stroud, and Hinden Hooker would end up being the 2nd best quarterback out of this draft. What would you say to that?
Before getting injured,
No, after the injury.
After the injury.
After the injury.
I would have automatically said he's
crazy, right?
Huh?
That I'm crazy, right?
No, I wouldn't have said you crazy. I would have said that he probably would have been a 3rd because I thought that Bryce Young would have been better, even though he's smaller. But if you told me that he was 2nd, I would say I get where you're coming from. I think he's top 3. That's what I would have said.
I think I said Bryce Young was going to be a bust. I said Anthony Richardson is the biggest, like high risk, high reward.
Oh yeah, he was a combine. He was a combine guy, a combine.
Yeah, but he still has potential, you know. So, but even at that, like even with Anthony Rich, and then I thought Will Levis, he kind of surprised me at times this year, filling in or whatever.
He's decent.
He was going to come in, but like he's got potential too. But even after all that, like I really thought, man, going into this draft, and I could be wrong. Like I'm not saying I'm right, but I really thought that Hinden Hooker had potential to come out of this draft. And we look, say 3-4 years from now, like we look at Jalen Hurts, you know, kind of guy, that he had potential to be the 2nd best quarterback out of this draft. Most people would have said I was crazy, right? Especially when I said a lot of people hyping up Bryce Young. I did not want Bryce Young. I've been on record. You can go back. I've literally told people that, like, you know, I thought Bryce Young was going to be a bust. Bryce Young can still turn it around. It's not like 1 year done, but like I was not a Bryce Young fan. I was not a Kyler Murray fan. You know, one of the few guys that falls in that category for me was like Tua Tagovailoa. Like he kind of surprised me these last couple of years, but that's kind of one of the smaller guys that I thought really helped their team and his skill set. You know what I mean?
50%. Yeah, no, I get it.
But like for the age, bro. Like last thing I'm gonna say about the age, right? If you look at a man's, like, I don't know how old you are, but like my best years, bro, was like 26 to like 29. Okay. That was my prime, like where I was the most physically fit, dude, mentally, like, you know, like to me, that's a man's prime years, 26 to 29. And if you could get, in my opinion, if you get a rookie quarterback on a contract deal in his prime age years for less than $1 million a year, that's something to consider. You know, I don't see the age as like a de facto or a negative. I see the age as you have a lot of quarterbacks coming into the draft that do not have the starting experience. Anthony Richardson only started 2 years, bro. You know what I mean? So if you get a guy that has more experience, that's like a year or 2 years older, a couple years older, it's not necessarily a negative thing. It means they have more experience, in my opinion, at least. But yeah,
I agree. So then what I would say to that is, as far as like your physical, your physical prime, that's one thing. But I think when we look at the NFL, especially as a quarterback, there's very few quarterbacks that walk into the league ready to go. CJ Stroud is a alien. Like he's played better than any rookie quarterback pretty much ever. You know what I'm saying? So usually it's going to take, 3 years for a quarterback to really start hitting his stride. So that's the only reason I bring up the age is I'm not going to expect Hinden Hooker to come in slanging that thing, his first year. Now he's 26 or whatever. So,
but he could because he started 4 years in college. He's got more of that. And Aiden O'Connell did too, bro. Do you realize the two most experienced quarterbacks coming out of last year's draft was Aiden O'Connell and Aiden Hooker, who are both older quarterbacks, 20, 25, and 24. Aiden O'Connell's 24. Hinden Hooker's 25.
No, I agree. But then there's also examples on the other side. You get people like Chris Winkie and other guys who have a lot of college experience that were older, got to the NFL and didn't work. Now, we haven't seen him take a snap, so it's easy for us to say woulda, coulda, shoulda. Now, he may come in at a 26-year-old and start slanging it, but my thing is, I mean, history shows us that it's going to take quarterbacks, a couple years to get going. And this is a me show. I mean, let's talk about probably the best quarterback prospect that's came out in the last couple years is Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence didn't start off doing well. He did have a bad coach in Urban Meyer,
right.
But and then year 2 he started doing well. So all I'm saying is, let's just keep it real. Like, expecting Hinden Hooker, because if he comes out next year, he's literally like a rookie next year because he's been hurt, so he hasn't been able to get the reps. So it's like he's almost like a 27-year-old rookie. Do we expect him to come out balling year 1? I don't know. He might not. But to me, that's a risk, though. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I agree. No, I mean, there's valid points because I've considered all that stuff. I'm like, even with Aiden O'Connell and stuff, but like, I don't know. I'm just kind of mainly spitballing, just like some thoughts I've had of myself that I haven't expressed too much on live.
I mean, honestly, there's no wrong answer because we don't know until they get out there. Because like I follow college so closely. Like, I remember a couple years ago when Drew Lock came out, Will Grier. A lot of people thought Will Grier was going to be the best quarterback out of that whole class. They thought Gruden was going to. I don't even think Will Grier is still in the league. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you just never know until they really get out there and play.
Well, I don't always have like a guy like Hinden Hooker. My last Hinden Hooker guy was Jalen Hurts. Like, everybody said like he was going to be a running back, tight end. Draft him in 3rd, 4th round. You shouldn't draft him higher than that.
I did like Jalen Hurts. I did Jalen.
I did too, bro. I'll be honest.
I did like Jalen.
Okay.
So let me ask you this then: how would you compare them to, from a college standpoint?
I think they both dealt with adversity. Okay,
yeah.
I know. The situation.
Jalen Hurts was nice in college, man.
You're right,
nice.
and he had to move on from Alabama and elsewhere. But I think they have some of the characteristic traits, very similar. I know a lot of guys are God-fearing men, but I know Hinden Hooker is a big God-fearing man. I think he's just one of those guys in this world, like our Coach Antonio Pierce, that just has something different wired within him that like makes him like willing to take on the world by the horns, and he hasn't been given the opportunity, obviously, because he's hurt. He's got Jared Goff, but he's on the Lions. I'll like, if you didn't watch my draft show, like when we did the draft, I was pissed, bro. Like, I went nuts. Like, I literally went fucking ape shit nuts when the Raiders first of all did not draft Hinden Hooker, and second of all when the Lions got him. But I know, like, I just feel, dude, that this guy is one of the few rare breeds of human beings, for many reasons. But I feel like he has something different wired within him, and that he can bring a team to win a championship, no matter whatever team that is. I just want it to be my Raiders for my own selfish reasons, but I really think he has something fucking different within him that not everybody has, bro. Just because you're a quarterback doesn't mean like you're the guy. But
no, I respect that.
I respect that. Like when I saw it, like, yeah, it was his play on the field, right? It was his footwork, his arm throwing, the way that he didn't stare down wide receivers for the most part, his athletic abilities, being mobile. But I also saw something different within him as a certain type of character, which I feel is hard to find. And when I saw that, I just felt like he's going to be a leader that can bring a team to a championship. And I don't know what team that will be or who that will be, but I know Lions have a predicament because they have a potential franchise quarterback, a second string, in my opinion, meaning in Hinden Hooker, but yet they have Jared Goff, who's doing really well. And it might be a perfect opportunity for Raiders to do low risk, potential high reward, because again, I'm not saying draft, or give up the kitchen sink. I'm saying,
I get what you're saying. I get it.
A little amount, and you see what this dude has. And
you know what though? So like, even though I don't agree with what you're saying, but I get what you're saying because it reminds me of the Lane Kiffin days back when Lane wanted to draft Megatron, and then he wanted to trade for a little snotty-nosed quarterback that was on the bench for the Packers. No one really knew about him yet because Brett Favre was the guy. But there was a guy by the name of Aaron Rodgers that was on the bench that no one really knew about, that he wanted to go get him for a cheaper price. So maybe that might be your example of kind of like, you know, the Detroit got their guy, but there's another guy that's a dog that's sitting on the bench that we can go get for cheap. So I feel what you're saying. So I totally get it.
If Hinden Hooker 3 years from now brings the Lions to a Super Bowl, you know how like I'm not going to be like now. I'm calm.
You're gonna be like, I told you, motherfuckers, I was right.
Like, you know, like now I'm cool, but like 3 years from now,
you're gonna lose your shit.
Right? I'm gonna be mad.
You're gonna lose your shit.
But not because like I'm gonna like be like, oh, I was right, Protect the Shield was wrong. I'm gonna be mad because like that could have been my Raiders. You know what I'm saying?
No,
like,
I'm with you.
You know, like no
I'm
one's
with
bigger
you.
than the Shield. Like this is for the Shield. Like, you know, so
I'm with you.
I could be wrong too, but that's
your guy. No, look, it's all good. It's your guy. And honestly, I'm one of the people that's like, hey, if we so happen traded to get Hooker and we got him and he was a beast, I'll be like, hey, I was wrong about him, but I'm glad that we got him and he's a beast. Like I don't care about being right or wrong. I'm not one of them guys. Like I'll you know. But one thing I do want to say though, do you know AG? Who's AG? Do you know him?
Yeah, that's one of my homies. He's in the Army. He's an Army guy. But
shout out to him. But look, what I want though, I want me, you, and AG to get on here in like a year or so. Remember this, because I'm about to tell you and AG something crazy that y'all ain't gonna believe me.
All right.
I'm saying it right now. Sam Howell is going to have a better NFL career than Hinden Hooker.
Sam Howell, really? Sam Howell.
I want me, you, and AG to come back a year from now and have a conversation. Either you guys can fucking roast me or I'm gonna roast y'all. How about that? Cheers to y'all motherfuckers.
Right. Roast Fest 20.
Roast Fest, man. Remember that shit, man. I want me, you, and AG on here, man.
I love it, dude.
Hey, Sam Howell, nice, man. I don't know if it's just because of Bieniemy, but Sam Howell, he showed me something as a young quarterback. Honestly,
I'll be honest. I don't hate Sam Howell. I mean, you know, there's certain guys I don't like or I hate on or whatever, but you know, I think Sam Howell has potential. I just think the Commanders or whatever are in a weird transition period with all
they are
going on.
They got to figure out what they want to do.
Yeah, they haven't even fired their coach yet, have they?
Who was their coach? Rivera? I think they got rid of Rivera, didn't they? But I don't know what that means for Bieniemy.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, Bieniemy had fucking Sam Howell balling. Now, the rest of their team, I mean, they did a fire sale on defense. They got rid of Sweat. They got rid of Chase Young.
I think that really just means how much Bieniemy meant to the Chiefs, bro. Look at
hell yeah.
Step back after Bieniemy left. That dude was like, I don't want to say the heart and soul of the team, but like it just shows like how much he brought to the Chiefs, man. You know,
he did.
So, like,
and honestly, that's why like I wish that we didn't have the whole Freddie B thing where, you know, they're so against that domestic violence shit. But like I think Bieniemy would be the perfect guy to run our offense because he would try to stick it to the Chiefs every chance he get.
He would. I would love to have Eric Bieniemy here.
I would too.
More of a lateral move. You'd have to give him a big pay raise. You know.
Oh yeah, you have to pay him, make it worth it, and plus, but the good thing is with the Raiders, whoever the offense coordinator with the Raiders, you're going to be known as a guy that offense is yours. Like if you're under a Andy Reid, everyone's going to be like, well, it's Andy. Just like if you're under a Sean McVay or Mike McDaniel or Kyle Shanahan, it's like, yeah, I'm the offensive coordinator, but I'm not really in charge of shit. If you're under the Raiders and you're running the offense, that offense is yours. There's no one else that could take that from you. So he may like that.
Well, and the last point I'll make on this kind of topic with the quarterback situation is kind of your point earlier about having a mobile quarterback, having a backup behind him that is kind of the same realm of things as far as that goes. Like, let's be real, dude. Like Aiden O'Connell, Justin Fields, or Aiden O'Connell, mobile quarterback. That's not exactly a smooth transition, you know? So that's why I kind of brought some of that up is because we think about this, guys, and we look at Aiden O'Connell, he's not a mobile quarterback. So if we're gonna, whether we draft a guy or Justin Fields, it's like if that quarterback is gonna be our starter, say it's Justin Fields, say we draft a quarterback, whatever, that mobile quarterback gets hurt, and you got to bring in Aiden O'Connell, you almost have to switch your offensive play calling philosophy and play calling for that backup. So our backup doesn't exactly match that mobile quarterback style. And I agree. I'm not like taking shots at you. I'm just saying when I look at this.
No, you're right. You're right.
From like a team perspective. And if you look at the Lions, Jared Goff is not a mobile quarterback.
You're right.
So Aiden O'Connell is almost a better backup for the Lions.
Exactly. And exactly. Exactly. And honestly, and that's why I said that they would probably welcome Aiden O'Connell, because honestly, I think of like the Chiefs. For the longest time, like when fucking Mahomes got hurt, they brought in fucking Chad Henne. Like he don't even have the same skill set. And so it's like, but like when Lamar got hurt, I think they had I forgot the guy that came in, PJ or whatever. Like, and I think they had RG3 at some point, but it's like they had a guy with the same similar skill set. Right. So at least they can run the same type of offense. And I think we got to do that too. So whatever offense that we run, if we're going to go get a mobile guy, then get rid of Aiden. Now, if you want to go get a pocket passer, then fucking keep Aiden as a backup. But like you said, if we go mobile, then fuck it. Bring Hinden over and ship AOC over there. I'm cool with that.
Right.
I'm cool with that.
Which kind of brings it back to the three-headed monster. Remember that part where I was talking about the offensive coordinator, the scheme, and the quarterback.
It's all connected. It's all connected.
I've thought about this for a couple months, bro, and I know it's like it's a lot. This is why it's a lot to digest, but this is why I said this is like the most important Raiders offseason in a long time. We got to get this right, man. We really do. And I'm not saying I'm right, bro. Like, to be honest with you, I just like stuff I've pondered. Like, is it risk versus reward? Is it worth it? What scheme would fit? What wouldn't? All I know is if they get this wrong and they fuck this up, we're gonna be pissed. It
could set us back. It could set us back fucking decades. Honestly, like people don't understand. Like again, I know people always think I just fucking love Hugh Jackson so much, but like when we got rid of Hugh Jackson and fucking got Dennis Allen, like that decision that fucking
Reggie McKenzie
made, that set us back a fucking decade, man. And honestly, and I don't know if you listen to some of the other Raider content creators, but I was listening to Graf the other day. He had Lewis Murphy on, because I like I said, I love that era. So like I was listening to Lewis Murphy, and Lewis Murphy was talking about like when they got rid of Hugh Jackson, he said the whole team was just like, what the fuck? You know, like when Al Davis died and all that, it was like, it hit all of us. Like then these new dudes came in, Dennis Allen, it was like nobody wanted to play for him. And I'm like, that like people don't realize that matters. Those guys listen to that shit, and you bring the wrong coach. Like if we would have brought the wrong coach in, that would have killed all the momentum that we got the last nine weeks.
Facts. Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, if you're going to keep Aiden O'Connell, then draft Bo Nix or draft, Drake May, or somebody that like better. Like you gotta my homie Raider Dave, Grimecast Media, he had said something earlier about you got to have two quarterbacks, and I agree with that. Like you do, you got to have a starter and a backup, but they got to be able to mesh, man. You got plan A, plan B, and so I'm just trying to figure out, like, all right, if this is plan A, what's plan B, and does it make sense, kind of thing. You know what I mean? And to me, when I think a lot of the best case scenarios, I hate to say it, but like, because to be honest, I kind of like Aiden O'Connell, but he kind of doesn't work for plan B. You know what I mean? Like he really don't. And that sucks, because I think he's a good quarterback. I think he can be a good backup, maybe even a starter somewhere. But if our goal is to have a mobile quarterback, it's hard for me to digest how he fits into that scenario. And so I'm looking at, plan A could be this. Well, what's plan B? And so for me, that's why I brought up, even from the get-go, possibly me revisiting the Hinden Hooker talk, because I think there could be potential for a plan B, but then it's like, what would it take, and is it worth it? And whether I'm right or you're right or I'm wrong, vice versa, what would it take, and is that the best scenario for the Raiders moving forward? You know what I mean? And we'll see. Hopefully they get this shit right, bro, because it's deep. You know what I mean?
Hey, at the end of the day, that's all either one of us want. Whether it's because honestly, if we fuck around and got Hinden Hooker and he took us to the Super Bowl, you think I'm gonna be over here mad and complaining? I'll be like, that motherfucker hardcore was right, man. I'll give you all the props. Like, you know, say I'm not one of those people that got to be right. Like, I just want us to win. At the end of the day, we just all got our different views on how to get us to that point. I'm not against Hinden Hooker. I would never say that he's trash. I'll just say I don't even think about Hinden Hooker. Like, honestly, like I don't even until today. I probably haven't said Hinden Hooker's name for the last 5 months. So like I don't even think about him. So like I don't want no one to think I'm a Hinden Hooker hater. I just don't think of him. But
well,
but
most people aren't. He's just falling
right.
back on the depth chart. He's like
Right.
a Darren Waller almost.
Yeah.
Maybe not even as bad as Darren Waller, but like think about when we got Darren Waller. Who is Darren Waller?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
but like me, I see a guy that's on another roster, and it's not some guy that's hyped up and all this stuff, but like he's got potential, and I'm just like, could we explore possibly opportunities to maybe get him? Because
No,
I'll be honest,
I love that.
I think the Raiders fucked up, bro. We got Byron Young in the 3rd round.
Bro, I was pissed.
And Hooker went. Imagine if we didn't get Byron Young and we trade that 3rd round pick and something else and get Hinden Hooker. Yeah, he wouldn't have been able to start, so we would have been stuck with Jimmy G all year. But at least we have an option behind
them
that could have potential. Now we're in a predicament where we
got to find a quarterback. Yeah.
We almost don't have an option B unless we're going to rock with Aiden O'Connell, fix the offensive line, and then you better draft somebody that's to that scheme, So
yeah,
it's tough, man. It's a lot to digest. That's why I haven't gone live, because I just been trying to think about this, and
I love it, man. Honestly, I've been wanting to get on with you for a while, man, because I love your passion. You're one of the few that like I said, I've watched you for a while. And you come across so authentic, man. So I've always loved how you brought it. Whether I agreed or didn't agree, you told your story and you told it how you feel, and I respect that shit. And that's why I will always be, a subscriber and a fan of yours and a friend of yours, man. So, I love that shit about you.
Well, I appreciate you, bro, and I love you too, man. And like I said, you keep doing what you're doing over there, man. You got a lot of skill. A lot of, more than just skill, bro. You got gifted talent, dude. Like, I'm okay at some stuff, dude. I rant, rave. I fucking get pissed off. But like, dude, you can interview some dudes, man. I just want to say cheers to you, man. Much love. And if you guys aren't subscribed to Protect the Shield, man, please go over there, give them a sub.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man.
Hugh Jackson on Tuesday, guys. Hugh Jackson, man.
I am honestly, and honestly, I want to get you on my show, at some point. Like I usually do my fan talk Fridays and shit. And I know now the season's kind of dying down, but once we get closer to the draft or something, man, let's connect, man. I'd like to get you on my show. And again, like one thing about me, like I love people that have different views as me, because I love hearing other perspectives. Like I said, I'd love to have AG on here just because he cracks me up, man. One thing about me, I always look at the comments. I'm like, this guy AG. I like hearing his takes, so I wouldn't mind having him on the show. But
I'll tell you, AG goes back, dude. Fuck, even before I started my channel, back to Pillaging podcast days. I don't know if you ever rocked the Pillaging podcast.
Nah, I ain't even hip to that. Who was that?
They ain't done shit in a few years, man. But that was one of the best podcasters on YouTube, man. Pillaging
nice.
Podcast. And that was one of my homies, dude. And there's a few guys from that era that kind of, supported me since day one. And he's one of the OGs that straight up, man, no bullshit. He supported me since day one coming over here. And he's one of my Army brothers. So
that's fire, man.
Cheers to AG and the chat. So appreciate you guys.
Hey, cheers to AG. But AG, I'm holding you to that. Next year, we're all going to get on and have fun, man. We'll get on this channel or my channel. I love it. But honestly, again, I appreciate you letting me on. But yeah, definitely check me out on Tuesday. I'm going to have you on there. Hugh Jackson on there, and I told him we're not going to talk, about certain things, but I more or less just want to just get some more Raider stories from him, man. Like during back in the day of other Al Davis interactions he's had or other shit with. Like I want to ask him more like Jamarcus Russell story. Like I just want to just take a peek behind that curtain, man. In fact, if you got any questions, you let me know. I'm asking your questions too, bro.
I will. I can text or I can send them to your way DM. But
Yeah,
I do got a couple if you don't mind. So all right,
absolutely.
One is to ask Hugh Jackson about maybe his offensive philosophy, like play calling philosophy, like old school versus like the new NFL and the mobile quarterback. Because I'm curious on kind of how he feels about the transition of quarterbacks and stuff, and kind of how he grew up versus where the NFL is now. Okay,
Yeah.
that'd be one question I would have. Two is like his passion to coach and teach, because I think that would be a good topic, like passion of like teaching.
Yeah,
coaching is teaching. You know what I mean? And then obviously what he thinks of our coach AP.
yeah,
Like kind of the Raider way and stuff like that. Would be another topic. And then I don't know if you should ask this one, but I'm trying to think how you could word it, because you're more eloquent than I am. I'm real rough on the edges, but something along the lines of, if Raiders were to ever reach out to him, if he could ever suit up the silver and black, whether it's offensive play caller or any kind of position in the Raiders, QB coach, whatever, if that opportunity, and I don't want to, because I know certain questions can like trigger people the wrong way. So I don't want to do that, but like if he was ever to be back in the silver and black, what that would mean to him. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. Because I've already been talking to him.
I know probably what the answer is, but
Yeah.
like I think that would be a good question for other people to hear, is like,
yeah, and
his
absolutely.
love for the silver and black, something along those lines. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I know you're good. You're really good at it. So like, I know you could like ask it in a better way than I could.
Yeah, I definitely will. 'Cause I already have quite a few questions, and plus I'll kind of go off of our conversation, but no.
And real quick, you know what I love about how you, like when you interview, like I like your group shows, like I do, but like I really love when you interview people like one-on-one, because you create like a story, bro.
Yeah, that's what I try.
Like, and that's hard to do. Like if you interview someone and you get the best, like I said, the best out of your team, I feel you have that skill and that gift. Like you create like a story for the audience, man. And like, cause a lot of times, dude, I'm working and like, I can only listen. I can't like always like interact, text and stuff, but like you have that quality and not everybody does. So
yeah, I appreciate
I'm looking
that.
forward to it. Cause it's like story time, but it's more than just story time. You know what I mean? Cause like, you watch NFL Network, they interview people and it's like, they
don't give you the behind the scenes shit.
Right.
And that's what I want. I want to give my viewers a behind the scenes shit. Like, could we all watch NFL Network? But like Hugh Jackson, like what was it like being with Al Davis a year before he died? Like, give me story. Like that's the shit that I'm into. And I feel like that's a shit that you guys want to hear too.
Right. I would just encourage you, because like I love the Raiders stuff, and that's all I usually ever want to hear. But from Hugh Jackson, like it would just be nice, like on this, because you've already interviewed him once, so it's not repetitive on his part or your listener's part, to maybe hear a little bit more like what makes him tick as a football guy.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And so that's why I kind of was trying to think of some other questions other than like just Raiders questions.
Yeah.
Of like, like what makes him tick. Because I think my opinion about Hugh Jackson, I know he wants, or hopefully he wants to be a Raider at some point. I'd love to have him back on our team.
He does.
But like, there's something in that guy's DNA. Just like I said, the DNA of Hinden Hooker, there's something different with him. There's something different with Hugh Jackson. And he's gotten some like unfair shakes and stuff. And so I just want to say, like, that's the part that like I would love to see, is the equation of what makes Hugh Jackson
makes him tick. Yeah, makes him tick. Like, and honestly, like people think I'm crazy, but like I see a lot of AP that's like in Hugh Jackson. Like, AP's from Compton. Hugh Jackson's from fucking South Central, like came from some shit, it's like, but it's like he knows how to just communicate with players. Like people don't realize like one of the biggest football personalities that we know is Chad Ochocinco.
Right.
This motherfucker, I mean, he had to deal with a prime Ochocinco, man. Before he was Ocho, I think he was Chad Johnson at the time, like a young Chad Johnson. He had to reel that dude in, man. So it's like that right there is a fucking.
I could not coach that dude. I'll be honest with you. Like I
would like you would have choked Chad, bro.
That's a good. Hey, that's a good question. Hey, you just probably another. I don't know if you have that on your list, but like Ocho Cinco, man. Not to get him to hate on Ocho, but like, how do you deal with like a player that's got that much drive and energy?
No, he
like Ocho?
answered that last time. I don't know if you remember, but like he said,
but yeah,
it was like they. I mean, he was like, man, he was like, those were all three because he talked about Chad, Houshmandzadeh, and Chris Henry. He had they had the triplets over there in Cincinnati, and he was like, one thing about it is they all had different personalities, but he said that the thing about those guys, they were the hardest workers on the team. You know what I'm saying?
So my question, my brain starts thinking, you know what I think? Like, how do you as a leader get the best out of like all those different personalities, like an Ocho Cinco?
Yeah.
This player, that player. As a leader, how do you get the best out of those guys? And that's like the nuts and bolts that I'd be curious about. Like,
I
know the answer, but I want to hear it from him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then on top of that, I'm gonna ask that question, and I'm gonna let him answer, and I'm gonna be like, so what would you do dealing with someone like a Devante Adams? I'm gonna give him a chance to like talk about some shit. Like, if you were the Raiders, I ain't gonna say office coordinator because he probably wouldn't get that. But if you were on that staff, like, how would you get the most out of this current stat? Like that's what I want to hear. Well, like, let me know what you like. What would you do with Trey Tucker? I think Trey Tucker can be an absolute star under the right situation.
Well, and how do you deal with new players versus old school? Like, you know what I mean? Like, era, and kind of something I said before, but how does this era, kind of differ from like how it used to be?
We're in a social media era where guys are on TikTok at halftime and all that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's from that era of like, you do shit like that.
I call it the me society because everybody wants to know about
exactly
like themselves, but like it's a lot different, because he was probably raised kind of more old school.
Exactly.
And he was with John Gruden. I don't know if you remember. I think you asked it. I can't remember.
He started off with he coached with Gruden back in the day.
Yeah. So he coached with Gruden, and then his mentor was, right?
Well, I know it's Marvin Lewis.
Yeah, Marvin Lewis.
You talking about before that?
No, that was the answer I was looking for.
Marvin
Lewis. But Marvin Lewis is probably going to be part of this Raiders coaching staff, and
he already is. It's already happening. Honest, hardcore. I'm 3 steps ahead. Like, I already said,
bro. I love it.
I had the text message. I was like, hey, I know Marvin's probably going to be part of this staff, and I said, is there any way that Hugh Jackson is going to be reunited with Marvin? He said, LOL, I would love to think so. That's what he said. LOL, I would love to think so.
I want to bring him back, man. He needs to be a Raider, dude. I know he loves this team, dude. He would. Hey, let's think about one of the last things I want to say is this, man. I know we've been going a fucking long time. I never go this long, bro.
It's all good, bro. Hey, I love the thing about this. I could talk about Raiders all day, and I respect you, and I don't mind talking about this shit with you. So I'll be here all day.
So when Gruden came on, I really thought he would be our coach 5 to 6 years. Yeah, I know it didn't work out, right, and all that, but I thought he would help develop the next up and coming Raider of like what it means to be a Raider, right? And there's really not too many guys that fit that fold anymore that can show the Raider way. Now, Antonio Pierce is showing the Raider way, but there's no one that was like part of the Raiders that understands it, that was ever part of the Raider coaching tree, or let alone Al Davis, the biggest missing piece of what I'm trying to say. But Hugh Jackson was part of the Al Davis legacy and what it meant to be a Raider, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would love to have somebody on this coaching staff, bro.
That got that old school connection.
Yeah.
And
it would mean a lot to me, man. If Raiders could somehow I don't care what position. Maybe Hugh Jackson cares, but like if we could just figure out a spot for Hugh Jackson on
just get him in there. Get as a consultant, like passing coordinator, whatever, man. Get him in there because I mean, again, a lot of Raider fans forgot about him after 2011 because he went somewhere else. But I followed him because, for one, I live in Ohio, and he made a mistake by picking the Browns to go to, and there was like 7 teams that wanted him at the time. Because actually, after us, he went back to Cincinnati for a while, and then he became the best coordinator again for Cincinnati. So then he had a lot of opportunities to go to the NFL. or to be a head coach, and he mistakenly chose the Browns. And I know at that time, like I said, I know the Bills wanted them. I know a couple other teams wanted them, and I don't know why he picked the Browns, but the Browns are a worse organization than us, you know. So, but I've watched him the whole time, even after the Browns. He went to college at Grambling. I watched him there. But the dude knows how to deal with young men. He knows how to be a teacher. Even watching him, he's learned how to deal with the new school type of guys that are more, like you said, all about me. I've seen him deal with that, but people like to focus on the bad. They like to focus on the Browns. They like, hey, he just got fired from Grambling.
But you know what's crazy is his coaching style going back 13 years when he's the head coach of the Raiders, it still fits today. Today. Because when he went to McFadden, I loved that, dude. When he talked about Darren McFadden and like what Darren McFadden loved to run, you know, and getting like
I love power, coach. I love power.
How to use their, like, you know, talents to get the best out of the team. That's exactly what fits in today's NFL 13 years later, bro. Even so, he was like ahead of the curve 13 years ago. Right now, even today, like his coaching style, I feel personally, his coaching style, what he brings to the table, could still fit with today's like NFL players. You know,
the thing is, and I'm glad you said that, his coaching style, he approaches it the same way Andy Reid does. I mean, people love Andy Reid. Andy Reid understands the player and he can build around it. Like Andy Reid doesn't run the same offense that he did with Alex Smith, that he did with Mahomes. Like he understands his players. Hey, what type of plays do you like? What makes you comfortable? When are you at your best? And me and you understand when you're managing people, you got to understand, how can I unlock your full potential? And that's what Hugh Jackson does, man.
He does.
Like that, like that skill set will never go away.
It's embedded in you. Yeah.
So
if you could lock in when you're interviewing him, I don't know what questions you have, and I'm not trying to step on your toes, bro. I would love to interview him, but I think you do a better job than I would do if I ever had the opportunity. But like, you know, maybe lock into kind of some of that nuts and bolts about teaching these players how to get the best out of them, you know, because I think that style could still fit with even the younger generation guys, even though he's a little bit older coach now than he once was. But you know, I would love to, dude. I'm excited, dude. I'm just talking to you about it. Like I can't wait to interview Hugh Jackson because I love that.
I honestly, that's why I was like, man, I can't wait to get on your show because I want to tell you that shit. Cause I know you be fired up like me, man.
Yeah, I can't wait to tune in. Are you gonna do it live? Are you gonna record it and then do it live?
Yeah, we're gonna do it live. I'm fucking calling off work just so I can prepare all day and do it. I'm like, fuck it. This is, you know, this is what it is, man. So I'm just happy that, you know, he gives me this opportunity, and you know, he's just a fucking solid. He's just a solid dude. I just like him, and honestly, I would never allow any Hugh Jackson hate, at least in front of me. You know what I'm saying? So I'll have his back forever because I loved him as a coach, and that's never gonna stop.
I love it, man. I'm looking forward to it, man. Again, make sure you tell everybody what time and where that interview with Hugh Jackson is going to be at, bro.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be on my page. So make sure you guys come subscribe to me. It's going to be on Tuesday. I don't know exactly what time yet. So, but I'll probably get the broadcast together, but you guys will see it on my YouTube. You know, hopefully we'll get it solidified in probably later today or tomorrow. I have the exact time, but more than likely it'll be, you know, in the afternoon to evening. But you know, I can't wait. And like, guys, come into chat and ask your questions. I'm gonna bring up some questions that you guys in the chat are gonna be asking. You know, again, I'm just happy to have the opportunity, and you know, it's gonna be a good time, man.
I know it is, man. You do your thing over there. I know. I'll be tuned in. Be looking forward to whatever time it's dropping. And yeah, man, Hugh Jackson gonna roll it back, some Raiders and some you know, hopefully some deep dive and nuts and bolts of the foundation of what makes that man tick, because he's got it, man. I know. Shout out to Art White, love you, bro. He said no retreads, but you know, to me, Hugh Jackson ain't a retread. He's
not a retread, bro.
He's a guy that had opportunity, and we moved on from a guy that I don't think we should have. And I think this guy still has it. And I think if we break down and in your interview, if you can expose it, what makes him tick and the teaching capabilities and, getting the best out of players, I really think it matches up with this current Raiders team and our coach, Antonio Pierce. I really think the DNA and the foundation laid off our now full-time, head coach, Antonio Pierce. What'd he say? Stand up. And that's what I'm all about. Stand up.
Oh, yeah. Stand up, man.
Yeah, time to stand up.
Honestly, imagine what Hugh Jackson could do with Josh Jacobs. I think he could unlock that guy, man. I think he can unlock him, man. But
I do too,
it's
bro.
all good. It's all good.
But it's all love, man. But love you guys, dude. Everybody that tuned in. I know it's been a long show. Dude, this is my longest show ever, to be honest with you, bro. So
hey, I'm sorry, man. I wasn't expecting to go this long, man. But I've always wanted to get on with you, and because again, you're one of the few guys that I really appreciate, and I like your football mind and your passion. So I hope I'm not the reason we went this long, but I just want to let you know I respect what you do, man. Thank you for having me on.
No, I think it's great, man. Been a while since I've gone live. I had a lot of topics I wanted to cover too. So, hopefully we didn't, ramble too much. But everybody in the chat, love you guys. Make sure you guys subscribe to Protect the Shield podcast. Appreciate him coming on, as well as Raider Ben, Raider Critique. Make sure you guys check them out. And we'll catch you next time, man. Appreciate you guys. And like I said earlier, let's go Bills, dude. We cannot let the Chiefs fucking win, man.
Let's go. All right, take care, everybody, man. Thank you, guys.
All right, let's go. There's only one nation. That's Raider Nation.